You've heard about Google Antigravity, but most people have no idea how powerful this thing actually is. I've been using it to build entire apps in minutes without writing a single line of code. Dashboards, automated tools, entire websites that actually work. All you do is type what you want and AI builds it for you. I'm going to show you the complete system from zero to deployed app. Let's talk about Google Antigravity. This thing is a game changer. It's an AI-powered IDE that builds apps for you through natural language. You don't need to know how to code. You don't need to be technical. You just tell it what you want and it handles everything. The planning, the coding, the testing, even the deployment. It's all done by AI agents powered by Gemini 3.0. And here's what makes this crazy valuable for you. If you run any kind of business, you need tools. You need dashboards to track your metrics. You need landing pages to capture leads. You need automation to save time. Normally, you'd have to hire a developer or spend weeks learning to code. Not anymore. With Antigravity, you can build all of this yourself in minutes. I'm going to walk you through the entire system from setup to deployment. We're building real projects together, a sales dashboard for tracking business metrics, an SEO landing page optimized for conversions, automation tools that save you hours every single day, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do it step by step. By the end of this course, you'll have the skills to build anything you need for your business. No developers required, no expensive tools, just you and AI working together. Let's get started. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. So today we're going to test out this new skills update for Antigravity. So Google Antigravity is an IDE where you can code locally and you can basically download it for free. You can get access to browser use agents. It can even, for example, fill out PowerPoints and spreadsheets for you. It's a really powerful tool for vibe coding. I've built some amazing stuff with it already. But the cool thing is recently they updated with a skills update where you can basically create these skills MD files that are like agents that show exactly how to do different things and specialize in different things. So for example, like autonomous and agentic stuff, you've got stuff for creative and design, AI agents and LLMs, etc. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to install this directly on Antigravity. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. And we'll see how this performs. Now, also what's pretty cool about this is that it even has access to different stuff. So you can, for example, install documentation for Notebook LLM and things like that, right? So if you have a look down the list, you'll see that it comes with HubSpot integration for CRMs. And also we have marketing ideas right here. And additionally, we have the MCP builder for building MCPs and also Notebook LLM. So it's going to be cool to test this out. So let's try this. We're going to go to Antigravity here and I'm going to start up a new project, new window. So let's open up a new folder. And then from here, we're going to go to the terminal and install these skills. Now, you might think this looks technical if you've never used terminal before, or if you're not a coder, etc. I'm not a coder at all, but what you can do here is you just go to the terminal and then you paste in the commands from the GitHub, right? So you can see the GitHub right here. If you want to get access to all my best trainings, including the links from today, go to the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description, then go to January, go to my notes on Antigravity. We've actually got a full training tutorial on this, plus a bunch of other stuff you can use. And I'm going to insert the resources from the GitHub. So here you can see, and literally all you do is you just copy and paste this into a new terminal. There we go. All right, so if we go back to Antigravity now, we've got those agents installed. So if we go inside here, you can see we've got all the skills set up like this. That was super easy. And then what we can do on the chat on the right-hand side is we can tag these in. For example, here we've got this front-end design skill that we can test out. So let's try that out first. When we go to Antigravity, we'll type in app front-end design and tag in the agent skills. And then from here, we're going to say, okay, build out a beautiful landing page for my book, Link Building Mastery, right? Insert an image of the book and also some information about it, which we can get from my website. And you can use your existing assets to train the AI on what you want to build and how you want to build it. So we'll copy that, plug this in. So you see the image is now inserted here. And then we're going to grab the information from this landing page. As you can see, we'll go back to Antigravity, hit enter, and now we should be able to start creating this landing page. So let's see what we get back using the new skill. Now, what would be interesting as well is that we take the exact same prompt and we test building this out without the skill, right? So if we open up a new window here, we'll call this no skills, and we'll compare the before and after and see which one develops the best. All right, so that's finished creating the front end. Let's see what we got on the page. Pretty nice. Look at that. And by the way, let me show you the old version, right? If you go back to juliangoldie.com here, basically the goal with these skills is to create better outputs, right? So we'll see, but hopefully we've got a better version of the page using the skill versus no skill. We'll test this out in a sec. So this is the page with the skill, and then this is the page without the skill. And also if we look inside the skill MD files, you can see, so for example, if we go back to for sale here, you've got a full skill for sale deployment, which means that you can actually deploy directly to for sale using this skill, which is pretty useful. You've also got, for example, the front end design skill here too, and the front end developer skill. And then you can see, okay, here's when to use the skill, here's a new component checklist, etc. And there we go. That's our landing page built, as you can see right here. Definitely looks a lot more modern than the original. So this is the original page that we have currently live on our website. And it's not bad at all. But if you have a look at the newer version using the skill for front end, it just looks a lot nicer, a lot cleaner, a lot more modern, interesting. I'd probably switch them over, to be fair. This looks much better, as you can see. There's even like these nice animations. It's quite clear what to do. It's a nice little squeeze page. Jenna says, so the skills are imported into Antigravity. That's it. So you just use the terminal command to import the skills. And then when it comes to actually hosting the project, I think it would host everything. So it would host all the files for the actual project, which are down here. So you can see, you got the index HTML, JS, and CSS. And then on the left-hand side, the whole folder of the project, Antigravity skills build, has the skills, the agents, the scripts, everything else already pre-installed. You can also see here that these aren't just for Antigravity. So you can also use them inside Cursor or Claude. You've got skills for Gemini, etc. So it's kind of like something you can import on whatever CLI you prefer. Now, it's also got the skill for Notebook LM. I'm not sure what it can do. Let's have a look here. So it says, use this skill to query Google Notebook LM notebooks directly from Claude Code. And it's a research assistant skill. So it can interact with Google Notebook LM to query documentation. And if I mention Notebook LMs explicitly, it should trigger this skill. Let's see how it goes. So I'm going to say, can you use Notebook LM to research Julian Goldie's link building mastery book? Let's see if that works. So it's actually using that skill, setting up the environment to use it. You just need to authenticate. So I'm going to say, all right, let's authenticate. Plus, I don't have a specific notebook URL just yet. Let's see what we get back. So it's going to ask me to sign in here, and we just got to grab my password, and then it should be logged in, I think. So it says, great, the authentication was successful. Notebook LM library is ready to go. Now we just need to provide a URL to query Notebook LM. Let's try this. Let's see if this works. So we'll create a new notebook, pull in some sources quickly, and then we'll copy the link to it and give it to Antigravity. So you can see here, it's actually operating Notebook LM, it's asking questions, etc. You can connect directly with it. And then I've analyzed Notebook LM, added it to our research library. It's a comprehensive resource covering SEO strategies, link building tactics, etc. So it's done the research on the book using Notebook LM. And then it's, what would you like me to extract from the research? So you can connect Antigravity directly to Notebook LM if you want to use this as a research tool, which is pretty cool. I've never seen that before inside Antigravity. There's also this Loki mode, which is quite interesting. So Loki is like a autonomous system, I think. Let's have a look. So startup in a box, sub-agent driven dev, dispatching parallel agents, planning with files, skill creator and developer. Let's try that. So we'll say create a landing page about link builder mastery using the research, use Loki mode and make the design beautiful. Then it's using Notebook LM to help us. Plus it's analyzed the skill MD files for Loki mode and everything else. Now it's looking at this continuity MD file as well, which is interesting. So it's done the research with Notebook LM, then it's going to design the architecture, then it's going to implement it, do the visual styling and the verification. So it's basically got like a status list and checklist right here. Now it should open it up. There we go. And look at that. Nice little landing page created. So it's got my name at the top, the information. It's even found that image. It's created a personalized landing page with the Goldie method, talking about all the content from the book. So for example, Harrow, link building, podcast outreach, etc. Landing page looks nice too. Your videos have me addicted to collab coding with Antigravity 100, but it's so good, Antigravity. The more I use it, the better I get at using it as well. And there's just so much you can do with it, right? It is pretty amazing for this stuff. If you're having issues with using the skills, just let me know where you're stuck specifically. Is it importing the skills? Can you see all the skills on the left-hand side? If so, it's just a case of tagging them in, right? So you can put and then whatever skill you want to use, right? So for example, let's say I want to use Notebook LM, well, I would just use @notebook and then tag in the relevant skill like that. So that's how to set them up and get them working. Antigravity is now just testing out the page on mobile to see if it's good or not. DevOps says it's just a matter of time before Google becomes the main API provider. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's only getting better. It's only becoming more powerful, and also they're just giving it away for free, right? It's crazy. I don't know any other tool that's as powerful for vibe coding, Antigravity, and it's free, right? It doesn't cost me anything to use this. Plus, it records the video of the agent using the page, like you see. It's all looking good, and it works smoothly. I can show it on a live stream, no issues. Kennedy says, can I just ask Antigravity to install those skills? So you would insert them inside the terminal, but if you're not 100% sure, you can always look through the files online before you install anything and just do your own diligence, do your own research, that sort of thing. For me, I'm happy being like the guinea pig to try it out. And then if you see anything you like, you can integrate it into your own workflows. And you can see here, we've got Loki mode running. So this is enhancing it, like you can see with the notes right here. To tag the skills, so all you do is you put the @ here and you type in the skill that you want, right? So you can look on the left-hand side here and be like, okay, I want to test the A/B test setup, right? So I put @AB, and then we can see the skills. Or for example, @AB test, and we've got A/B test planner right there. And you can see the directory of the skill as well, right? .agent/skills, App Store optimization. Bioburden says Claude slays. Yeah, I would agree. But you can use Claude directly inside the API right there. So if you want to use Claude Sonnet with this, you can use it there. Or you can just go to terminal and just run Claude code inside the terminal. If you type in Claude, yeah, there you go. Do the skills have to be inside the workspace or globally? So you can install them globally or you can install them locally. It's up to you how you want to do it. See, apparently as well, you can just go inside Antigravity here instead of the terminal and then ask it to install things for you. I haven't tried that actually, but yeah, I should try that next time. Thanks for the tip. So let's have a look at this landing page. This is the finished product. As you can see right here, it's looking really nice. Taken the custom image. It's got some nice animations. It's written all the copy, designed it, and it's also used the same brand colors, right? So it's taken the brand colors from the book and then just added that inside the page. So it all fits nicely together. Added some icons right here as well. And then it's got the CTA to book in core, right? Along with a couple of testimonials, it's taken from Notebook LM and then plug that right in here. Nice. So that was super easy and simple. And then if you want to deploy it, you could use Netlify or you could use the skill for sale, right? So you could type in @ for sale here, @ for sale deployment, and then just say, okay, deploy this. And what that will do is give you a shareable custom domain or subdomain that you can share with people right here using the skill MD file, right? Usually I use a Netlify MCP, but if we can use for sale, why not? The other option you have is you can just say, okay, deploy this with Netlify. It will call on the MCP tool for Netlify, as you can see right here. And then boom, we've got that ready to go. Let's click open on that. And there we go. So we vibe coded the whole page out using Antigravity, Notebook LM. We use these skills for Loki, as well as the front end development skills. And then you finally have the page right here. So that's basically how to use the skills from Antigravity. Like you see, all the video notes from today are inside the free AI Success Lab, along with the resources and terminal commands for installing this. This is a completely free community that connects you with 47,000 members, as you can see. And inside the classroom, if you go to January, you'll see the full guide on Google Antigravity, how it works, the resources, and the terminal commands. Plus, we've got a full step-by-step guide on exactly how to use Google Antigravity as well. So thanks very much for watching. If you want to get access to a community of serious AI builders who are focused on growing and saving time and scaling with AI, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description, or go to aiprofitboardroom.com. We have a daily accountability group where you can stay laser focused, avoid information overload using the daily accountability group where you post your goals and then focus on whatever you need to achieve. You've got the win section here where you can share your wins, share what's working for you. You can see all these people absolutely crushing it. For example, Chris built his first custom GPT. Jay absolutely smashed it, winning the weekly challenge. You've got Steven crushing it with Minimax, etc. And also inside the classroom here, you get access to all my best trainings. Now, if you ever get stuck and you want to jump on a live call, you can see the live coaching calls right here. So you can jump on these calls. And then also inside the classroom, you can see that we have a full roadmap on exactly how to go from beginner to expert with AI automation for your business. Plus, you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. As well as that, you'll get all my best playbooks for Twitter, for newsletters, for shorts, for AI avatar videos. And then also we have a full course on how to get more clients, a roadmap on how to rank #1 with AI SEO, and also a full 6-week map on exactly how to grow and scale a YouTube channel based on what's working for me. So you can get that all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Plus you can personally DM me. I answer questions inside there every day as well. So if you ever get stuck, you can post a question and then we're always happy to help and guide you and respond to you, as you can see right here. So feel free to give that link in the comments description to the AI Profit Boardroom. So let's see what questions we've got so far. So Damien says, I'm struggling with the Netlify MCP in Antigravity. Whereabouts are you stuck? Just let me know. As you can see right there, all you need to do is install it, connect your personal access token, and then call upon it inside the chat whenever you need it. I have this really cool SOP skill for the AI before building apps. Yeah, share it in the boardroom. Would love to see that. Great information, brother. Got to run to finish that website workflow I was talking about in the boardroom. 90% done. When you're free, check the message I left about Claude. Awesome. See you inside there. See you inside the AI Profit Boardroom. I've not even learned how to use MCPs yet. Surprisingly simple, actually. We have a full guide inside the boardroom on how to use them and set them up and that sort of thing. As you can see right here, we actually have a full training on MCPs. It's a full 1-hour training. You can use the archive inside the AI Profit Boardroom to get access to this stuff, right? So you can see all the community posts about this stuff. And then also inside the classroom here, you have all these different trainings with video tutorials on how to set up MCP agents, how to use open code directly inside Google Antigravity. Now, Google Antigravity is free, very powerful tool. You can see a page that we just coded out right here. So if we open this up, you can see we just built this landing page literally in a few minutes using Antigravity. And the cool thing about Antigravity now is like it can code, it can vibe code, it can use MCPs to deploy websites live. It's a very powerful IDE. It's free. I never seem to hit the limits with Gemini Flash. And you can also get access to Claude Opus and that sort of thing. Plus, you get all these skills, as you can see on the left-hand side, for pretty much everything you can think of, even, for example, like using PDFs or PowerPoints and that sort of thing. Now, how do you use open code? So what you're going to do is you're going to go to extensions over here, and you can see that you can get the extension for open code like this, right? So what you want to do, make sure you install that. Then once you've installed it, you'll see something like this, right? So just to be clear here, you go to extensions, then you make sure you have open code installed like this, and then you can go and start a new session over here. Right. There's also a few different variations of this. So for example, you've got open code GUI as well. And also, I think you can install it inside the actual terminal as well. Let's have a look. And then what you can do is, as you can see right here, we've set up open code and it's using that to delegate tasks, right? So for example, here we've said use open code to improve the CSS. And now it's editing the CSS for this particular project using open code, right? So it's got this open code run command right there. And you can see it's beginning to code out inside the CSS to improve it. Now, if we, for example, type in the terminal here, we can also use open code. So if you just type in open code run, like you can see over here, and then you give it the command. So I don't know, open code run 5+5, it will answer you using the AI inside the terminal right here as well. So there's two different ways. I would honestly say like the easiest way is just use it inside the chat here. But if you want to use it with the terminal directly, you can over here. You might say, why would you use that? Honestly, it's mostly because you get access to more API credits, right? For free, right? So open code is free. And then if you ever run out of limits with open code, with Antigravity, you can use open code directly inside the terminal to keep coding out, right? To bypass API token limits. In fact, the #1 comment I usually get on YouTube videos when I'm coding with Antigravity is that it has too few tokens to use, right? And so if you're using open code, then you bypass that and you can keep coding even if you run out of credits on Antigravity. Let's see what questions we got here. I got confused a bit when combo Antigravity and open code, something it feels similar or redundancy. So again, you just use it if you're running out of credits, right? Or if you want to access different APIs. What have we got going on? We're using open code directly with Antigravity. Plus we've shown how to install skills as well and use this as an agent inside Antigravity. And Alex says, apparently Google AI Studio is starting to A/B test again. Rumor said a Gemini 3 Pro checkpoint. Well, that'd be exciting. It's been a while since a good update came out from Google, so I'd be excited to see that. So we've got the new updates right here, as you can see. So it's verifying the CSS improvements. The agent is running in the background to UI test it inside a separate Chrome. It's inspecting the design elements. And if we go inside here, you can see this is the new page with the new CSS. for this particular project. So just to recap here, what have we done? We previously had a project that we built out using Antigravity. We ran open code inside the chat, but also inside the terminal, and showed you how to use it. We showed you how to get more credits on whatever you're coding by using open code instead. And then also I've shown you how to, for example, update and improve the front end using a combination of open code and also Antigravity. Now, the cool thing is, if you use this inside the chat directly, you could also use skills with open code, right? So you could tag in, for example, an MCP server and use open code with that directly. Or what you could do is you could get the AI agent to test out the changes from open code, right? So if you look inside the Chrome browser here, the AI agent is now looking at the front end changes that open code has made. Like, for example, this hovering feature over here. So you get the power of open code with Antigravity directly, and then you never run out of tokens, essentially, because you're using a combination. You can also, for example, use Client and other Visual Studio Code extensions inside the extension section here, install them, and then also bypass token limits using that too. But that's basically how it works. So I'm just going to stop the agent in the background right now. This is the updated page. The improvements are subtle, but it looks nice with the hover animation and everything else. And that was pretty easy to set up. Plus, this is all free, right? Antigravity is free. The MCP servers are free. The skills that you can import from GitHub are free. And then also open code itself is free. So it's a really powerful combination. And you can also deploy this to subdomains like we've seen earlier in the video. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all my best training on Antigravity, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. It connects you with 47,000 people who are interested in coding and building with AI. If you go to the classroom here, and then you go to January 2026, you can see a full video tutorial on Antigravity, the full resources from today, how to set this up, etc. We also have loads of training inside here if you search in the archive for open code. So you can see all these video tutorials if you want to learn how to use open code and how to build with it and what other cool stuff it can do, so you can see. And then if you haven't already, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an amazing community of people serious about growing, scaling, and building the business with AI, right? So if you want to learn, for example, how to use open code, or for example, you want to get live coaching for you or your team, you can do that inside the calendar right here. Inside the community, you can ask questions whenever you get stuck with something. And it's a very active community, so you can get help and support whenever you need it, right? So for example, we actually have this daily accountability group where you can write down your goals, avoid shiny object syndrome, avoid information overload, avoid overwhelm, and just post your goals and be like, I'm going to focus on these today. And we actually check back in and make sure that you actually implement them, which is pretty cool. Also, inside the win section, you can see all this cool stuff that we're doing, people sharing their wins, what they're creating, etc. Lots of people getting awesome results. It's not just me with AI automation. As you can see, Dylan is sharing his progress and got some awesome wins with N8M, for example. So if you want to learn and grow with AI, this is the best place to do it. And also, we have a full automation course that shows you how to go from complete beginner to expert with AI automation, plus how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, you'll get my best trainings, for example, for creating AI avatar videos, screen shares with AI clones, like you can see. We've got training on how I automate X. Bear in mind, like yesterday, we reached 457,000 people in one day with X. So it's a really powerful tool if you know how to use it. And then also you can see here that we've got a full agency course on how to get more clients, how to scale your agency. You can watch back the coaching calls and the recordings there. If you want to learn AI SEO automation, we have a full section right here. And we'll also show you how to build a full YouTube channel from scratch, showing you what's working for me right now. Notebook LM plus Antigravity just changed everything about building apps. I'm going to show you how to build a real web app in 10 minutes with Notebook LM and Google Antigravity. No code needed. This is stupid easy and anyone could do it. Let's go. I just built a working meal planner in less than 10 minutes. People actually use apps like this. They get real traffic and you can put ads on them. But here's the thing most people don't get. Building apps used to be hard. You needed to code. You needed developers. Not anymore. AI changed the game completely. And I'm about to show you exactly how to do this yourself with 2 free tools. So let me break this down. The old way of building apps was a nightmare. You had to hire someone, wait weeks or months, and hope they understood what you wanted. But now with Notebook LM and Google Antigravity, you can skip all of that. You can go from idea to finish. So let me walk you through the exact process with the exact prompts I used. Step 1, open Notebook LM. Here's the exact prompt I gave it. Copy this word for word if you want. I want to build a meal planner web app. It should help people plan their weekly meals based on their dietary preferences and goals. I need help with the app concept, features, branding, and how to market it. Can you help me plan this out step by step and give me ideas for what features to include? That's it. Hit enter. Notebook LM takes that and runs with it. It'll come back with suggestions for features like calorie tracking, recipe database, shopping list generation, dietary filters for vegan, keto, gluten-free. It'll suggest brand names. It'll outline the whole thing for you. This part might take 10 or 15 minutes, but it's worth it. You're laying the foundation for everything that comes next. Step 2, use Notebook LM to create your prompt for Antigravity. This is the most important step. Here's the exact prompt I used with Notebook LM. Copy this. Based on this meal planner idea we just discussed, can you write me a detailed technical prompt for Google Antigravity? Include the app purpose, all features we talked about, design style, user flow from start to finish, and all functionality. Make it clear and structured so Antigravity can build it perfectly. Be specific about what each feature should do. Notebook LM will give you back a massive prompt. It'll be like 3 or 4 paragraphs. Don't change anything. Just copy that entire thing. You're going to paste it into Antigravity in the next step. Step 3, open Google Antigravity and paste that entire prompt from Notebook LM. Don't try to write your own prompt. Use the one Notebook LM gave you, then hit enter and just wait. Antigravity will start building your app right in front of you. You'll see the form appear, you'll see the buttons get styled, you'll see the meal plan generator come to life. It's honestly kind of wild to watch. In 5 to 10 minutes, you'll have a working prototype. And if something's not quite right, you can just tell Antigravity to fix it. Just type simple commands like change the green to blue, or add a print button for the meal plan, or make the recipe cards bigger, or add images to each recipe. It's all done through simple one-sentence prompts like that. If you want to learn how to automate your entire business with AI tools like Notebook LM and Antigravity, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is where you'll learn to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. We've got members building apps, launching products, and growing their businesses faster than ever before. Link is in the description. Step 4, test your app, click around, make sure everything works the way you want it to. Try selecting different dietary preferences, generate a few meal plans, check the shopping list, make sure it looks good on your phone. This is where you catch any issues before you launch. If something doesn't work, just tell Antigravity. The shopping list isn't showing all ingredients. Can you fix that? Or the meal plan needs more variety. Can you add more recipe options? Antigravity will fix it in seconds. Step 5, launch your app. Antigravity gives you a live link you can share. You can put it on your website, share it on social media, submit it to tool directories, start getting traffic to it. And here's where Notebook LM comes back in. Go back to Notebook LM and use this exact prompt. Copy it. I just built a meal planner web app using the plan we created. Now I need a launch strategy. How do I get traffic to this app? Give me specific tactics for SEO, social media, and content marketing. What keywords should I target? What social media posts should I create? What should I do in the first week to get my first 100 users? Notebook LM will give you a complete action plan. It will tell you exactly where to share your app, what content to create, how to get your first users. It will give you keyword ideas like free meal planner, weekly meal plan generator, healthy meal planning tool. You can even ask it to create social media posts for you. Just say, write me 10 Instagram captions promoting my meal planner app, include relevant hashtags. It will do it instantly. Or say, write me a blog post about the benefits of meal planning that I can use to drive traffic to my app. Done in 30 seconds. I've seen people build all kinds of apps with this method. Meal planners, workout trackers, form builders, portfolio sites, landing pages, simple games. The possibilities are endless. And the best part is you can test ideas fast. If something doesn't work, you didn't waste months building it. You spent 10 minutes. Move on to the next idea. Here's what most people miss though. The idea matters. You can build anything with these tools, but that doesn't mean you should build just anything. Build something people actually need. Solve a real problem. Make someone's life easier. That's how you get users. That's how you build something that lasts. Think about common pain points. What do people struggle with? What takes too long? What's annoying? Those are opportunities for simple web apps. A meal planner solves the problem of deciding what to eat every day. A workout tracker solves the problem of staying consistent with fitness. Find the problem, build the solution, and don't overthink it. Your first app doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to have 50 features. Start simple. Build something that works, get it in front of people, listen to their feedback, then make it better. That's how all great products start, small and simple, then they grow. The tools are here. Notebook LM and Antigravity are both free. There's no excuse not to try this. You could literally build your first app today, right after watching this video. Pick an idea, plan it in Notebook LM, build it in Antigravity, launch it, see what happens. Even if nobody uses it, you learn something, you prove to yourself that you can build. That's valuable. And one more thing, to make your entire business with AI tools like Notebook LM and Antigravity, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is where you'll learn to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. We've got members building apps just like this one, launching products, creating content, automating their workflows, and growing their businesses faster than ever before. They're using the exact same tools I just showed you, but taking it to the next level with advanced strategies and templates you won't find anywhere else. We break down every tool, every strategy, every automation step by step so you can implement it in your business immediately. No fluff, just what works. Link is in the description below. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. It's completely free, and it's the best place to learn how to actually use this stuff in your business. You'll get templates, prompts, walkthroughs, and real examples from people who are already doing this successfully. Whether you want to build apps, create content, automate tasks, or just stay up to date with the latest AI tools, everything you need is inside. Plus, you can ask questions and get help from people who have already figured this out. Join thousands of others who are transforming their businesses with AI. Again, it's free. Link is below. So today I'm going to show you how to make Antigravity, which is a powerful free vibe coder from Google, 10 times better. Right, and this is using something called Antigravity Kit. So it's a free GitHub you can install directly into Google Antigravity. And once you've done that, you're going to see some insane stuff. So for example, here you can see that we actually just launched this website. As you can see, if we actually open this up, what we've done here is install 2 different kits to make my project way better, right? And you can see the output right here. So this is the vibe coded page. You can see very unique, very different in its style. Doesn't look like generic AI slot. And we've done that using Google Antigravity. And there's 2 different work kits that we've added inside here. Number 1 is called UI ProMax, and number 2 is called Antigravity Kit 2.0. And if you combine them, you create something that's absolutely insane, right? And you can see, for example, we've got all these different agents, for example, for backend, databases, for front end, for game development, mobile development, orchestrating agents as well. Even SEO specialists are built inside there. And then also we've got these different skills that we can leverage to make and our projects, number 1, actually work better, but number 2, look better. And number 3, make it way more fun to use Antigravity. So how are we doing this and what are we doing, right? So essentially, the way that you can set this up is number 1, you use this setup Antigravity Kit. This is version 2.0, which is relatively recent. And using Antigravity Kit 2.0, all you do is you just go inside your terminal on whatever project you're working on. So let me show you an example from scratch. If we open up a new window here, we'll open up a new folder and we'll just, a random example, we'll call this Snape game, right? Obviously, you can build like websites, games, tools, apps, mini apps, etc. using Antigravity. But just as a quick example, let's create something basic, right? So if we open up the chat over here on the right-hand side, what we're going to do is then go to terminal and new terminal at the top, and we're just going to install the Antigravity Kit, right? So that's installing Antigravity Kit CLI, as you can see. And now we've got all of these agents on the right-hand side. So that's how simple it is, right? It's not a lot of work. You just copy and paste into the terminal. You don't have to know how to use terminal. I don't really know how to use it, but I can easily copy and paste straight into there. Now we've got these agents inside the folder. So this is our folder for the Snake game. Before it was empty. After we installed this, it's added the agents, the skills, the rules, etc. all inside here. It's even got these workflows, as you can see here. So for example, brainstorm, create, debug, deploy, etc. orchestrate, plan. These are different workflows you can call upon. So now, if you go inside the chat on the right-hand side, we can say, for example, create or /brainstorm, and we can actually use the brainstorm workflow to create something better for our game, right? So if I go brainstorm, create an SEO themed Snake game for my SEO agency, that will be a landing page to funnel traffic to my book a call page, right? So let's say, for example, we want to get more traffic to a page where people can book in a call, get a free strategy session, but we create something fun that it gets people's attention in the first place. So you see here, it's now using the Brainstorm Workflow that's pre-built in with Antigravity Kit, right? And essentially here it's like you want to create an interactive landing page for your SEO agency featuring a snake game. The goal is to engage visitors and seamlessly funnel them towards your strategy booking page. I couldn't have said it better myself. And then we've got a few options. So for example, we have the SERP Climber option. We have the Crawler Quest option. We have the Agency Empire, right? And it's actually recommended out of all three options, go with this one, right? So I'm going to go with the SERP Climber now. I'll just copy and paste that in and say, okay, go with this, right? Now, I'm going to stop that right there because before I go any further, what I also want to do is I want to use the UX ProMax free GitHub as well, which you can see right here, right? And again, all we have to do is just go to the terminal and then we can leverage this to create much better UI, right? So I can copy this. As you can see, we're going to go to terminal, new terminal, open this up, install the ProMax, as you can see right here. And now we've got this folder called shared UI with data and scripts. All right. And now we've installed both the toolkit and builder as well, right? So now we're going to say, okay, go ahead inside the chat here. As you can see, we can call upon different skills, workflows, and agents to build and improve our workflow inside Antigravity. And again, this is free because you're using, number one, the open source GitHub for Antigravity toolkit, which we got over here. Then we installed the UI UX ProMax skill, as you can see over here. And then we've also got the free browser agent inside Antigravity already installed. You can also use free MCP servers as well to deploy this, to create databases, etc. That's super easy once you figure that out too. And then you can see how it's building out the game right here using the workflows that we created, right? We can also call upon these skills if we want to make the project itself better. So you could say, for example, okay, /create or /enhance to add better features. And now we've got this game, as you can see right here, with a link once the game ends to book in a free strategy session. So it's built the project really quickly, seems to work seamlessly. The agent is now testing out the project, which you can see with the blue background over here. And we can always stop the agent and just test it ourselves as well. So if we click on restart game, here we go. And that game is ready to go, right? And then every time it reloads, it's got this link that says book a free strategy session. And you can see how it's SEO themed and everything else, right? So for example, if we end the game here, click on that, boom, it's got a link to my free SEO strategy session. And there we go. Now, if we want to make this better, we can actually click on enhance over here, and using enhance and also using the UI ProMax feature, right? So we've got enhance and ProMax. We can say, okay, build a nice UI plus add better features to my project. Now, before we click on enter, you also see that it says, would you like me to help deploy this to Netlify? Which means that if I just said yes, we could actually deploy the whole game to a subdomain on Netlify so it's shareable with the world, or even deploy it to a custom domain, I don't know, SEO snake game, juliangoldie.com, right? And the way that we do that is we have these MCP servers installed here. So if you ever want to install MCP server to deploy, use Netlify. If you want to install a MCP server to set up a database where people can log in and save their progress with the game, then you would set up the MCP server for Superbase. Both of those are free as well, right? So we're going to hit enter like so, and this will call upon Antigravity Toolkit and also UI UX to build something better. It just looks nicer because it's okay at the minute, but we could improve the UI so much better, right? It could look 10 times better if we wanted to make it better. And then you can see here, it actually estimates the total implementation plan. And it's, should I proceed with this ProMax upgrade? Here's what we're going to do. So we're going to visually overhaul it. We're going to add some advanced features and we're going to change these 3 files, right? So I'll click OK now, and it's beginning to edit the style CSS and everything else. Now, if we go back, you can see that it's beginning to test out the new features and it's hosting it locally as well here, right? So if we want to test it ourselves, we can navigate to this local host, and that's where the website is hosted, as you can see. And now it looks a lot nicer, right? So it's beginning to look better, beginning to look more interesting. It's still going to make a lot more changes, but the main point here is like it's pretty easy and simple to set up. Now, whilst we're waiting for that to load, let's talk about a few things. All right, so if you want to learn how to use this, how to set this up, I've actually included the terminal commands and the links to the resources from today inside the AI Success Lab. Completely free, link in the comments description. Also comes with a video tutorial, and it's got links to the documentation for both of these GitHubs, right? So that's an amazing community with 47,000 people. Now, if you go inside the January 2026 section here, it'll show you exactly how to install this. But also, let's talk about some limiting beliefs that are holding some people back, right? So some people will say these skills, for example, that we're building or using or leveraging, right? These agents are just documentation, right? They don't actually help. But the difference is like, skills are what make agents specialists. So without skills, agents are generic. And with skills, they become experts. For example, if you're using like the authentication or authorization skill, that's going to cover like some of the best practices and some of the best examples of how to implement this. The same with the UI ones, right? If you use an AI specialist agent for UI, the outputs of the UI are going to be 10 times better than if you use a generic one, because it's just focused on fixing that one thing, right? And the more context AI has from one specific thing, the better it tends to perform and the more useful the outputs tend to be. So it's kind of like giving someone a checklist of exactly what to check, except the checklist is comprehensive knowledge from industry experts, right? So really, these skills that you're using inside the project turn generic AI into domain experts pretty much instantly. And the difference between amateur and professional isn't talent, it's applied knowledge. And skills provide that knowledge automatically to AI agents that you use inside Antigravity. Also, some people say I need different tools for different tasks, right? So if you're vibe coding a project out, before you might have used like multiple different tasks or different tools for creating the UI versus the backend and everything else. Really, with Antigravity, you don't have to worry about that, right? You can do everything in one place. The real story here is like tool bloat, having multiple subscriptions or tools. That is a problem, right? And people often have a million different browser tabs open, loads of different AI tools, loads of different subscriptions, and they get overwhelmed and it's chaos, right? But the cool thing about Antigravity Kit is that it consolidates everything into one system. So if you need front-end development, use a front-end specialist. If you need back-end architecture, use a back-end architect. If you need help with UI, use a UI specialist, right? And this is all inside your existing AI tools. So you don't need switch or lose context, or you don't need any friction, right? And so this is one of the best productivity systems because it's got the fewest tools. You just stay in one place, which is Antigravity. And so the new belief really here is like consolidation, aka having everything in one place inside Antigravity, is much better than fragmentation, aka having like multiple different tools you zoom in and zoom out of and flip in between them all, right? And so one system with specialists is going to beat many tools with generalists, right? So reduce the tools, increase your focus, and then you can use these tools inside here, as you can see, right? Also, inside the video notes, inside this free group, you also find details on how to get access to free stuff. For example, Open Claude Cowork, right? Open Claude Cowork is like a free alternative to Claude Cowork that you can get access to. And actually, so far, I've preferred it. So that's something else to check out inside there for fun. So that is essentially how to use Antigravity and just make it 10 times better using these tools. You can see it running in the background right here. And if you want to get access to all the video notes from today, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. And this connects you with nearly 47,000 people who are interested in AI. If you go to the classroom and then go to this section, you'll see the video notes at the bottom. If you're serious about growing and scaling your business and saving time with AI, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description, or go to aiprofitboardroom.com. You get access to an amazing community of serious AI builders, entrepreneurs who are growing, scaling, and saving time with AI. You can also see inside the win section, people are sharing their wins, sharing how they're learning and growing with AI. And this is a community where we all just raise each other up, help each other grow, share cool stuff, and just help each other win with AI. Inside the calendar, you get 4 weekly coaching calls. You can jump on live coaching calls, get help whenever you need it, meet the community, etc. And inside the classroom here, you can get access to all of my best training. So for example, if you want to learn how to go from beginner to expert with AI in just 5 weeks, plus learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You can also learn my best systems and playbooks for growing and scaling and saving time with AI. So for example, like AI avatar videos, newsletter automations, or X automations, etc. Additionally, inside the classroom here, you can see how to get more clients with the agency course, how to number one inside AI search engines to get more free traffic from Google and other AI search engines, and also how to grow and scale a YouTube channel in just 6 weeks. So this is all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. I personally connect with members inside there. You can DM me anytime. I also answer the questions personally inside that too. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. So today I'm going to show you exactly how to use this new AI agent like you can see here for Google Antigravity. And this is a powerful free plugin that you can plug into and install inside Google Antigravity to make your vibe code even more powerful, right? So let's test this out and see exactly how it goes. So what we're going to do from here is we are going to grab all the information. We're going to go to Claude and just say how to install inside Antigravity. This is like the easiest non-technical way to install any GitHub on any tool, right? Any platform. So we're going to go into Antigravity like you see. Then we're going to go to new terminal here And if you've never used Google Antigravity before, it's basically a free vibe coding tool that you can download and install locally and run locally. Comes with free APIs, agents, kind of like a copy of Visual Studio Code. But the difference is that it comes with like free APIs for Claude, for Google Gemini, and also it has a browser use agent installed, right? So it's kind of like a better version or a simpler, easier version of Visual Studio Code, which is an IDE for coding and vibe coding direct. So you can see we're now installing the ProMax installer for UI and UX right here, as you can see. And now that we've installed this, we can just get started with using this process, right? Now, I'd be interested to know, if we go back to Antigravity, we start a new window, what the difference is between the original UI and the new UI, right? So we've installed the agent for UI, front end skills over here. And then this one over here doesn't have the UI plugin installed, right? And we'll just test the difference and see which one performs the best. So if you're wondering, okay, what are the benefits of using the UX ProMax skill? You're basically going to get much better design intelligence for building the UI, right? So if you've ever noticed when you're using Gemini or Claude or Antigravity to build out like the front end, the actual design of your website, quite often like the design is generic or boring or not that interesting or looks like every other AI tool that you've built, right? That's been built out there. So this way you just get a much smarter way of designing that's much more interesting, as you can see, and it has like the actual principles of design built in. Here's an example landing page, and basically what it's going to do is like it'll take the user request, like for example, build a landing page for my SEO agency. Then it's going to do a multiple domain search, so like product type matching, style recommendation, color palette, etc. It's going to then use a reasoning engine, and then it's going to complete the design output, right? And it actually has categories specific for different industries, right? So for example, like healthcare or tech or e-commerce or services, etc. Right? Different effects depending on the industry as well. And you can use this inside Claude Code or Cursor or Windsurf or Antigravity or whatever you want to use. So just to show you like the difference between these, right? You've got Antigravity with no plugins, no UI design agents installed. And you can see an example right here, right? And it will just go off and just quickly create that project like you can see, right? So it's actually opened it up. You can see an example of what this looks like. It created a background image with Nano Banana, and that's what the page looks like, right? It's not bad. It's pretty basic, but that's what the page looks like. So it's just kind of like a generic cookie cutter design from AI. If you go back to Antigravity now, we're going to use the new agency, the new design plugin. This is the new design, right? So this is actually using the design agent, and you can see the design difference is dramatic. It looks totally different, but it has its own character, and it doesn't look like a generic sort of template. It looks like something that's actually custom tailored for our brand. It's even used our design colors, and you can see here how different does that look to the original. Plus the AI agent is testing out and making sure it's actually good before it goes off and does anything else. It's just taken the UI and the thought process to a whole new level with much better reasoning and much more reasoning. Again, this is the old chat, no thought at all, pretty generic, pretty boring. This is a new chat, looks way more interesting, way more thought on it, way more reasoning. And it's not just thinking about design, it's also thinking about like performance highlights and that sort of thing, right? And then if we take a look here, this is the actual website, right? It looks 10 times better. It's even come up with a cool name, which is Goldie.seo for the name of the website, which I really like as well. So that design agent is 10 times better. Literally, you're going to get way better outputs, and it's free to install. It takes 2 minutes to set up. It's really easy to do, right? So let's just have a look through this page, and we'll compare the final outputs side by side. So this is the without any plugins, and you can only scroll down to there. Very basic, looks very generic, not that interesting, right? This is the new version, and you can see better images, better graphics. It's using our brand colors. All right, so if you go to juliangoldie.com, you can see that our brand colors are similar with that orange. It's got a much better headline. It's way more unique. It's got like a cool CTA button here. And the page itself just looks way more interesting. Plus, it's more designed for conversions, right? It's even thinking as well like about where to send the traffic. Whereas if you look on here, it's actually sending traffic to a contact form, which is not that useful, right? We'd rather send them to a book a call page. So overall, the page is 10 times better. The plugin is free. It's a no-brainer to use it in my eyes. And that is an amazing GitHub that's just going to help you get way more out of the projects you vibe code with Antigravity. and it's free. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to this, I've also included the notes inside the free training from today. So if you go to the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description, completely free. It connects you with 46,000 members, as you can see, who are interested in AI. If you go to the classroom here, then you're going to go to January. You'll be able to get a free training on exactly how to use Antigravity. And I've added all the information plus the details of how to set up ProMax skill plugin, as you can see right here inside the free training. So you get free video, you get all the details of ProMax, the benefits, how to set it up, etc., the link to the resources from today. And again, like, what are the benefits? What are the key benefits here? With UI, you basically get a much more intelligent design system. So normally, like, you describe what you want and AI kind of guesses at the colors and the fonts and everything else. If you look at ProMax, it actually analyzes your product type, generates a complete industry-specific design system in seconds, right? Also, it's got industry-specific intelligence. So it has over 100 reasoning rules for different industries. It could be SaaS or design or B2B enterprise, whatever industry you're in, there's presets available for each one. Right. As well as that, it avoids like the common AI patterns, right? So normally AI would use emojis as icons. It's going to forget like cursor pointer on clickable elements. It's going to create like generic purple and pink gradients. I think you know what I'm talking about if you use Antigravity regularly. And it avoids like poor contrast ratios, plus avoids like missing hover states, right? Whereas with UI UX Pro, you avoid all that and you make it look less generic. You make it look less like AI slop, essentially. You also got 57 different UI styles, 95 color palettes, and 56 font pairings, plus a pre-delivery checklist, consistency across each session, and multi-stack intelligence as well. So thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. If you want to get all the free video notes from today, along with a 30-day plan for Antigravity, all my trainings you can see right here. We've got loads of training on Notebook LLM, Claude AI SEO, Microsoft, etc. You can get that inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. Or if you want to get serious about growing your business, scaling your business, saving time with AI, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an amazing community. I personally connect with people inside there. We answer your questions inside the community. You can connect with 2,100 serious AI builders. And additionally, you can post in there and ask any questions you have. On top of that, you can post your wins, share your progress, etc. And you see everyone's winning and learning together, as you can see inside the win section here. If you want to get live support and help, you can get that inside the calendar. So you can jump on 4 weekly live coaching sessions per week, ask any questions you have, that sort of thing. And also, you get my best training. So inside the AI Profit Boardroom, you learn how to go from beginner to expert with AI automation in just 5 weeks, plus how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. As well as that, learn my best playbooks for automating X, newsletters, shorts, AI avatar videos. All of my best systems are inside the classroom here. And additionally, if you want to learn how to get more clients, you can check out the agency course. If you can't make the live coaching calls, you can watch them back live right here. If you want to learn how to rank inside Google and other AI search engines, you can learn our best AI SEO automations. And also, if you want to go from like 0 to growing and scaling a YouTube channel, you can do that inside the 6-week roadmap right here. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Feel free to get it. Link in the comments description or go to aiprofitboardroom.com and I'll see you in there. Cheers for watching. Bye-bye. Let's see what questions we got here. So have you been able to get Antigravity's knowledge component in the Agent Manager to work properly? Yeah, so far so good. But if you do need more tips on that, feel free to ask inside the AI Profit Boardroom. We can support you. Jeff says, is the 5-hour AI mastery video good? I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but I'm always happy to help there. Where do you get UI UX Pro? So you can get that inside the free video notes from today, as I mentioned earlier. Today, we're going to be looking at Antigravity Kit 2.0, which is a way of enhancing and augmenting Antigravity, Google Antigravity for free with specialist agents. So you can, for example, plug in agents, skills, workflows, rules, better architecture, etc. This is a free GitHub. If you want to get the video notes and all the links and the resources from today, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab, along with an extra video tutorial on exactly how to use Antigravity. And we're going to get straight into this and get it installed, okay? If you've never used Antigravity before, it's like a free vibe coding app built by Google. It's kind of like Virtual Studio Code, except you get agents that can control your browser, and it's a lot more powerful for vibe coding apps and building stuff out. So if you want to run this, let's test it out. So you can see we're running this inside a terminal just to set up the dependencies, etc. And then you can actually run these inside the project that you create inside Antigravity, right? So let's try this out now. We've got this, for example, Tetris game that we've built with Antigravity, and we want to load in the Antigravity Kit 2.0, which is a free sort of enhancer and way to improve Antigravity. So let's get this started. What we've basically done is to load this in, you go to terminal, then new terminal, and then you plug in this npx command here. All the notes and the commands are inside the AI Success Lab if you want to get access to this stuff. But essentially, that's how you load this kit directly into Antigravity to make it a lot more powerful. So once you've done that, then we can test this out. So you can see, for example, you can use like / commands, you can mention agents, you can load automatically with skills based on your task, right? And these are commands that weren't there previously. So let's try this out. So we're going to go inside and you can see that if we put / create, we can call this command, right? So this triggers a skill. All right, so we've called create.md and we said, okay, what should we add inside here? It's giving us a list of gameplay enhancements we could add, also visual effects, and also set social and meta games, like you can see, right? And then it's actually refined a plan using the skills MD file, right? So if we go inside the folder here, you can see that we've got these new skills, right? So clean code, code review, deployment, Docker expert, etc. We have these agents, for example, backend, database, debugger, front end, game developer, mobile developer, etc. These are all new agents that we've plugged in using the Agent Toolkit 2.0. And then also we should be able to find a list of skills, as you can see here. So even stuff like, for example, behavioral modes or brainstorming, etc. We could actually say, okay, brainstorm, right? / brainstorm. And then you can actually come up with better ideas to improve the project using the new agent over here, right? So let's say, okay, give me some new ideas. And basically, if you want to enhance your workflows in a way that just makes Antigravity 10 times more powerful, well, you can use these pieces like you can see here, right? And actually talks about the pros and the cons and how much effort would be required for each option, right? It gives us like 3 or 4 different options like you can see. And then it also gives us an overall recommendation. And this is using the new skills feature from Antigravity that just came out this week and combines it with a bunch of pre-made skills that someone's tested. And then we've loaded that into our Antigravity program, like you can see, right? So for example, it can make decisions. It can come up with examples. It uses core principles to really figure this stuff out, right? And to create better projects. So it's just going to enhance the options you get, right? So we could say, okay, let's go with that. Matt says, is it AI or the real Julian Goldie? Is the real Julian Goldie? So good to see you here. And I'm glad that my AI avatar is that convincing, to be honest. So we're not at the point where an avatar can live stream yet, but I think that's coming. Give it a year or so. So you can see this is now editing the project and building out with the direction that we gave it. And there's so many cool things you can explore here. It's even got the SEO fundamentals built into the project as well. So have a look at this, right? So it's now testing the new game using the options that we gave it. So for example, it's got tips, it's got a login, it's got a leaderboard, etc. And we built this all for free using Antigravity. And now you can see that Antigravity is actually testing out the game to improve it and to see what the functionality is, right? But if we actually go back inside Antigravity here, you can see that, for example, we've even got the SEO fundamentals as a skill built into it, right? So for example, it's like SEO fundamentals, EAT, core web vitals, Google algorithm principles, right? And then it's got the principles of SEO plugged in. So you've got this SEO agent that can enhance how well optimized your website is. The same, for example, over here, if you go inside the MCP builder skill section, you can actually build your own MCP servers inside Antigravity using the same principles that are plugged into the skill MD file. So it's just a bunch of like high quality skills that have been plugged into this project, along with a bunch of core you can stack in there too, right? So if we go to the agents, you can see all these ideas right here. You've also got the SEO Specialist Agent too. So not only do you have the skill of actually improving the SEO optimization, but you can always call upon your SEO agent to just improve what you're building out. So let's go back to the project now. And you can see here it's edited the CSS, the JS, etc. You don't need to be technical to understand this. Like, I'm not a technical person, but I can get the agent to do the technical stuff whilst I just communicate to it in plain English. Tyrone says, what is the GitHub repo? So it's Antigravity-kit. That is the repo, like you can see right here, right? This is the one that we've plugged into our project, like you can see. And if you want to get the installation instructions, you can get that inside the video notes from today, as you can see right here. And it shows you exactly how to set this up and install it using copy and paste commands. I've added the copy and paste commands here so that you can just copy and paste and steal these from me if you want to. And you can see, for example, even like little details like the faint outline on the pieces and creating a screen shake when the pieces are moved. So if we go back inside here, we can just confirm the changes and then it'll begin to edit out and improve our project. The great thing I like about Antigravity as well is a lot of people say, why don't you use Claude Code or why don't you use Bolt or something like that? I tend to find it's easier just to go back to projects. Like I can just quickly open up Antigravity, right click this, especially if I'm on a live stream, open up the folder that I've worked on recently, and then just continue to build out and improve whatever I'm creating, right? So if I've previously created, for example, a database and then deployed it to a subdomain, or for example, if I'm trying to tweak and improve the elements on the project, this is way faster and easier than if I was trying to go back through Claude and navigate to the old project, and it would take a lot more time, right? So you can see here, it's got like the next pieces inside the project. It's got the controls on the right hand side. You can see the ghost outline that is created on this piece, right? So this is the piece, and then this is the ghost outline of where the piece will land based on where we're moving it. And then we've got the scoreboard. We've also got a leaderboard inside here too. And we're just making a much better project using the skills and the agents that we've got inside here. So it's a really powerful tool. Definitely worth checking out. I feel like you could spend all day just messing around with the agents and the tools and the skills and everything else, but 100% worth checking out, right? And again, Antigravity is free. Superbase is free if you want to build the database. Deployment on Netlify is free. The APIs are free. Using the terminal commands to install the hub is free. And then all these agents are free as well. So pretty much everything inside here is free. You may say, okay, you're going to run out of API credits. I've never found that problem with Gemini Flash, so I wouldn't worry about that too. So that's basically how to use the agent toolkit. It is very powerful. It's really easy to use. I'm not technical and I managed to set it up. And then I think if you want, you can actually, I know Tyrone, you were asking about debuggers. So if you want to set up this, we actually have like this agent inside here once you've installed the GitHub, and it's a Debugger MD, right? And then if you type in so the @ sign, and then type in debugger, you can actually use the Debugger MD skill to just debug any problems that you have inside the project as well. So it's pretty easy and simple. And then you can see over here, we've got the playback of the video that we just tested, and it's created out that project like we said, right? So if we have a look here, it's like I've successfully verified the new features in the Tetris game. Here's the report on the visual effects, so the ghost pieces, the screen shakes, the particle effects, everything else, right? And it's fully completed, like you can see, right? And how long did that take? It was super easy to do. If we go back to the project here, we can start the game, try this out, like you can see. Pretty cool. It shakes now when we pull the pieces down, right? So you can see the screen shaking, and it's got that ghost effect that we were talking about earlier, which is pretty. And then you can also check out the tip section here. And if we go back, we've got a leaderboard. And if we go and log in, you can actually log in and then save your progress, right? So you can see here, for example, we've got a leaderboard once you log in with my score, my name, the level, and you can log out if you want to. So it's pretty much full stack. And then also the game sends people to this page right here. So you can use it as kind of like a lead magnet to funnel traffic to whichever pages you want to drive traffic to. So that is exactly how to use Antigravity Toolkit 2.0, 100% worth it, free to use, quite easy and simple. What I've actually done is I've created a list of the copy and paste commands if you want to set this up. You've also got a list to all the resources inside the AI Success Lab. I've shown you the Antigravity framework and exactly how to set this up. It talks you through each of the skills and what you get inside this GitHub and how it actually works. And then I've also given you a 30-day implementation plan. So if you really want to master this stuff, you can just follow this guide step by step for 30 days and really master it. Some people say I need to be technical to use AI agents. I would say that's the old belief, and it's not a belief really anymore. But remember when everyone thought you needed to be like a professional chef to cook good food? Then meal kits come along, pre-portioned ingredients, step-by-step instructions, and suddenly like anyone can make restaurant quality meals at home. And I feel like that's exactly what's happened here. You've got Antigravity Kit 2.0, which is basically the meal kit for AI development inside Antigravity. And you don't need to understand how neural networks work, right? You don't need to write complex prompts. You don't need to be a developer. You just install the kit with one command, mention whichever agent you want by typing in the @ or a / command, and then you're done, right? And the system handles the complexity behind the scenes. So you can be a complete beginner and then build like full stack applications in days, not months now. And the new belief really is like technical knowledge is built into the AI agents. You just direct them on what to do. And the agents know how to code, debug, optimize, and deploy. Your job really is to tell them what to build, not how to build it. That's a shift. You're the architect, they're the construction crew, right? Other people say AI agents are just fancy chatbots, but here's what most people miss, right? Generic AI chatbots are like having one assistant who's okay at everything, but not great at anything. Antigravity Kit gives you 16 specialists who are great at specific things. It's a difference between having a jack of all trades versus building a specialized team. So for example, my SEO agency, I don't have one person handling SEO, content, design, development, and client management. That would be crazy, right? I have specialists focus on their domain, and that's how we can help like hundreds of clients, right? The same principles apply here. It's like you've got the front end specialist who doesn't know back end architecture. And that's the point. It focuses 100% on creating stunning UIs, right? You have all these different agents that just specialize in one thing. And when you have that, you get exponentially better using those specialist agents rather than one generalist AI. The new belief that's going to empower you and help you win with this stuff is like specialized agents work together and outperform generic AI by 10x. So stop using one AI for everything and start orchestrating specialists using these AI agents instead, right? And then also some people say, well, setting up AI automation takes too long, right? But literally all you do is you type in this command. Like, it's as simple as that. And then 60 seconds later, you have 16 agents, 40 skills, and 11 workflows to use. No configuration, no setup, no complexity. So you just install and start building. And that creates leverage as well. So, the new belief really here is like the fastest systems work. You can deploy in seconds, not weeks. And the speed of implementation matters more than perfection. So just get it running and then optimize later. So you can get free access to this video tutorial on Antigravity, plus all the resources from today inside the AI Success Lab. This is an amazing community that connects you with 46,500 people like you can. And if you want to learn how to win with AI, if you want to join a community of people who are serious about building with AI, if you want to learn how to automate your business and save time and scale, just like I have with AI automation, then you can join the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description, or just go to aiprofitboardroom.com. You can ask any questions you have inside here. You can see it's a very active community where we share, learn, and win together. You can also see that it's not just me that's winning with this, right? So you can see all these people just sharing their wins, sharing what's working for them, sharing what they're building, etc. inside the Profit Boardroom, which is amazing. And then also, if you ever get stuck, you can jump on live coaching calls. So just jump on the call live. You can see the calendar right here. This changes depending on your time zone. And then you can jump on the calls, ask any questions you have, and get help and support whenever you need it. Top of that, we have a 6-week AI automation masterclass that shows you how to go from beginner to expert with AI in just 5 weeks, plus how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. You'll learn all of my best playbooks and systems for building and automating with AI. Additionally, you will get a course on how to land more clients based on what's working for me, recordings of my coaching calls, like you can see. You can also learn how to rank #1 inside AI and search engines. And also you get a 6-week roadmap on exactly how to grow and scale a YouTube channel. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description, or just go to aiprofitboardroom.com. Tarek says, amazing, always happy to help. And then says, I love using local LLM, any way to integrate to Antigravity, sometimes poor internet. Yeah, 100%. So here's what you do. So it's like you're using, because Antigravity is just like Virtual Studio Code, right? And so what you can do is you can run these local extensions inside Antigravity, right? So for example, Klein, which you can see right here, allows you to run local LLMs using, right? So you run the local LLM with, and then inside your settings of Klein, you can set up Olama to run. Let me show you how to do that. So what you're going to do here is you're going to go to settings, API provider, type in Olama, and then inside Olama, you just set the model that you want to use, right? So for example, Gemma 4B, we could use that. And then we can run Olama inside Antigravity and just build out using Olama, right? You can see we've got the local model set up in the settings on the left-hand side here. So you use the power of Klein inside Antigravity to help build out your project, even whilst you're offline or even whilst you don't want to spend API credits. So that's one of the best ways to do it. Because if you're using, for example, the APIs inside Antigravity, they're great, but they're cloud run, right? So you can use the local ones inside Klein instead. Orlan says, this AI avatar is getting out of hand. It's really me here. Don't worry, peeps. And then you can see Esther says, how is Claude included into Antigravity? All right. The way that you can use Claude inside Antigravity, there's a few options, right? I'm going to show you the best ones. So if you open up the chat here, you can actually use Claude Sonnet 4.5 thinking and Claude Opus 4.5 thinking inside the chat right here. So you can switch between these APIs and you can use Claude for free directly inside Antigravity chat, right? And you can use that for both fast and planning, right? As you can see right here. So that's one way you can use Claude. The other way that you can use this is if you go inside terminal here, right? So you type in new terminal. We're going to open up the terminal, which you can see at the bottom. So just drag this up. You can drag it up and down like that. And then from here, you would just type in whichever model you want to use. So if you want to use Claude Code, for example, you would just type in Claude inside the terminal here. And then you can start using Claude to enhance your project as well, right? So you've got two different options. And then, of course, you can always use Claude inside some of these extensions as well, like Klein. But I think you're better off just using it inside either terminal to get the full power of Claude or inside these APIs like you see right here. Google Antigravity, build and automate anything. Today, I'm going to show you a Google tool that nobody is talking about. This thing builds entire websites in seconds, no coding, no design skills, just pure automation. I'm about to reveal something that will change how you think about building online. And yes, it's completely free. So Google Antigravity, let me tell you what this actually is, because the name sounds fake, but I promise you it's real. Google has this experimental tool that they buried in their lab section. Most people have no idea it exists, and the ones who do know about it think it's just a fun little Easter egg. They're wrong. This thing is a weapon for automation. Here's what it does. You type in what you want to build, and it builds it. Landing pages, email sequences, sales funnels, customer onboarding flows, all of it. And it doesn't just give you some basic template. It creates custom stuff based on exactly what you ask for. The AI understands context, it understands your business, it understands what converts. Now, before I show you how to use this, let me tell you why this matters. Most people waste weeks trying to build stuff manually. They hire designers, they hire developers, they spend thousands on tools, and at the end of it all, they get something that barely works. Google Antigravity does it in minutes for free, and it actually works better than most custom builds I've seen. I'm going to walk you through the exact process I use, step by step, no fluff, just the stuff that actually moves the needle. But first, let me show you what's possible when you know how to use this right. I tested this tool last week with a simple prompt. I said, build me a landing page for an AI automation community that converts visitors into members. I wanted it to highlight the benefits of learning AI automation. I wanted it to show how people can save time and scale their businesses. And I wanted it to have a clear call to action. 30 seconds later, boom, done. Full landing page, professional design, compelling copy, everything. But here's where it gets crazy. The copy wasn't generic. It actually understood what makes people join communities. It talked about solving real problems. It mentioned saving hundreds of hours. It focused on practical benefits, not just features. This is the kind of copy that normally takes a professional copywriter hours to write, and it did it in half a minute. Now, you might be thinking, okay, that sounds cool, but how do I actually access this thing? Great question. Google doesn't advertise this tool. You won't find it on their main page. You have to know where to look. Go to Google Labs. That's where they test experimental features. Look for the anti-gravity section. It's usually buried under advanced tools. Once you find it, you just need a Google account to start using it. The interface is super simple. It looks like a basic text box. Don't let that fool you. The power is in how you prompt it. Most people type in something vague like make me a website. That's not going to work. You need to be specific. You need to tell it exactly what you want. The more details you give, the better the output. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Google Antigravity. The link is in the comments and description. Let me give you a real example. Instead of saying, build me a landing page, I say this: build a landing page for the AI Profit Boardroom that targets business owners who want to automate their workflows. The headline should focus on saving time and getting more customers. Include 3 benefit sections, one about AI automation, one about community support, one about practical templates. Add testimonial placeholders, include a strong call to action button that says join now. Use a modern, clean design with blue and white colors. See the difference? That prompt is specific. It tells the AI exactly what to include, and when you do that, the output is 10 times better. This is how you get professional results without hiring a team. Now, let me show you another use case: email sequences. Most businesses need automated email sequences to nurture leads, but writing emails is hard. You need to hook people, you need to provide value, you need to sell without being pushy. Google Antigravity handles all of this. I prompted it to create a 5 email welcome sequence for new members of an AI automation community. Here's what I typed: create a 5 email welcome sequence for new AI Profit Boardroom members. Email 1 should welcome them and set expectations. Email 2 should provide a quick win with a simple AI automation tip. Email 3 should introduce them to the community and encourage engagement. Email 4 should showcase a case study of someone who saved time with AI. Email 5 should invite them to their first live training session. Keep each email under 200 words. Use a friendly conversational tone. Include clear next steps in each email. Boom, 5 emails ready to go. Each one had a clear purpose, each one moved the reader forward, each one felt personal. This is the kind of sequence that normally takes days to write. Google Antigravity did it in under a minute. But here's what most people miss. The tool isn't just about speed, it's about quality. The emails it wrote weren't generic. They understood psychology. They used open loops. They built curiosity. They created urgency without being salesy. This is advanced copywriting, and it's available to anyone who knows how to prompt it right. Let me give you another example, customer onboarding. When someone joins your community or buys your product, you need to onboard them properly. If you don't, they get confused. They don't use what they bought. They ask for refunds. A good onboarding flow solves this, but building one manually is painful. You need to map out every step. You need to write instructions. You need to create templates. It takes forever. I use Google Antigravity to build an entire onboarding flow for new community members. I told it to create a welcome message, a quick start guide, and a checklist of first actions. I specified that it should focus on helping people get their first win fast. I wanted it to feel supportive and simple. 30 seconds later, I had everything: welcome message with a warm greeting, quick start guide with 3 easy steps, checklist with 5 actionable items, all formatted, all ready to use. Now, here's where this gets interesting. You can use Google Antigravity for way more than just text. You can use it to build interactive elements, quizzes, calculators, form sequences, anything that requires logic and automation. The tool understands conditional flows. It can create if this, then that scenarios. This means you can build smart funnels that adapt based on user behavior. For example, I created a quiz for people interested in AI automation. The quiz asks 5 questions about their current workflow. Based on their answers, it recommends specific AI tools they should learn. Each recommendation is personalized. Someone who answers that they spend most of their time writing gets different recommendations than someone who spends time on design. This kind of personalization used to require custom coding. Now you just describe what you want and the tool builds it. Let me give you the exact prompt I used. Build a 5-question quiz for business owners to identify which AI automation tools they need most. Question 1, ask what task takes up most of their time. Options: writing, design, data analysis, customer service. Question 2, ask what their biggest bottleneck is. Options: content creation, lead generation, team communication, task management. Question 3, ask how tech savvy they are. Options: beginner, intermediate, advanced. Question 4, ask what their main goal is. Options: save time, get more customers, improve quality, scale operations. Question 5, ask how much time they can invest in learning. Options: 30 minutes a week, 1 hour a week, 5 hours a week. Based on their answers, recommend 3 specific AI tools with brief explanations of why each tool fits their needs. That prompt created a fully functioning quiz with logic, with personalization, with recommendations. This is the kind of thing that normally costs thousands to develop. Google Antigravity did it for free. Now I want to talk about something most people overlook: templates. If you're running a business or a community, you need templates, email templates, social media templates, content templates, process templates. Creating these manually is tedious, but templates are what make automation possible. Without them, you're starting from scratch every single time. I use Google Antigravity to create template libraries. For example, I built a library of social media post templates for promoting AI automation content. I told the tool to create 10 different post formats, some focused on tips, some on case studies, some on common mistakes, some on quick wins. Each template had a clear structure, hook, value, call to action. I can now use these templates every single day without thinking. Here's the prompt I used: create 10 social media post templates for promoting AI automation tips. Each template should have a hook that grabs attention, a body that provides value, and a call to action that encourages engagement. Vary the formats, include question posts, tip posts, mistake posts, case study posts, and quick win posts. Keep each post under 150 characters, use simple language, make them easy to customize. 10 templates ready to go. This is how you scale content without burning out. You create the system once, then you use it over and over. At this point, you might be thinking, okay, this all sounds great, but what's the catch? Fair question. The catch is that most people won't use this. They'll watch this video, they'll think it's cool, and then they'll do nothing. They'll go back to doing things the hard way. They'll keep wasting time. They'll keep struggling with tech, and they'll wonder why everyone else is moving faster than them. The people who win are the ones who take action. They're the ones who actually go to Google Labs. They're the ones who start testing prompts. They're the ones who build their first landing page, their first email sequence, their first quiz, and then they improve it. they test, they iterate, they get better. That's how you actually get results. Let me keep going because there's more you need to know about this tool. One of the most powerful features is the ability to create multi-step automations. This is where Google Antigravity really shines. You can build entire workflows that connect multiple pieces together. For example, you can create a system where someone fills out a form, gets added to an email list, receives a welcome email, gets sent a survey, and then gets tagged based on their responses, all automatically. I built exactly this for a community onboarding process. New members fill out a simple form with their name, business type, and biggest challenge. Google Antigravity takes that info and sends them to the right onboarding path. Someone who says their biggest challenge is content creation gets emails about AI writing tools. Someone who says lead generation gets emails about AI outreach tools. This level of personalization used to require expensive marketing automation software. Now you can build it with a well-crafted prompt. Here's what that prompt looked like. Create an automated onboarding workflow. For new community members, step 1, collect their name, business type, and biggest challenge through a form. Step 2, send a personalized welcome email based on their biggest challenge. If they chose content creation, send tips on AI writing tools. If they chose lead generation, send tips on AI outreach tools. If they chose time management, send tips on AI automation tools. Step 3, 2 days later, send a survey asking if they've tried any AI tools yet. Step 4, based on their survey response, tag them as beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Step 5, send them a customized resource guide based on their tag. That one prompt built an entire workflow, multiple steps, multiple decision points, multiple outcomes. This is how you create experiences that feel personal, even though they're completely automated. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Google Antigravity. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 45,000 members who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. Google just dropped agent skills for anti-gravity, and it's absolutely game-changing. No more repeating the same prompts over and over. Your AI agents can now remember exactly how you want things done. This is going to save you hours every single week. Let me show you how this works and why you need to start using it today. Okay, so Google just released something that honestly blew my mind. It's called Agent Skills for Anti-Gravity. And before you click away thinking this is too technical, stay with me, because this is going to change how you use AI forever. Here's the problem we've all been having. You're using AI agents to help with your business. Maybe you're writing emails, creating content, building code, whatever it is. And every single time you start a new chat, you have to explain everything again. Hey AI, when you write emails for my business, make sure you use this tone, include these sections, follow this format. Over and over and over. It's exhausting. And half the time, the AI still gets it wrong. Well, that's over now. Agent Skills lets you teach your AI agent once, and it remembers forever. Let me break down what this actually is. Agent Skills is basically a knowledge pack for your AI. Think of it like giving your AI an instruction manual. You create a folder, you write down exactly how you want something done, and the AI reads it every time it needs to do that task. No more repeating yourself, no more inconsistent results. The AI just knows what to do. Here's how it works in practice. Let's say you're running the AI Profit Boardroom. You're creating content every day, social posts, email newsletters, course materials, and you have a very specific style you want. Short sentences, punchy, action-focused, value-packed. Before Agent Skills, you'd have to remind the AI every single time. Now you create one skill called AI Profit Boardroom Content Style. Inside that skill, you write down all your rules. Keep sentences under 15 words, use active voice, no fluff, always provide actionable steps, focus on real business results, and boom, done. The AI now applies these rules automatically every time you ask it to create content for the boardroom. But here's where it gets really powerful. You can create skills for anything. Email templates for your members, social media posts that match your brand, course outlines that follow your teaching style, landing page copy that converts, customer support responses that sound like you. The possibilities are endless. Now let me show you the technical side. Don't worry, it's super simple. Each skill lives in a folder. Inside that folder, you have a file called Skilled MD. That's it. That's the main file. Inside Skilled MD, you write two things. First, some basic info at the top, the name of the skill, a description that tells the AI when to use it. Then below that, you write your actual instructions. Let's build one together right now. Say you want to create member welcome emails for the AI Profit Boardroom. You make a folder called Boardroom Welcome Email. Inside, you create skill.md. At the top, you write the name. AI Profit Boardroom Welcome Email. Then the description. Use this when writing welcome emails to new AI Profit Boardroom members. Then you write your instructions. Start with a warm greeting, thank them for joining, explain what they get access to immediately, list the 3 most important resources to check first, include a call to action to introduce themselves in the community, keep it under 200 words, use an excited but professional tone, sign off with the team name. That's it. You save that file. Now, every time you ask the AI to write a welcome email for a new member, it automatically uses these exact guidelines. No reminding, no explaining. It just works. But wait, it gets better. You can add extra stuff to your skills. You can create subfolders, one called examples, where you put sample emails that worked well. One called scripts, where you put automation tools. One called resources, where you put templates or checklist. The AI can reference all of this when it needs to. And speaking of saving time with AI, if you want to learn how to use tools like agent skills to automate your workflow and grow your business, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is where we break down every new AI tool, show you exactly how to implement it step by step, and give you the templates and systems to actually use this stuff effectively. We've got members saving 20 hours a week using these exact automation techniques. Stop wasting time on repetitive tasks. Let AI handle it while you focus on what matters. Link is in the description. Let's keep going. Now, let me show you where these skills actually live on your computer. There are 2 places you can put them. The first is workspace specific. That means the skills only work for one project. You create a folder called agent.skills inside your project folder. Any skills you put there only apply to that project. The second location is global. You put skills in a folder called .gemini or Antigravity, skills in your home directory. Skills here work everywhere, every project, every agent. This is perfect for your general business rules that apply across everything you do. Now let's talk about the 5 patterns you can use to build skills. Understanding these will unlock the full power of this system. Pattern 1 is basic, just the skill.md file with instructions. No extras. This works great for simple tasks like always format dates as month, day, year, or use British spelling in all content. Quick, easy, effective. Pattern 2 is reference-based. You add a references folder. Inside, you put documentation, style guides, brand guidelines, whatever. The AI can look these up when needed. Perfect for the AI Profit Boardroom. You could put your brand voice document in there, your content calendar template, your course structure. Now, the AI always has access to your source materials. Pattern 3 is few-shot learning. You add an examples folder with real samples of good work. The AI learns from these examples. This is insanely powerful. Instead of just telling the AI what to do, you show it. For landing pages, you put 3 of your highest converting landing pages in there. The AI studies them and creates new pages that match that quality. Pattern 4 is tool-based. You add a scripts folder with actual automation scripts. Let's say you want the AI to always check grammar before finalizing content. You add a grammar checking script. The AI runs it automatically. Or you want to compress images before uploading. Add the compression script. The AI handles it. Pattern 5 is all in one. You combine everything: instructions, references, examples, and scripts. This is for your most important workflows, like your complete content creation process for the boardroom. The skill has your style guide, example posts, formatting scripts, and publishing checklist. The AI can handle the entire workflow start to finish. Let me give you a real example of how powerful this is. Say you're creating a new lead magnet for the AI Profit Boardroom, something like 10 AI prompts to automate your marketing. With agent skills, you have a skill called Boardroom Lead Magnet. Inside, you've got your format template, examples of previous lead magnets that worked, a checklist of what to include, scripts to format the final PDF. You just tell the AI, create a new lead magnet about AI marketing prompts, and it does everything. Follows your format, matches your style, includes all the right sections, runs the formatting scripts, outputs a ready-to-use lead magnet, 5 minutes instead of an hour. Let me show you how to set this up step by step. First, you need to create your skills folder. If you want it globally, you go to your home directory, create a folder called .gemini. Inside that, create Antigravity. Inside that, create skills. That's your global skills folder. Inside skills, you create a new folder for each skill. Name it something clear, like email templates or social posts or course outlines. Inside each skill folder, you create skill.md. Open it up. At the very top, you write 3 lines. Name, whatever you're calling this skill. Description, a clear explanation of when to use it. Make this detailed. The AI uses this to decide if it should activate the skill. Below that, you write your instructions. Be specific, be detailed. Don't assume the AI knows what you want. Write it like you're training a new team member, step by step. Clear examples. The more detail you give, the better results you get. Then you save the file, refresh Antigravity, and that's it. The skill is live. Next time you start a chat and ask for something that matches the description, the AI automatically loads that skill and follows your instructions. Here are some best practices that will save you tons of headaches. First, keep your descriptions super specific. Don't just say for writing content, right? Say for writing educational social media posts about AI automation targeted at small business owners. The more specific, the better the AI knows when to use it. Second, use checklists in your instructions. Don't write paragraphs, write clear steps. Step 1, identify the main benefit. Step 2, create a hook that addresses a pain point. Step 3, provide 3 actionable tips. The AI follows checklists way better than paragraphs. Third, start simple and iterate. Don't try to create the perfect skill on day 1. Create something basic, use it for a week, see what works and what doesn't, then update it. Skills get better over time as you refine them. Fourth, one skill, one job. Don't try to cram everything into one mega skill. Create separate skills for separate tasks, one for emails, one for social posts, one for landing pages. Keeps things clean and easy to manage. And if you want to see the full implementation of systems like this, join the AI Profit Boardroom. We break down every tool, give you the exact skills and templates, show you how to build these automation systems in your business. We've got over 100 AI use cases ready to go. Links in the description and comments. Let's automate your business together. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100+ AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 40,000 members who are crushing it with AI. This is completely free, no catch, just pure value, and a community that's actually helpful. All right, that's Agent Skills. This is legitimately game-changing. If you're not using this, you're leaving hours on the table every single week. Set up your first skill today. Start with something simple, an email template, a social post format, whatever you do most often. Build the skill, test it, watch how much faster you get, and seriously drop a comment below. Tell me what skill you're going to build first. Julian reads every single comment. He wants to know how you're using this stuff. Let's go. So today I'm going to show you everything that I know about Google Antigravity and how to use it. If you've never used Antigravity before, you can navigate to antigravity.google. This is one of the most powerful ways to build and vibe code out anything that you want for free, right? And you can download it at antigravity.google. Has all sorts of powers, including, for example, the ability to control your browser. It can use agents to save skills and workflows. If you wanted to launch and deploy a new website, you can. If you want to connect this to Claude or OpenCode or Client, you can do that. And you can also use MCPs to build databases and login pages using Antigravity. So we're going to get straight into this, and I'll show you exactly how to use it from start to finish and go from beginner to expert. So if you've never tested this out before, you can see an example of what we've built right here. And if we go to our previous conversations, we can look at the previous conversations over here. So how do you get started? What you're going to do is you're going to open up a new window, right? Like you can see, and then you are going to click on Open Folder, right? Now inside here, you're going to start building out the project that you want to build. So let's say, for example, I need to build out a tool for AI Profit Boardroom members, right? And we're going to open up that folder. And then inside this folder, we can start vibe coding our project, right? So the way that I would do this is to figure out, okay, what's actually useful to build for people inside my community. I can take all the information from here, and then I can go into Claude, right? This is the first place I'd start before you even go into Antigravity. And you would just say something like, okay, what's a useful mobile app that's simple plus easy to use that would help my community members? And you would say something like, okay, keep it simple, give me a few ideas, etc. And we've plugged in information about our business, and then we're going to use this prompt to generate some ideas, right? Now, inside the free notes from today, I've actually got a 2-hour course on how to use Antigravity, but I'm also going to include some of the prompts that we use for this as well. All right. So you can see an example right here. So we've plugged that in, we've got the prompts, and from here, we are going to get some ideas from Antigravity, right? So for example, it could be the win logger or the SEO swap. It could be the automation accountability, right? This one actually sounds really cool because it's like a accountability group for people learning AI automation, right? And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say, give me a prompt for Google Antigravity to build out this idea quickly. All right. And what we're going to do is build out this automation accountability group. People can set the hours saved, a quick daily check-in, a community leaderboard, and the benefits, right? And so we're going to say build a mobile responsive web app, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to take this, right? So we're going to copy that. We'll go over to Antigravity. We'll build this out. And I'll say, make this a mobile app for iOS store, something like that, right? Now, you can switch here between planning and fast. Planning is basically just getting a to-do list and an implementation plan, which I'd highly recommend doing before you get into building anything, or you can go straight into action mode and start building this out. So I'm going to go with planning. I'm going to stick with Gemini Free Flash, but you can get free access to Claude Sonnet, Opus, Gemini 3 Pro. We're going to go with that, right? So I've now plugged this in and we're waiting for this to load. And essentially this is going to begin to envision the app, analyze it. It's going to navigate to the folder that we've created. And from here, we're good to go. All right. Now, whilst we're waiting for that to load, let me tell you about a few other features inside here. Right. And actually, what you can see already is we've got the implementation plan, right? So it's got the planning, design, core implementation, the polish, and the animation. This is a chat where you talk with the agent and you just talk in plain English. So you don't need to be a coder. You don't need to understand HTML or anything like that. You just build this out, right? Now, in the middle, we have the actual project files. And then over here, we have the actual folder with timelines, outline, and the files that we built, right? So this is kind of like how you can navigate the architecture. Then you've got the individual files that you can check out right here, right? And now you can see here, it's beginning to edit the tasks. And it's beginning to tick them off, right? So it's currently working on the HTML structure and Tailwind integration, right? So we've gone from no idea to having a bunch of ideas, to finding a prompt, to putting that prompt into Antigravity, right? And then we've actually got Antigravity to start creating the project, as you can see right here. And it's already created this accountability app that we can use, right? Now, it's testing it out. So you can see here with the blue barrier, the blue outline, right? You can see that the agent is testing this out. So from here, we're going to go back to Antigravity. Like this is going to start building out the project, right? So you can see it's not actually me that's typing on this browser. It's the AI agent, and it's just testing out, okay, does this work, does this not, etc. right? And then it's going to add the details, as you can see right here. It's got the streak, it's got the name of the person. We will have to add a database to this in a second, but I'll show you how to do that and how to deploy it as well to the web. And now you can see that the progress bar is actually working and everything else. Someone commented that they actually started using this because of my latest video. So I really appreciate that. And I'm glad that it's helping you. But you can see how powerful this is now, right? Now, this is just dummy data. So you can see it's got data inside here, but this is all like test data. It's not like fully live or anything like that just yet. But I'll show you how to set up the database in a minute and to get it organized. You can also see that we've got the app. So it's got, for example, this app style, as you can see right here. And then we're going to go from here and we'll click confirm and keep going. And you can see now it's actually ticked off most of the actions inside the app, right? So it has already planned and designed it, done the core implementation, polished it with animation, and then it's verified it as well, right? And it's beginning to log the hours, test out, etc. right? And then you can see at the bottom, it's got the check-in, the global section, and the goal section as well of this app. So you can really build something from nothing just using this process. Now, if you want to see another example of this running, let me show you another example, right? So this is actually, and then it's got the confetti animation when it actually loads, right? So sometimes when you're working on another project, this will just pop up because the agent is testing out using it, right? But you can see here, we have another app, which is a Tetris game with a blog, right? Now, basically what we've done with this, if we have a look at previous conversations, we actually added a leaderboard inside this using Superbase, right? So we created this Tetris game, as we can see right here. We said build out a Tetris game, then started implementing it. And then over here, created the files, right? And then what we actually asked it to do was deploy it to Netlify using the MCP, right? So it deployed it to Netlify, which means that we can actually test out the app on a live page. So if we go to this page, we can actually navigate to our live project from Antigravity. This means you can deploy apps directly to Netlify, right? And you could deploy it to a custom domain. You don't have to use a subdomain like this, right? Now, Also, what we've done over here is we created a database with Superbase, which means that there's a live leaderboard, people can log in, save the login details, etc. I'll show you how to do that in a sec. So if we go back to this tool right here, you can see the recording of the AI agent testing this out, right? So this is actually a recording that just ran in the background whilst I was talking to you for our brand new project for the accountability tracker, right? Now we can accept all the changes over here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say using the base MCP, add a login page to this app, right? Now, one thing to note here, before you start using the MCP servers, which just connect Antigravity to all these external tools, you want to make sure that you've installed them. How do you do that? So if we go through the list right here, you can see, for example, if we wanted to install Git and deploy to GitHub or pull in repositories from GitHub, then we can use a GitHub MCP server. And we would just click on install, like you can see here. I'm not going to do that, but what I am going to do is add a database and a login page to Antigravity, right? And Superbase is free to use. You can install the Superbase MCP using that list that I just showed you. And then you're going to say using the Superbase MCP, add a login page to this app. We're going to switch now to fast. We'll get this to start setting up, right? You can also resize these pretty quickly if you want to. And also if you want the agent to run automatically, you just go to your Antigravity settings, like you can see right here, and you would just click and toggle most of these on so that it can actually fix things in the background whilst you're doing other stuff, right? So the agent essentially becomes more autonomous because it doesn't rely on you just clicking a button and steps, right? Which would be super annoying if the AI relies on you to approve everything as you go along. So, if it's something simple where the AI agent can handle it without you, then you can use that feature to just auto correct and fix things, right? But it's now using the MCP tool, is editing the index HTML, it's going to start adding a login page, etc., using Superbase. And now it's set up, all right? And you can see we've actually got a project URL for the database, right? So you can edit the database and see it right there. It's also quite a good way to build out lead magnets. If you have a login page, you can collect people's emails and that sort of thing. And then you can use that for retargeting them on the email list as well later. So now we can test this out. Say, okay, test this out for me, and it's going to go to the login page for using this, right? And just see if it actually works. Now, before we actually do that, what I'm actually going to do is stop that. I'm going to deploy it to a live subdomain just to test this out, all right? So we're going to say, okay, deploy this to a live subdomain using Netlify MCP, right? And then what we can actually do is take the project and the database and the app that we've built and deploy it to a live website. So wait for that to load now, and that's beginning to do it. So you can see here, it's just beginning to use the Netlify MCP. You can always click on show details if you want to. And another thing that you can actually do is you can export the project. So if you want to build with it somewhere else, you can. You can check out the customizations and the MCP servers as well over here. And now you can see this is beginning to load, right? So if we go on here, now you can see the domain is not a local one, right? So it's not hosted locally inside my laptop anymore. It's actually hosting it inside Netlify, right? With the project files. Perfect. If we go back to Antigravity now, it said live deployment. The application has been successfully deployed. And now the cool thing is it's got Superbase authorization. It's got that mobile first design. It's got the dashboard gamification leaderboard. And it's got tracking data locally isolated by our Superbase ID, right? Now you could open this inside mobile as well. And then if you wanted to test this as a mobile responsive app, you would just add it to the home screen, right? This live URL. So you open it on your phone, tap the share button, and then add that to home screen. And that will actually create like a mobile app on your home screen as well. So if we go back to here now, right, to this page, we're just going to try and log in. So I'm going to click on create account. We just have to test this out. Bear in mind, MCP servers are not perfect, so it doesn't always work, but let's test out. Just going to see if we've got the email to log in. And if it doesn't work, we're going to say, okay, the login page / create account section isn't working. Can you help? And it's good for you to see this because you can see where it breaks, where it's not perfect, what sort of errors you might typically come across, especially when setting up the login page, which is a little bit more technical than the rest of the stuff. Now, whilst we're waiting for that to load and fix, which might take a few minutes, what I'm also going to show you is some other features that you can use inside Antigravity, right? So some people will complain, oh, you don't get enough limits, or there's limits on the APIs, blah, blah, blah. Number one, I've never really come across that using Gemini Flash. So that's just something to bear in mind. It's like, I've never really hit the limit on Gemini Flash. If you do, you can switch over to GPT OSS, or you can use Claude Opus, which is a more powerful API, or you can use Gemini 3 Pro, high or low, right? So if you hit the limits somewhere, you can just use the next one and keep going for free, right? The other option that you have is you can go to extensions over here and you can use something like Klein, right? And Klein allows you to basically use Klein and its abilities to code directly inside the extensions. You can also use stuff like OpenCode. OpenCode is pretty good. OpenCode allows you to code too. And the other extension, and by the way, OpenCode and Klein, they both have free APIs. You can also use RuCode because essentially Antigravity is just, it's almost like a copy of VS Code, but it comes with built-in APIs and also the agent usage and also the skills usage, right, inside Antigravity, which I'll come into in a minute. You can code for free with these as well, right? Now, if we go inside the terminal here and we go to new terminal, we can also run Claude Code directly inside Antigravity too. So if you want to add like the finishing touches, I wouldn't recommend building from scratch. Otherwise, you might as well just use Claude Code. But if you want to add some finishing touches to your project that you've built in Antigravity, you can just go inside the terminal here, new terminal. So go to terminal, new terminal, type in Claude, and then you can start building with that, right? Like you can see. So for example, if you want to improve the UI, you could do that inside the terminal here whilst you're coding and testing with the AI over here as well, right? Now, also what you can do, the other way you can use this is if you open up Claude Desktop, right? And if you're a user, you can actually create projects with Cowork, right? And then you can launch those inside Antigravity. So as an example of that, if we go inside the left-hand side here, and bear in mind, Claude Cowork itself is a brand new AI agent you can use locally that connects with your browser, but can also build stuff. And like you can see, we could, for example, go inside here, create the project like you can see. So this is the HTML file, right, for the project. And then you can say, okay, open this project/folder with Antigravity. And then it will run a command to start opening that up. And so you can use the power of Cowork for coding a project out from scratch. And then you can open up the actual outputs with Antigravity later. If you have any errors, for example, like this one, then you can screenshot it, go back to Antigravity and say, fix this. So we'll stop that, add that screenshot. So for example, here you can see that we said make a prototype of a new website, ask any clarifying questions inside Claude Cowork, and then we can click on open in Antigravity and you can open up your folder locally inside Antigravity, right? So you can see here it coded out the JSX and then you've got the option to open it here. So to do that, you just go to a new task, working folder, choose a different folder, take an example like that, always allow, paste that in, boom, let's go. Then you can choose like what style you want, etc. We'll hit submit and it will start to code this out. And then boom, we're in, right? So we've logged in now. That did take way longer than I've ever expected inside the app, to be honest. But you can see here, I've logged in now. We can plug in our name. We can plug in the hours we saved, log the entry. We've got the global leaderboard, like you can see. We've got the daily goal, and then we've got the check-in here. So this is the mobile app ready to go. We can track our current progress. We can log in new hours. So let's put 10 here, or let's put 1,000 here. And then we'll say, okay, we automated faceless AI avatar videos. Hit log entry. Progress has been logged. Nice little confetti. Go to global. Boom, top of the leaderboard. So the database is working. We've logged in nicely. We can reset all our data or sign out if we want to. And that's launched on a subdomain. So just to recap there, we've even got the 1 day streak. So to recap, we had no idea what to build. Claude gave us the ideas. Claude gave us the prompts. We plugged that into Antigravity. We launched and deployed it to a subdomain. We added the database for the login. We tested if the leaderboard and everything else works. And we created a simple mobile app, as you can see, right? Now, let's say, for example, you want to take it a step further. You could always go into Claude and say, okay, improve the UI so it's more fun and open inducing, etc. plus addictive, whatever, and like a game, right? And then what that'll do is actually take the project files from the whole project that Antigravity's created, but using Claude, which is like a superior AI, particularly Claude Code, then it will look through the Claude code base, analyze what to improve, and say, okay, do you want to improve this, yes or no? So you can see here, for example, it said, do you want to proceed inside the terminal? We'll click yes, and then we're good to go on that, right? Now, inside the chat here, what we can also do is say, okay, how to package this up to submit to the iOS store. And you can see here, it basically tells you exactly how to submit this to the Apple store. If you actually wanted to create an app from scratch for free, build it in, it's taken us about 35 minutes today. You can submit a responsive mobile app to the App Store. And basically what you're going to do is use something called Capacitor, right? And this takes the code that you have, so the HTML, the CSS, the JS, and it packages it into an iOS project that can be opened in Xcode. And when it's packaged into that, then you can submit it to the App Store, right? So what do you need? The Mac with Xcode, Apple developer account, Node.js. then you're going to prepare the project files, then you're going to initiate Capacitor, and then you open it in Xcode, make sure it works. You can set like the app icons, the signing in capabilities, deployment, etc. And then basically just go from there, right? So that's how easy it is to create an app, build it, set it up from scratch, deploy it, link it to MCPs, and use Claude to add like the finishing touches and just take it to a whole new level. Also, if we go back to Claude here, you can see that with that brand new prompt that we plugged in just a few minutes ago, it's now created a project, as you can see, for our website, which we can then open up in Antigravity as well. So you can link this directly to Antigravity, right? And then if we open up the project files, we've got the game right here, ready to go, right? So it's incredibly easy to do this once you get your head around it, but it does take a bit of practice. So what I've actually done is I packaged this into a free course, number one. So you can get a free 2-hour course inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. And then what you'll see here is that we've actually got the build, test, deploy workflow, which is what you saw today. We have 3 key steps, right? So you build, you test, and you deploy it with MCP servers. You've got 3 tools that can work together, and you've got a 30-day implementation plan for really learning how to set this up inside your business, and also a bunch of prompts that you could try out for building and testing whatever you want, right? Now, bear in mind, I don't know any code. I can't read or write code. I wouldn't know where to get started with a HTML file, to be honest, but I can easily set this up and go ahead. And you can see here, for example, if we wanted to start setting up capacitor folder structure inside Antigravity, it can actually install the dependencies for you and do everything from there. Plus, you can use free APIs because it's basically like a copy of VS Code, but with the extra additions of Google Gemini and all the free APIs, plus the AI agent, and you can go from there, right? One final thing that I want to show you, which is pretty cool, if you go to past conversations. So if you go to the time section, top, you can then switch over to the other app, right? So for example, here, we can open this up. This is a previous conversation. And what we've actually said is, let me show you, is create a skill, right? So similar to how you can create skills and save them inside Claude Code, you can do the same inside Antigravity, right? And what that means is like anything that you repetitively do with the app, with the website, with projects that you do in general. So for example, for me, it could be plugging in information about the AI Profit Boardroom. It could be, for example, improving the UI. It could be writing and posting blog posts, right? Whatever the skill is, you can actually create it inside Antigravity and it will save and build out skills for you. So you can see here, I've said, create a new skill called SEO Article Writer, pasted in a long prompt with all my funnel links and the style that I like to write. And then it actually created this file called SEO Article Writer MD, right? And what it does is it puts it into a skill that you can save and call upon in the future, right? So you can see here, for example, it talks about my voice, tone, language, format, length, output, the guidelines for writing SEO content, my funnel links that I want to funnel traffic to on my website, the article structure, and also the constraints, right? So things to avoid. And you can see here, it's now ready to write. So anytime I call upon that skill, it will actually use it to create articles. So you can see here, for example, I put the keyword, which is Tetris tips for beginners, and then called the skill, which is SEO Article Writer, which is saved in an MD file. And then it's actually written out the blog post like you can see here and posted it, right? Which is pretty insane. You can do all of this inside Antigravity. I haven't really found any limitations with Antigravity, to be honest, especially if you're using something like Claude Code to assist you. But that's basically how you can use all of this stuff. So it's really amazing what you can do and how you can use it and everything else. And you've seen exactly how to set this up directly today. Then you can see Claude Code has finally finished coding these improvements out. And we're going to deploy the new code to the page, right? So it's creating like an achievement badges system as well to just gamify our app. And so if you're using MCPs and then Claude Code, and then you're using the APIs and you're using a bit of Claude Cowork, I've not found any limits to building with this, particularly if you don't already know Claude Cowork, which is an AI agent on your laptop. This was built with Claude Code itself in a week and a half. And if you're using Claude Code to assist you, it's insane what you can do. And there's really no limit to doing this. So we can say, okay, open this up now. And we can open up the new HTML, and you can see we've now got a new version of the app, like you can see. And then you can see it's now improved a lot. We can plug in our name, and it's actually got sound effects on there as well. I'm just going to mute that. And then it said begin quest, right? So you see how this is just a lot more fun and animated versus before. And then we've got the ranks. We now have the badges, right? So for example, first steps, on fire, weak warrior, unstoppable, getting started. We have a nice little settings section as well over here. We have the ranks. which just look 10 times better versus before. And then we have the quest section over here, right? And so we've just made the app 10 times more playable and interesting versus before. So that is basically everything that I know about Antigravity that I've summed up. I spend about 80 hours a week testing these AI automation tools and absolutely love Antigravity. I think it's one of the best ones out there. If you want to get a free 2-hour course on exactly how to use it, plus all the resources and links from today, plus a 30-day plan and the build, test, deploy workflow that I've shown you today, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab, which is a free community for AI automation with 46,200 members. Then you can get all of my free courses as well. You can get all of the latest updates from January. You can see how to rank with AI SEO, and this is all inside the AI Success Lab. On top of that, if you haven't already, check out the AI Profit Boardroom, which is an amazing AI automation community I run with over 2,100 serious entrepreneurs who are focused on growing and scaling their business and saving time with AI automation. It includes all the playbooks that I personally use for my business. You can post inside the community, get help and support whenever you need it. You can go inside the classroom here and you can learn how to go from like complete beginner to expert in just 5 weeks with AI automation, plus how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. You'll learn how to automate faceless AI avatar videos based on what's working for me and my YouTube channel. You can go down here and learn how to get clients for your agency. You learn how to rank #1 inside AI with AI SEO, and also our full 6-week roadmap on exactly how to do YouTube based on how we've grown and scaled our channel, right? Now, also inside the calendar here, you get 4 coaching calls per week. So 4 coaching calls per week where you can jump on a call live, ask any questions you have, meet the community, get support and help. And if you can't make the calls, no problem, because you can actually watch them back inside the recording section here. So everything you need to really succeed with AI, including a daily accountability group, is all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You can get that link in the comments description or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. Google just dropped something insane. It's called Antigravity. And you can build full apps and websites by just talking to it. No code, no developers, no tech headaches. I'm about to show you how to go from 0 to expert in the next 10 minutes. Let's go. Let's talk about Google Antigravity. This thing launched in late 2025 and it's a total game changer. It's an AI powered IDE. That means it's basically a smart coding assistant that does everything for you. You just tell it what you want in plain English. It plans it, builds it, tests it, and deploys it, all without you writing a single line of code. Now, here's what makes it crazy powerful. It uses multiple AI models: Gemini 3.0, Claude 3.5, Sonnet, GPT 4.0. You can switch between them depending on what you need, and it works on Mac, Windows, and Linux, so anyone can use it. Let me show you how this works. First, you need to download it. Go to antigravity.google, click download, install it on your computer. Takes like 2 minutes. Once it's installed, open it up. You'll see a clean interface. Pick your AI model. I usually start with Gemini 3 for planning stuff. Then you set your workspace. That's just the folder where your project will live. Here's a pro tip right away: enable screenshot mode. This lets you take screenshots of what you want, and the AI will edit based on what it sees. Super powerful for quick tweaks. All right, now you're ready to build your first project. Start with something practical. For the AI Profit Boardroom, we need a high converting landing page. So I'm going to type this prompt: build a landing page for AI Profit Boardroom. Headline should be about saving time with AI automation. Add 3 bullet points explaining the benefits. Include a testimonial section and add an email capture form at the bottom. Use Tailwind CSS and Next.js. Watch what happens. The AI agent starts working. It breaks down the task into subtasks. First, it plans the structure, then it writes the code, then it spins up a local server so you can see it live. This whole process takes maybe 30 seconds, and boom, you've got a full landing page running on your computer. But here's where it gets even better. Let's say you want to make a change. You take a screenshot of the page, circle the headline area, and type make this headline bigger, and add an animation where it fades in from the top. The AI sees your screenshot, understands what you want, makes the change, refreshes the page, done. No coding, no confusion. Just tell it what you want. Now let me show you something more advanced. We're going to build an AI tutor app for the AI Profit Boardroom community. This is going to help members learn AI automation faster. Here's the prompt: create an AI tutor app for teaching AI automation. It should have a chat interface where users can ask questions, add progress tracking so they can see what they've learned, include daily quizzes to test their knowledge, make it look clean and modern. The AI agent goes to work again. This time it's building something more complex: a chat interface with a backend, progress tracking with a database, quiz functionality with scoring. All of this is happening automatically. The agent generates progress reports so you can see what it's doing. And in about 2 minutes, you've got a working tutor app. But wait, let's make it better. I want to gamify it. So I tell the AI, make this gamified, add badges for completing lessons, add a leaderboard so users can compete with each other, and add achievement notifications. The AI updates the code, adds all those features, and now you've got a fully gamified learning platform. This is the kind of thing that would normally take weeks to build. You just did it in 5 minutes. Let me tell you about something that can take this even further. If you want to learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Google Antigravity, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is where we share the exact systems and tools we use to scale businesses with AI. We've got members building apps like this, automating their marketing, generating leads on autopilot. And the best part is you get access to a community of people doing the same thing. So you can ask questions, share wins, and learn from others. Link is in the description. Now let's keep going. Now I want to show you an expert level project. We're going to build a viral quiz game for the AI Profit Boardroom. This is going to help us get more traffic and signups. Here's the prompt. Build an SEO quiz game called AI Automation Challenge. Users answer 10 questions about AI tools and automation. Show their score at the end with a shareable results card. Add a leaderboard that shows top scores. Integrate Gemini API to give personalized hints when users get stuck. Make it mobile responsive and optimize for SEO. This is where Antigravity really shines. It's not just building one thing, it's coordinating multiple agents. One agent plans the UI, another agent writes the quiz logic, another agent handles the leaderboard database, another agent integrates the Gemini API, and another agent optimizes it for mobile and SEO. All of this is happening at the same time, and you're just watching it happen. In about 3 minutes, you've got a fully functional quiz game. It looks professional, it works on phones and computers, and it's ready to drive traffic. Now, here's a cool trick. You can add generative engine optimization to this. That's where you optimize content specifically for AI search engines. So when people search for AI automation quiz or test your AI knowledge, your game shows up. This is the future of SEO, and you just built it with a few prompts. Let me give you some expert tips now. First, model switching is key. Use Gemini 3 for planning and organizing complex projects. It's really good at breaking down big tasks. Use Claude 3.5 Sonnet for writing clean, efficient code. It's the best for that. And use GPT-4o when you need creative content or natural language processing. Second, always review what the AI builds. Don't just blindly deploy stuff. Look at the code, test the features, make sure it does what you want. The AI is powerful, but it's not perfect. You're still the director. Third, think about scale. You can use Antigravity to build microsites, lots of them, each one targeting a specific keyword or topic, each one driving traffic back to your main site or community. This is how you can 10x or even 100x your traffic. Build 50 microsites in a week, each one fully functional and SEO optimized. That's the power of this tool. Fourth, you can combine Antigravity with other tools. Use it with N8N for workflow automation. Use it with Make for connecting different apps. Use it with Firebase or Superbase for more advanced back-end features. The possibilities are endless. Now let's talk about deployment and hosting. Once you've built your app or website, you need to put it online. The easiest way is using Netlify or Versal. Both have free plans. Both are super easy to use. You just connect your project folder, click deploy, and boom. Your site is live. Takes like 30 seconds. Here's a strategy that works really well. Build multiple landing pages for different audiences, one for freelancers, one for agency owners, one for small business owners. Each one speaks directly to that audience. Each one drives to the same offer, but with personalized messaging. You can build all of these in an afternoon with Antigravity, then deploy them all and start driving traffic. Every one of these projects can generate leads. That landing page you built, put a lead magnet on it. That quiz game, collect emails at the end. That tutor app, gate the advanced features. You're not just building cool projects, you're building assets that grow your business. And with tools like this, you can build dozens of them. Let me show you one more thing before we wrap up. You can use Antigravity to build internal tools for your team. Let's say you need a content calendar or a client reporting dashboard or a keyword research tool. Just describe what you need. The AI builds it, and now your team has a custom tool that does exactly what you need. No more paying for expensive software. No more trying to hack together spreadsheets. You've got a real tool built specifically for you. This is the future of business. AI doing the heavy lifting, you focusing on strategy and growth, and tools like Antigravity making it all possible. The barrier to entry for building tech is basically gone. Anyone can do this now. So here's what I want you to do. First, go download Antigravity right now. It's free in public preview. Second, Build your first project today. Start simple, a landing page, a quiz, something you need for your business. Third, experiment with the different AI models, see which ones you like best. And fourth, start thinking bigger. How can you use this to scale? How can you build systems that run on autopilot? And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100+ AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. It's our free AI community. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community. 40,000 members who are crushing it with AI. Links in the comments and description. Also, for those who want to go even deeper with AI automation and build real businesses with these tools, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. That's where we share the advanced strategies, the exact systems we use to generate leads and scale with AI. And you get direct access to work with our team. Link is also in the description. All right, that's Google Antigravity, from beginner to expert in 10 minutes. Now go build something amazing. Drop a comment and let me know what you're going to build first, and subscribe for more AI tool breakdowns every week. OpenCode plus Antigravity just changed everything. You can build entire apps without typing a single line of code. AI agents do the coding for you. They plan it, write it, test it, and fix it. This is absolutely insane. Google just dropped an AI-powered IDE that lets you run multiple coding agents at the same time. And when you combine it with OpenCode, you unlock the best AI models available. Claude Opus 4.5, Gemini 3 Pro, all working for you. You go from idea to working product in minutes, not days, not weeks, minutes. This is the future of building software. Let me show you exactly how it works. So Google just dropped something wild. It's called Antigravity IDE. And when you combine it with OpenCode, you get coding superpowers. Let me explain what this actually means. Antigravity is an AI-powered coding environment. Think of it like having multiple AI developers working for you at the same time. You give them tasks, they plan everything out, they write the code, they test it, they even take screenshots to prove it works. This isn't just autocomplete, this is full autonomous coding. Now here's where it gets even better. OpenCode is an open source AI coding agent. It works in your terminal and your IDE. And it's model agnostic, which means it works with basically any AI model. When you connect OpenCode to Antigravity using a special authentication plugin, something crazy happens. You unlock premium models like Claude Opus 4.5 and Gemini 3 Pro, and you get access to Antigravity's generous rate limits. So you're not getting blocked every 5 minutes. You can run heavy tasks without hitting walls. This combo is powerful. Let me tell you why this matters for real businesses. Imagine you run the AI Profit Boardroom. You need a new landing page that converts. You want it to show the value of AI automation. You want it to explain all the benefits of your community. You want more customers, more leads, more traffic. Normally, you'd need to hire a developer or spend hours coding it yourself, or use some drag and drop tool that limits you. Not anymore. With OpenCode and Antigravity, you just tell the AI what you want, and the agent plans the entire structure. It writes the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It sets up the back end if you need it. It tests everything in the browser, and it gives you screenshots showing it works. You go from idea to working product in minutes, not days, not weeks, minutes. And the quality is actually good because you're using the smartest AI models available. Let me break down how this whole thing works. First, you install Antigravity IDE. It's available for Windows, Mac, and Linux. You download it from the official site, pretty straightforward. Next, you install OpenCode. This is the open source agent that runs in your terminal. You can install it with pip or grab it from the GitHub repo. Then you install a plugin called OpenCode Antigravity Auth. This plugin lets OpenCode authenticate with Antigravity, which means you get access to all those premium models. You run a command in your terminal, something like OpenCode Auth Login. A browser window pops up. You log in with your Google account and boom, you're connected. Now you can configure which models you want to use. You edit a config file, add models like Google/Antigravity, Claude Opus 4.5, set your context limits, save it, and you're ready to go. Here's where it gets fun. Let's say you want to build a full MERN stack to-do app for the AI Profit Boardroom. You know, something to help members track their AI automation tasks. You open your terminal, you type a command like this, OpenCode run, build a full MERN stack to-do app, model Google Antigravity Claude, Opus 4.5 thinking high, hit enter. The AI agent starts working. It creates a plan. It lists out every step, install dependencies, set up the backend, create the database schema, build the front end components, connect everything together. You watch it happen in real time. The agent runs commands, it writes files, it installs packages, it creates folders. And here's the crazy part. The agent is building your app. It's writing the Node.js backend. It's creating the React front end. It's setting up MongoDB, and you didn't type a single line of code. Now, here's what makes Antigravity special. The agents produce artifacts. These are verifiable deliverables, screenshots of the app running, task lists showing what got done, video recordings of tests passing. This isn't just trust me, bro. You get actual proof that everything works. And if something breaks, the agent fixes it. It runs tests. It catches errors. It rewrites code until it works. You can also run multiple agents at the same time. One agent works on the front end. Another handles the back end. A third one writes tests. They all work in parallel. This is what Google calls mission control style coding. You're not coding anymore. You're managing AI agents. Now, let me give you some real workflow tips because this is powerful, but you need to use it right. First, pick the right model for each task. Use Claude for complex logic and planning. Use Gemini for speed and quick iterations. Use GPT for creative tasks. You can switch models mid-project. Second, always supervise destructive tasks. These AI agents have access to your terminal. They can delete files. They can run system commands. There have been reports of agents accidentally deleting drives. I'm not joking, so pay attention. Don't let agents run with full system permissions unless you're watching. Third, back up your code before running big tasks, just in case something goes wrong. It's rare, but it can happen. Better safe than sorry. Fourth, use the artifacts feature. Always check the screenshots and task lists. Make sure the agent actually did what you asked. Don't just assume it worked. Fifth, combine OpenCode CLI with Antigravity's visual interface. Use the CLI for quick tasks. Use the IDE for complex projects where you need to see everything. This combo is unbeatable. If you want to learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like OpenCode and Antigravity, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. We're showing people exactly how to use these tools to grow their businesses. No fluff, just real workflows that actually work. You get templates, prompts, and step-by-step guides. Everything you need to start using AI automation today. Check the link in the description. This is the future of coding. You don't need to be a developer anymore. You just need to know what you want to build. The AI handles the rest. And because you're using premium models through Antigravity, the quality is top tier. You're not getting basic code, you're getting production-ready applications. Now, there are some things to watch out for. Rate limits can still be an issue if you're doing massive projects. Authentication sometimes needs to be reset, and model performance can vary depending on the task. But overall, this is a game changer. If you're building anything for your business, you need to try this. Landing pages, email systems, CRM tools, internal dashboards, customer portals, all of it can be built with AI agents, and it's faster and cheaper than hiring developers. Here's what you should do next. Download Antigravity IDE, install OpenCode, set up the Authentication Plugin, start with a small project, maybe a simple landing page for the AI Profit Boardroom, see how it works, get comfortable with the workflow, then scale up to bigger projects. The more you use it, the better you'll get at prompting the agents, and the better your results will be. This isn't some future tech. This is available right now. You can start using it today. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and over 100 AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. It's our free AI community. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 40,000 members who are crushing it with AI. We've got templates for everything, prompts that actually work, real case studies from people building businesses with AI, and a community that's always sharing new tools and techniques. Also, don't forget about the AI Profit Boardroom. If you're serious about using AI automation to grow your business, that's where you need to be. We dive deep into tools like this and show you exactly how to implement them. Check the links below. So today we're going to be testing out the brand new update from Google Antigravity, which is Agent Skills. So Agent Skills are now available on Google Antigravity. Skills are an open standard to extend what your agent can do, whether it's project-specific workflows or global utilities. You can now package this knowledge into reusable skills. And there's a full documentation on exactly how to use it, like you can see right here. So let's get straight into this. We're going to open up Antigravity and start testing this out. It's going to make sure that we've got the latest updates. So we're just going to restart after the updates. And then if we open up a new window here, we can start using Agent Skills, I believe. So we're going to test this out, see how it goes. So let's try this out, all right? So we're going to open up a folder here. So let's open up this Tetris game, like you can see. And then from here, if we go to open in folder, so reveal and finder, and then we need to create a folder named Agent. So it said, create a testing guide skill for me in the skills folder. It will actually create the folder for you, as you can see. And then it's going to create this testing guide.md file, right? And that's the agent skill file. And now you can see here, it says, I've created the testing guide skill for you in .agent/skills. This guide is tailored specifically to your Tetris premium project and covers everything from core mechanics and to the Superbase integration. We've now got this skill set up, as you can see, and it's actually created a full guide on exactly what to do, right? So it says this guide gives a comprehensive framework for the Tetris premium application, blah, blah. Here's what you're going to do. Here's how you're going to do it, right? And it's now got this skill integrated into the project so that it can go off and do this, right? So if we go back inside here and say, okay, use the testing guide skill to test this project. Now it's going to open up the project. It's opening up the game. Now it's using the guide skill to preview and test the actual game itself. So that was pretty simple to set up. I think the hardest bit about that is figuring out where to get started. But I think if you just go inside the chat here and then give it the skill, it will create the file for you and automatically be able to run that skill whenever you call it, right? And then you can save and automate tasks in the same way that you would use, like, for example, Claude skills. Claude skills is a way of just saving tasks. And then instead of having a project, you can just automate the same task. So for example, like on Antigravity, you might have certain tasks that you do all the time. Like, for example, setting up Superbase and a database where people can log in. Or, for example, improving the UI and setting that up as a skill. But the main point here is, like, you can set up these skills and then you can call them whenever you need them. And you can use them globally or within individual projects. And as you can see, it's completed the testing right now. And it's finished using the skill. And all we did was literally just say, create the skill and then use that skill, right? That was it. So pretty powerful. I assume as well, what you can probably do is you can export the skill itself and then you could share that. So there's a lot of marketplaces right now for Claude skills, and you could probably do the same with Google Antigravity too. So let's talk about this custom framework that I built for Antigravity and the new skills update. You can get this inside the AI Success Lab, completely free, link in the comments description. And basically, this is a brand new way to package AI knowledge into reusable workflows, right? So this turns like scattered AI workflows into something that's nicely organized. And basically, agent skills are like teaching your AI assistant a complete job role instead of giving it random tasks. So you package instructions, best practices, and workflows into a folder that Google Antigravity can and implement automatically. So think of this, it's like instead of telling an intern how to do something every single time, you create a training manual that they can reference forever. So if we go inside Antigravity, the training manual is the folder of agent.skills, and then we have individual skills inside that folder, for example, like testing guide that you can come back to and reuse in the future. And the old way was like you would prompt Antigravity to do something like 50 times on 50 different projects. The new way is like you build a skill once and then your AI agent can run it automatically whenever you need to. And so the 4 parts here are like the skill MD file, a clear description of the timing, so when to use the skill, step-by-step workflows to the exact process to follow, and then optional resources would be, for example, like scripts or templates or examples the agent could reference, right? And these sit inside this agent.skills folder, like you can see over here. Let me give an example. For my SEO agency, I could build a skill called the SEO Content Pipeline that analyzes competitive rankings, generates SEO optimized articles, formats with proper headings, adds internal links, etc. Right? Let me show you an example of this. Right? So if we go inside the chat and let's say, for example, I had a website and I need to create a skill that can just quickly generate SEO articles for that website and then update them and redeploy them. So what we can do over here is we can say, okay, create a new skill called SEO Content Pipeline. Based on the keyword I give you, you'll create an article, right? And then we can just plug in a prompt that we like to use. So I'm going to use one inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So if we go to the classroom over here, then we go to Playbook, we'll go to transcripts. We're going to take the prompt. I'm going to say, okay, create a new skill called SEO Content Pipeline or SEO Article Writer might be better. Based on the keyword I give you, you'll create an article with this and then add that blog to the website, right? Format this into a beautiful article. All right, nice. So let's hit select. So it's going to create this new skill, as you can see, implementing it, setting it up, etc. Now it's going to create SEO Article Writer MD, which is the new skill file. So you can see it's added it over here. And then it's got, here's the core principles, all right? So the voice is Julian Goldie. The tone is Alex style. Language is first grade level. Format is every sentence on a new line, etc. Here's the SEO guidelines. Here's our funnel links. Here's our article structure. Here's the constraints, right? And then, for example, here it says, okay, what's your keyword or video today? And so I'm going to say, okay, keyword equals, and we'll just find a random keyword related to our Tetris website. So for example, Tetris tips for beginners could fit into our website quite easily. Bear in mind, like This is super powerful now as well because like you don't just get skills inside Antigravity, and it's not just free as well, but also you can plug open code into this, you can use Claude Code, and also you've got MCPs inside there, right? So, for building the back end, you can use Superbase. I've got loads of videos on YouTube about that. If you want to deploy this online, then you can deploy it using Netlify MCP, right? But the point here is like you can quite easily just get this set up and make it crazy powerful. So I'm going to say, okay, or let's say open up the blog. Now you can see the actual blog itself doesn't look very good. So we can ask the agent to fix that, which is what I'm doing right now. And you can see the blue border around the page, that is the agent using. So it's now going to improve the blog design. And again, like you could save the blog design, for example, as a skill too. So if you have a certain format across all your blogs, across all your websites that you want to improve, or the way the pages are laid out, or a certain type of slide that you prefer in brand colors, again, you could save that as a skill, or you could update the existing skills that you have with better guidelines and more detailed guidelines. So now it's improved the blog. As you can see, looks a lot nicer. And we're good to go on that. So that's basically how agent skills work. The agent basically does the entire workflow without you touching anything. You just point at a keyword and you can walk away, right? So if you're a solopreneur doing client work or content creation, if you're doing lead generation or running any kind of online business, you're probably doing like the same tasks over and over again. And so skills lets you package those tasks and then automate them forever. And there's no more wondering, okay, what was the prompt I used last time? You just save it as a skill. You don't need to rebuild workflows from scratch, and you just type in plain English exactly what you want. Now, what I've actually done is set up a 30-day skill stacking plan, like you can see, with prompts and day-by-day challenges so that you can learn to master this yourself. But that's essentially how agent skills work. They are pretty powerful. Some people are going to say, I don't have the time to build skills, but building automation systems was way faster than you think. So the old limiting belief was that building automation systems takes weeks of coding and technical knowledge that maybe you don't have. Whereas with skills, these are just instructions in a text file, right? So it takes like 20 minutes to build, and then you get automation forever, right? So you spend 20 minutes once to document a process, then that process can run automatically forever. And this is one of the best ways you can use this, right? So really the new belief that's going to empower you is building skills is how you get your time back. Top of that, some people think you need to know how to code. The old limiting belief here is that automation requires programming knowledge you don't have, right? But really the new empowering belief is if you can write instructions for a human, you can write a skill for an AI agent, right? That's pretty much it. It's as simple as that. Look at the skill MD. It's literally just plain English. Really simple. Plus the AI wrote it itself, so I didn't have to touch it. And so really writing skills is almost easier than explaining tasks to humans in many ways, right? And then people say, this won't work for my business. And the old limiting belief here is that my business is unique and complex and generic automation fit. But the new empowering belief to win with AI really is custom skills make automation more powerful for unique businesses, right? So I run an SEO agency. We've got over 50 people across 6 or 10 different countries. Every client wants them for different industries, different goals, different content styles. And you'd think that would be almost impossible to automate, right? But with these skills, your unique process is basically your unique automation advantage. So if you want to get all the video notes, you can get that from today inside the AI Success Lab, completely free. Link in the comments description. Connects you with 46,000 entrepreneurs who are automating their business with AI. And you can see that you also get 100 prompts plus a 30-day plan, plus a framework, plus a step-by-step tutorial with all the resources and the links from how to install this and set this up today. That's inside the AI Success Lab, and also comes with a free 2-hour course on how to use Antigravity as well. Now, if you want to win with AI, if you want to learn some of the best entrepreneurs in the world are automating their business with AI, feel free to join the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an amazing community that I run with 2,100 members. We've got a daily accountability group in there to make sure you avoid overwhelm. You can post any questions you have inside the community, share and learn, and we can all grow together. You can see all the amazing wins that people are getting. So you can see, for example, Mike built his first custom GPT, right? Stephen is using Minimax and absolutely crushing it. You've got Steve Light crushing a 30-day YouTube channel challenge, right? So if you want to learn and grow and improve with AI, this is the place to do it. You also get all my best trainings. So for example, you can learn how to go from complete beginner to expert with AI in just 5 weeks. Plus you learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. If you want to get my best playbooks, including how I automate AI avatar videos, you can get that inside here as well. So you get my best playbooks for that with step-by-step tutorials and guides, text-based guides on how to do this stuff. Inside the classroom too, you can grab my best processes on getting clients, how to do AI SEO automation, and also how to grow and scale your YouTube channel in just 6 weeks. And we've got 4 coaching calls a week where you can jump on the call, get live support and help whenever you need it. Mojev says, can skills run Python code? Yeah. because it's a local program, right? So if you wanted it to run Python code, you could just set up the skill for that. It says, can you generate open source SaaS with this? Yeah, I assume you could, because you would just create it locally and then just share it to GitHub, so it's open source. Blavin says, what's the difference between using Gemini skills and Antigravity skills? So Gemini skills won't translate directly into Antigravity, right? Because it's like you're using the API, it's not using your personal Gemini account. And so the skills that you have are not going to translate from Gemini into Antigravity, right? Same with Claude or whatever. But if you set up that skills MD file, then any skills that you set up inside Antigravity will be saved, and you can use those either locally or inside the project itself. So today I'm going to show you how to use Claude Cowork, which is the new update from Claude, as you can see right here. And we can actually build out websites like this, right? And then we can open them up inside Antigravity and deploy them, right? So for example, here we actually took the custom website for Claude Code and Cowork, right, which is a brand new AI agent from Claude Code. Then we plugged it into Netlify, and we actually used Netlify in a combination of Antigravity, which I'll show you how to use in a second. And by the way, Antigravity is free to use. We deployed it to a subdomain, as you can see right here. So it's a really powerful combination because you can create like beautiful websites using Claude Cowork. You can host these locally, and then what you can do is actually transfer them over to Antigravity, and inside Antigravity you can vibe code them out, or you can deploy them, or you can add a database to them, use a Superbase and that sort of thing. So it's pretty amazing what you can do with this. So I want to show you exactly how it works step by step and how to do this. All right. So what we're going to do is we are going to go over to the chat over here. And let's say you want to build out an app, right? So first of all, you need to make sure that you have the max plan of Claude to use Cowork. And from here, you want to select Cowork, right? Now, you're going to run a new task and make sure that you have the right folder set up, right? So you want to make sure that you have a folder where you can store the files for your website. So for example, for me, I could set up a website right here, and we could put this in the code section, for example, and just add a new folder right there that Claude Cowork can run from, right? So let me do that. So we're going to go to code, then we're going to set up a new folder. We're going to call this, okay, new app, right? Something like that. Then we're going to go back to downloads, choose a different folder. We're going to select new app right here. And that just silos away the project folders so that we keep things organized. And obviously Claude doesn't have access to your whole computer. It just has access to that one single folder. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to grab a prompt from the AI Success Lab. So if you scroll down right here, you actually see that we've got a bunch of prompts that you could actually steal from me. So for example, we could take one of these and we could say, okay, build out an AI automation themed Tetris game with a CTA to the AI Profit Boardroom, right? And then we're going to add a link to it. Link is here, funnel traffic, this page, right? Make sure the game is fun, dopamine inducing, crazy colors, etc. Then we're going to hit let's go. And what you can see here is that Claude Cowork is going to begin to code that out and build it out, right? Whilst we're waiting for that to load, someone asks, is there an offer on right now to get the SEO Elite Circle when you sign up to the AI Profit Boardroom? And that's absolutely true. So if you sign up to the AI Profit Boardroom, you will get access to the SEO Elite Circle whilst you're an active member. So feel free to sign up. And if you can't find out where to get access, just direct message me once you're in the group and we can get you sorted. You can get that at aiprofitboardroom.com or go to the link in the comments and description. So this is writing out the AI Tetris game, as you can see right here. And then what we'll do in a second is we will open the folder inside Antigravity, which we'll come on to in a second, all right? Now, in the meantime, if you want to get all the resources from today, it's inside the AI Success Lab, as you can see right here, along with a 2-hour free course on how to use Antigravity. But let's talk about, okay, why is this so powerful? Why is this so useful right now? Google Antigravity plus Claude Cowork is one of the most powerful end-to-end development workflows available, and most people don't even know these tools can work together, all right? And this isn't really about like writing code faster. It's about having 3 AI agents working as a team, one that builds your project locally, one that tests in a real browser, and one that deploys it live or working database, all without you touching deployment configs or writing backend code, right? So today, really, you're going to see how to connect Claude Cowork, Antigravity, and Netlify MCP and Superbase MCP into one workflow that takes you from like empty folder to live website with a database in under an hour, right? It will take me way less than that to actually do this, right? And I call this a build, test, deploy workflow, right? It runs in 3 phases. So number 1 is build, and use Claude Cowork to do that. So you build your project locally on your Mac with Claude, handling all the file creation. Then you're going to test it. So you're going to use Antigravity to test it. And you can actually see that Claude is testing it out right now. And then phase number 3 is deploy it with MCP Servers. So let's show you exactly how to implement this. And I do have a 30-day implementation plan for mastering this too, but let's go straight into it. So if we go back to Claude right here, we've got the HTML, like you can see, and this is the AI automation Tetris game, right? So we're just going to click on start automating, and then you can see this is good to go. And you see here how it's got a CTA to the AI Profit Boardroom. Boom shakalaka. That's what we like, right? Pretty simple and easy. Now, if we go back to Claude here, we can test this out. So let's just try moving this around. Yep, it works perfectly. Beautiful. All right. So the game is working nicely. And then you can open this up in Google Chrome if you want to, like you can see right here. Pretty nice. But we actually want to deploy it, and we want to add like a backend to it as well, right? So how do we do that, right? What we're going to do is we're going to go to new window over here inside Antigravity, which you can download for free at antigravity.google. Then you're going to click on open folder. And from here, you are going to select the folder that you created the game with, right? So new app was the folder that we created. So we're going to open that up. Like you can see, we're going to allow access to this. The agent's going to just load up on the right-hand side over here. As you can see, we're just going to say, okay, open this up and test it out. Now, you might be saying at this point, okay, why would you switch over to Claude Cowork? The reason that I would do that is, number one, you've got these agents that are controlling the browser. Like you can see, I'm not touching or clicking any buttons on the screen, right? And the other thing here as well is that you can see all the files. You can edit this in the nice IDE. And then also Antigravity allows you to use free APIs to create more work on it as well later. I just think it's a perfect combination because Antigravity is more built for like vibe coding, whereas Claude Cowork is more built for like just a quick local project, right? So this is going to begin to test this out. See, it's testing this out and playing the Tetris game for us. Again, this is the AI controlling this. This is not me, but I actually really like the UI. I think it looks super nice, right? So you can see here, the agent is actually moving the Tetris pieces around. We've got the AI agent being tested right here, right? Pretty simple and easy. Now, if we go back to Antigravity, so I'm just going to pause this right now. So we'll stop. If you ever want to stop Cowork, you just press the stop button at the bottom. And then if we go over to Antigravity now, what we can actually do is we can say, okay, great. Now add a database for people to log in on this website. So add a login page plus link the Superbase MCP so that people can log in and see their leaderboard, etc. So basically you could have a game where people log in or an app or whatever it is, and you can create whatever you want. Tetris game is just for fun, but you could build some really cool stuff with this. Any idea that you have for an app, you could build with Cowork and Antigravity. And the way that we're using this, if you're wondering, okay, how do we set up those MCPs? So what we actually did is you just click on the three dots at the top, you select MCP Servers, then you're going to install the ones that you want. For each one of these, you will need to get a personal access token, but that's not much work. And then, for example, if we click on this one, we can just start installing these step by step, right? So, for example, some people, you could install like the MCP for PayPal, for example, or something like that if you wanted to. So if we go out to the chat now, like you can see, we're going to click on back to agent. And now you can see it's actually built out the leaderboard for the page, right? So we've got this login to save progress bit, and then you've actually got a leaderboard section as well that you can link to as well. And then if we actually have a look in the chat here, it's use the MCP tool Superbase to add a database and a login page to this project, right? And then now we're actually building something that people can log into. We've got a database, people can save their progress, etc. And it becomes like a proper app that you can deploy quickly, which I'll come on to in a second. I'll show you how to deploy in a second. So we'll wait for this to load. Now it's testing out, as you can see right here. And then we have this ready to go, right? So for example here, let's just test this out and we're good to go on that. All right. Now, how do we actually deploy this once we use Superbase to set up the database? What we can do from here is we can say, okay, deploy this to a subdomain using Netlify MCP, and we're good to go from here. Dinsky, my first ever comment from Twitch. I've never seen a comment from Twitch before. Thank you very much, sir, for tuning in. So we're going to wait for this to load. This is deploying to subdomain now. Boom, shakalaka, look at that. It's on a nice little subdomain here. And that is basically how to build out a new website, add a database with Antigravity, automate it all with Cowork, and then deploy it to a subdomain like you've seen today using the Netlify MCP. So it's amazing, really, to be able to do this, to use AI agents locally to host and build whatever you want, to leverage the power of Claude Cowork. And the other thing I would say about this is just a beginning, right? This is the worst it's ever going to be, but it basically coded something out perfectly first time round in exactly the way that we wanted to do it, right? So if you want to get the video notes from today, including all the resources, a 2-hour training on Antigravity for free, you want to get the 30-day plan on how to build this, plus the build, test, deploy workflow that I've shown you today, the framework, and then also over 100 prompts for this workflow. You can just copy and paste the skill from me. You can get this for free inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. So go to the AI Success Lab, like you can see right here. It connects you with 45,600 members. We have all of these different free trainings right here. And if you go to this section, you can find all the notes from today, like you can see. Now, inside the AI Profit Boardroom community, we actually have a private community of 2,100 serious entrepreneurs who are automating their business with AI, right? We actually have a daily accountability group inside there. You can post inside the community, ask any questions, and get help and support whenever you need it. You can see all the people winning with this stuff, right? So it's not just me. There's so many business owners out there who are automating their business and growing and scaling using AI automation. And you can be part of that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And also, if you want to know, okay, what's my tech stack? Right? What do I use for my business day to day? You can get all of my best playbooks and tech stack inside the classroom right here. You can also learn how to automate your business and go from complete beginner to expert with AI automation in just 5 weeks. And also you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, if you struggle with overwhelm or shiny object syndrome or focus, we actually have a full focus protocol inside here to help you avoid that. We show you how to get more clients and scale your agency using this course. You'll learn how to do AI SEO automation and rank #1 inside ChatGPT and other AI search engines for your business, and also how to grow a YouTube channel based on what's working for me. So you can get that all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. It's available, link in the comments description, or just go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com to get access. Today, I'm going to show you how to automate anything with Google Antigravity, which is a free AI vibe coding tool, and then also using MCPs. So you can see, for example, here, we actually use the MCP with Netlify and also with Superbase to create a database and a login page, and then also host this on a subdomain, right? So if we check this out, for example, we've got a new website for the AI Profit Boardroom, and it was all fully automated using the MCPs to deploy this subdomain and also to link it to Superbase and have login integration like you can see. So for example, here, if we actually go to join now, for example, people can log in and we've got this login account right here. So the cool thing about this is you're not just creating the front end, which is like super basic and easy, but also you can add these MCPs to just make Antigravity 10 times more powerful. You can also connect this with something like Claude Code as well, and then use even more MCPs. I'll come on to that later. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do this from scratch. So it's pretty simple and easy, and I'm going to show you how to set this up. The other cool thing about Antigravity as well is like you get Nana Banana, it can build out apps, it can build out tools, it has an agent that can test them in the browser and everything else. But we're going to start with the basics and then build up from there with MCPs, right? So we're going to go to Antigravity, and we're going to open up a new folder. And let's say, for example, we're just trying to create something basic like a Tetris game, right? And you can apply this to anything in your business, but I just want to show you a basic example, right? So if we go inside the agent now, what this is going to do is we're going to, first of all, just build out the project. So we're going to switch to planning mode, and then we're going to use one of the APIs. Now, you can also, this is another benefit of Antigravity, is you can use paid APIs, normally paid APIs, but you can use them for free. Like, for example, Claude Sonnet 4.5, Thinking, for example. I'm going to stick with Flash because we're doing a live demo, and this is going to be way faster to do. And then we're going to say something like, okay, build out a Tetris game. And you could say anything, like for my business, for example, building out websites is great, building out lead magnets is awesome, building out mini apps that I can give away as a lead magnet would work really well. But I just want to show you a simple example of a Tetris game. So we're going to wait for this to load. And if you have any questions as we go along, feel free to post them inside the comments and I'll answer them as best I can. You can see here, for example, we've got the full plan, the implementation plan for building this out, right? Super simple and easy. And all we did was just say that. Right? Just do this, and it goes off and does it. Now, this is based on something I call the Antigravity Agent Framework, and most people are still like copying and pasting prompts, whilst a small group of AI builders are deploying agent systems that work 24/7. Right? So, for example, if you check out the AI Profit Boardroom, you see what people are building inside here, inside this community. It's pretty insane, right? So, for example, here you can see like Maddie building all this cool stuff. You've got people, for example, using Antigravity to build out apps that grab YouTube videos and Pinterest stats and all sorts of crazy stuff, and then add it to tracking sheets, etc. But I just want to get back to this, and I'm going to show you the framework that we use inside the AI Profit Boardroom to do this, right? So we're going to click with proceed now, and then it's going to build out the front end for our tool, right? And it's just going to go through and just tick off all of these tasks. So as you can see, it's just generating the tools and that sort of thing. And if we go back, whilst that's loading, if we go back to the other project that we were building out, so for example, the AI Profit Boardroom website, right? One of the things that you can do inside Antigravity as well, that most people don't know, is you can click on the past conversations in the top right, and then you can look at previous conversations, right? So if you go back to a project and you open it up and you're like, where's all my history? How do I see what I've done previously? Then just click on the past conversation section and you'll see how we set up stuff like this, right? So for example, to use an MCP, what we typically do is we'll wait for the front end to build out. And then from there, we're going to say use Netlify MCP to deploy my project. And then the cool thing about this is, number one, you can link it to Netlify directly. By the way, the agent is now testing out the new tool that we just built. But number two, we can actually auto deploy. So every time we make a change to our project inside Antigravity, it will use the new MCPs that we install, for example, like Superbase, if we're building out a database. But then also it's going to start adding the new updates and deploy them automatically to Netlify each time we make some changes. Like you see right here, so it says view your live site, and then boom, we've got the new updates right there. So let's go back to the Tetris app C, and we can switch between windows. So if you right click the icon, you can switch between what you're building. So we're going to go back to the Tetris task, and now we're just going to confirm that and take a look what we got, right? So when you see this blue barrier, this blue border around the browser, that means the agent is testing it. We hit confirm, and that will start building it out. Now, whilst we're waiting for that, let's have a look what we got here. Yeah, it's testing the game, etc. You can see it's testing the Tetris game here. What I've actually done is created a 30-day plan inside the AI Success Lab, which is a completely free community, connects you with 45,300 people. And you can see inside the 30-day plan, you've got a full AI automation blueprint on how to install these MCP servers. So you can see how you can basically use these MCPs and just follow this guide step by step if you want like help and tips on how to use this stuff. All right. So let's go back to Antigravity, see what we got here. So we actually have the visual evidence that is shown of testing this tool, as you can see. So we're going to accept all the new changes. And it said, I've finished building the premium Tetris game. The game features, here you go, right? And if we open this up, we can actually see the project right here. And then we can test it out ourselves, right? Because the agent has finished testing it. So number one, like the actual game itself looks pretty cool. If we refresh it, we can test this out. Now what we can do is we can go to the three dots at the top, click on MCP servers, and just connect any of the MCP servers that we want to use, right? So there's a bunch of cool ones. Like, for example, you've got Dart. Dart basically allows you to kind of manage this with different agents. You've got, for example, Cloud Run to deploy apps to Google Cloud Run. One of the things that you can do, and this is free, is you can connect this to Superbase, or you can connect this to Netlify. So, for example, here, if we click on Netlify, we can see that it's already installed. If you've never installed it before, then what I've actually got is a free training inside here that shows you how to get your access token and that sort of thing. But it literally takes 2 minutes. And then once we've done that, we can go back to the agent, go inside here, and just say, okay, deploy this to a subdomain on Netlify, right? And it'll begin to create the project and host it on the subdomain. So let's wait for that to load. It's now using the MCP Netlify. I'm also just going to allow it to proceed with terminal commands and proceed with that as well. Some of these changes, for example, like the agent, you can just allow it to run on auto if you want to, right? If you're okay with that. If you're not okay with that, then no problem. Like, you don't have to. But it's just going to make it easier when I'm showing you the updates and that sort of thing. Now we're going to switch to fast as well inside here. So you can switch between planning and fast at the bottom. I'm going to stick with fast now, just so that it can move a bit quicker and it's no longer in planning mode. We're going to authorize that inside Netlify. So you can see it's opened up Netlify and we've allowed it access to that application. So if we go back to Antigravity, you can see it's now created the URL and it's deploying to Netlify. Let me zoom in for you there so you can see what's going on. And then if we open this up, we now have this deployed on Netlify, like you can see. The agent is just going to test this actually works inside a separate browser, as you can see. Now, you can also see there's an issue with this because it doesn't have the start game button as well. So we'll have to fix that in a second. But that's a good thing with the AI testing, is it will actually figure that out and then fix the project based on that, as you can see right here. So it's now going to record the playback. We can view the video of it being tested. And then boom, with the MCP, we now have the game hosted and we can just play this game, right? And so this is deployed on a shareable subdomain. If we actually open this up on a incognito, we can test this out, just see if it's shareable with the world. So let's click on that. There we go, right? Nice. So if we close that, Now we can go back to Antigravity and we can begin to add more MCPs to just layer this on and just make it a more interesting game, right? So if we go to MCPs, delete that, and we can search through and see, okay, what else would be useful to add to this? So for example, if you wanted to connect this with PayPal or Stripe, you could do that, like you can see right here. You could also connect this with Perplexity Ask, right? And then allow it to use research inside that tool as well, right? So for example, if we wanted to connect it to Superbase so people can log in and see their scores and that sort of thing, we could do that right here, right? So we've actually connected the Superbase MCP server, as you can see. And again, if you need help with setting up the personal access token for that, then we've got it inside the notes and a free video tutorial right here. But if we go back to Antigravity now, we're going to go back to the chat. We'll say inside this, okay, now add a login plus a leaderboard so people can log in and see their previous scores. Plus add a start game button and login page. Use the Superbase MCP to set this up. And that'll begin to build this out right now. Now, whilst we're waiting for that to load, you might have some questions or you might have some limited beliefs that hold you back from really like getting this implemented. I see that with a lot of vibe coders, especially, is like they're new to the game, they want to build stuff, but something's holding them back and they just don't create the project that they need to. So hopefully this just helps you, right? So first of all, the old belief was like some people thought automation is only for developers, right? And here's what most people think, like you need to know Python, JavaScript, APIs, webhooks, and all these complicated tech terms to automate anything. And they look at developers and think, I could never do that, right? That's actually wrong, okay? Automation is just giving clear instructions to agents that actually implement for you. So I don't understand code. I can't speak any coding languages. I don't really know how MCPs properly work, to be honest with you. But you don't need to be a developer. You just need to be a director, right? So you just tell the agent what you want, it builds it, and that's really the new game that we're looking at. You skip the whole coding method right here. Unless you need it less and less. Like a year ago, having some basic coding knowledge was advantageous. But right now, you don't even need to be able to code to do this stuff. Like you just tell the agent what you want and it goes off and implements it pretty much really fast, right? We've already created a new project, deployed it, and connected a new login page with a database plus a leaderboard, right? It's so easy to do this stuff right now. And you can do this all for free, right? So Superbase has a free tier. Netlify, you can deploy for free. Antigravity, you can use for free. Gemini 3 Flash, you can use for free, right? So it's a free vibe coding stack, basically. Alex asks, will it automatically deploy MCPs for you based on what you need to do? It actually won't. So that's one of the things you want to be aware of is like, this is why I'm teaching it really, is like, a lot of people ask, like, how do you add the back end or how do you deploy projects, etc. So the way to do all of that is to make sure that you've connected these MCPs, right? Because you've got to get the personal access tokens, you've got to choose which one you want. And then from there, you can start building out and deploying. You can also connect this to cool stuff like Notion as well. Notion is pretty cool, right? So you can, for example, like interact with Notion workspaces, pages, databases, and comments, right? So if you want to share this with your team or you have some sort of note-taking app, you can connect Notion with this as well. So we'll click on Allow here. And now it's got this login button, right? As you can see. And it's connected to Superbase. So it's used the Superbase MCP servers to get this set up, as you can see, right? Plus, on the existing subdomain, you can see that we now have the login button. So once you've set up the MCP server inside the project, it will automatically deploy, right? And if you have changes to the login or the way the database is managed, then it will automatically use Superbase. But you have to activate those first. So if we're clicking login here, we can create an account, sign up. Let's try this out. Hit submit. We're signed up right there. And now we've got the confirmation for the sign up page, as you can see. And the agent is testing it for us in the background as well. Now, if you actually look in the chat here and you go to MCP servers, you'll see that there's a limited list, right? There's actually a lot more MCPs out there that you can use, right? So for example, like there's even MCP for Notebook LM. So if you want to use that, you can actually use something like Claude inside the terminal to start opening those up. I'll show you in a second how that works. In fact, we'll just do that whilst we're waiting. So if we go to new terminal here, then we're going to open up Claude Code. So we just type in Claude. As long as you've got Claude Code installed, it will get started. Then we can click yes, let's go. All right. And then what we need to do is find the MCP server for whatever we want to set up, right? If it's a custom one. So for example, let's say we want to set up Notebook LM MCP. So we can type in Notebook LM MCP. So we're going to go to this GitHub, like you can see. Then we're going to copy the GitHub like this, go to Antigravity, go into the terminal here with Claude, right? We'll paste in the GitHub like you can see, and we'll say install this. And then I'll just grab the GitHub at the top here. Go back into Antigravity, hit enter. And now it's creating the leaderboard on the right-hand side inside the agent chat. And then also inside the Claude chat, inside the terminal here, we're going to install Notebook LM MCP. All right, so we can install multiple MCPs at the same time as well, which is pretty cool. And we can add like different tools to our project just to make them more powerful and interesting. All right. And then you can see here, we've actually logged into the Tetris game, right? So you can see the log out button there. So we can log in, log out, and we've got the leaderboard section, right? So let's try this again. All right. And then if we just finish the game, let's have a look here. We've finished the game, right? And then if we go to the leaderboard now, you can see that it's tracked our results, right? So it actually stores our data inside a database, right? So for example, that game that we just finished, we now scored 100 on it. Here's the level, here's my username, and it's got the rank as well, right? And so we can share this game. People can log in, they can store their scores. We can share the leaderboard. We've connected to Superbase and also to Netlify MCP. And also we can install MCPs like, for example, Notebook LM, as you can see right inside Claude Code. So really, the power of Antigravity is unbelievable. What you can do with it is just unreal, especially when it's all free. And there's so much you can do with this, right? It's just endless. So let's see what we got here. Inside the questions, Alex asks, if I gave an agent instructions to develop an app as complex like Instagram and got Antigravity to build it, it might take a long time, but it could build something similar for sure. What is an MCP? An MCP, just think of it like a tool that you can add, like a skill to Antigravity, right? So you've got Antigravity and it's got these basic features like it can create UI, it can create an app, it can create a game, but people can't log in, people can't deploy projects, you can't share data between people. So this just like augments Antigravity so that it's so much more powerful, right? You can just add and stack way more features onto it. What is this Google Bolt? Yeah, it's a little bit like that. What else we got here? Do you have a current project? Yeah, so I mean, if you check out the AI Profit Boardroom, you see all the projects that we're building right now. What's up, boss? Crazy Gamer says, I'm good. Not sure, looks like it. Can you connect this to a local Olama server? So the way that you would do that, right? If you want to connect this to Olama, which is a way to run local LLMs for free, is if you go to Antigravity here, what you're going to do is install client, right? So you want to make sure you have client installed like this. All right. If we go to, I'm just going to uninstall this and then I'll install it again for you to show you how to set up. So you go to extensions over here, you go to install on client. We'll close that terminal. Then it's going to show client in the bottom left here, right? Like you can see. Now with client, if you just resize the chats here, this is going to open up client, which is like another IDE or a kind of like another extension you can use inside your IDEs, right? But you can use extra free APIs inside here. So if you want to use, for example, like a local API, then what you would do is you just make sure you have Olama installed, which you can get for free at olama.com. From there, you're going to download the model that you're going to use and just run it in the terminal. Make sure that's running. And then from there, you configure client, right? So what you would do is you click the client settings option, select Olama as the API provider, and then use the base URL, right? So for example, like this, open up Olama, I've got that running here. This is running the LLM locally. Then if we go back to Antigravity here, you can see that we have Olama, right? Client Olama running like that. Now you can see that's testing and it's running Olama inside the API. So in the bottom left, it will say client Olama. Not sure if you can see that. So let me show you there. Don't know if you can see that on the screen, but yeah, that's basically what it works. And then we're using Olama for the API. So that's how you would use it inside Antigravity, just as an extension. Helios says, but design capability is not great of Antigravity. So yeah, again, like you can use better APIs. Like for example, if you use Claude Opus as the API inside Antigravity, you're going to get better results. Or you can use Claude Code. Or if you want to use something free or cheaper, then you can use Client with Minimax inside Antigravity just to boost the UI. So usually what I'll do is I'll get the basic UI from Antigravity, and then I'm going to switch that over to using Claude Code inside the terminal and just improve and tweak the UI, right, with Claude Code, which means that I'll get much better results. Crazy Gamer says Antigravity is basically free because Google providing. Yeah, exactly. So there are different tiers with Antigravity, but again, if you run out of API limits or tokens, then you can switch between the APIs. So you can switch back to Claude Opus or to Gemini Fast or to Olama, as I was showing you with Client. So can you please tell us how to build the best AI agents on Python code? Like I've shown you how to use AI agents today and how to use that process. But if you're still struggling, feel free to post inside the AI Profit Boardroom and just get help. We've actually got coaching calls where you can jump on live calls and get help and support, unlimited technical support. Or you can actually post your questions inside the community here. So for example, like Kevin is also working on his first NA10 agent build. And he asked for help, right? He was like, I'd love your input. What would you improve? Blah, blah, blah. And 16 people got back to him and just helped him, right? So that's the best way to get technical support on this sort of stuff. Antigravity is a VS clone. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's basically a clone of VS Code. But the difference is you get the browser and you also get free usage of Claude Opus, which is insane. Make the EMV file. You don't even have to do that, right? You just install the extension inside Antigravity and then it will actually add the APIs itself, right? So, you know, if you're setting up, for example, Olama, you just do it directly. By the way, Morich, really appreciate the donation there. Thank you very much, sir. Crazy Gamer says, tell your Antigravity to study any agent framework like LangChain or Crew AI. Then after that, get the basic agent, then improve adding tools and MCPs. It's easy, then fixes output and other. Awesome. Yeah, I like that idea. Thank you very much. Wilty says, hit the like and share. Morris says, that's even easier. Thank you, sir. Always happy. Thank you. That was way better than GPT. 100%. If you're still using ChatGPT, by the way, anyone who's watching, you gotta fix that. Like GPT 5.2 right now is one of the worst versions of ChatGPT I've ever used. Yeah, thanks so much, everyone. That is how to use Antigravity. If you want to get a step-by-step tutorial on how to use this stuff, you can get it inside the free AI Success Lab, link in the comments description, like you can see. And if you go to the classroom here, then you're going to go to January 2026 part 2. And from here, you'll find the notes for Google Antigravity if you just scroll down the left and click on this section. Basically, what you've learned to use today is like how to use Google's new Antigravity tool to build entire apps without writing code, the secret MCP servers that connect AI agents directly to your business tools, how to automate anything, pretty much. Like you could automate client work, you could automate content creation, lead generation using these AI agents. You've seen a live demo, build-in automations. I've given you an exact 30-day framework to go from I don't code to I have AI agents running in my business. And you've seen how solopreneurs like myself or people watching this can replace entire teams and scale faster than ever using this process. Plus, I've given you the 30-day plan, some beliefs that might help you figure this out, and also 100 different prompts that you can actually use with MCPs for Antigravity, like you can see. So you can see a bunch of different MCP prompts and different prompts you can use to build with this. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get an amazing community of winners who are building and creating and just implementing AI inside their business, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an amazing community where you get unlimited tech support. So if you need help with this sort of stuff, you can actually post inside the community and get help and support like I've shown you. We have a daily accountability group. So, you know, if you're struggling with anything, or let's say you're struggling with overwhelm and shiny object syndrome, which is very common, by the way, then you can actually post inside this group, post your goals for the day, focus and stay laser focused on that, and then make sure you actually achieve them, right? That's what everyone does inside this group to make sure that we're creating amazing stuff. And that's how so many people are getting wins with this, right? We have this daily accountability group. People check in, people post, people share their goals, people congratulate each other. If someone creates a project like this, for example, Jay created his first AI video project, you can see 86 comments of people just sharing and just like raising Jay up with what he's doing, right? And that's what we're all about, sharing and winning and learning and growing together, right? Now, again, as I said, we have 4 coaching calls per week. So you can jump on the coaching calls, get help and support whenever you need them, and meet the community. Inside the classroom here, you also get our best trainings on, for example, how to go from complete beginner to expert with AI automation, and also how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, you also get the playbook that shows you, for example, how I automate videos on my YouTube channel, how I automate newsletters, Twitter automations, shorts, etc. Additionally, you will get my full teachings on how to get more clients for your agency. You can watch back the coaching call recordings if you can't make them live. You get my best AI SEO automations to rank #1 inside Google and AI search engines, and also a full roadmap on how I grew and scaled my YouTube channel. And that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Feel free to get it. Link in the comments description. Today, I'm going to show you how to vibe code for free with Google Antigravity, right? So you can download this, and then once it's installed, you can install this locally. It's available at antigravity.google. And then from here, we can go into Antigravity and we can start building stuff out, right? So let me show you exactly how this works step by step. So we're going to open up a new folder here. Let's test something out. And for example, if we check out this to-do list app, like you can see right here, you can see that we've basically built out a to-do list app that works perfectly first time around. All right. So what we're going to do, for example, here is we're just going to say, okay, open up this in my browser, and it would just open up the project so we can test it and have a look and see how it performs, just to show you an example. But the amazing thing about Google Antigravity is it's free. It comes with an AI agent that can actually test and iterate on your tools. You can vibe code whatever you want with it. And you can connect it to databases, backend. You can use MCP tools in there. You can even use it with tools like Claude and that sort of thing, right? And it's free to use, as you can see. So this is the to-do list app that we've vibe coded. If we add an example right here, we can see the agent is running. So I'm just going to stop that. And let's put, for example, a test tool. Let's put in test here. As a test, it works perfectly. Boom, we're good to go. All right. So that's an example. Let me show you another example. So if we open this up, we can open up this website, and there we go. We've got our invoicing tool ready to go. So this was a custom invoicing tool that we created. And for example, if we say, okay, test here, it'll actually update the invoicing tool. Then we can put in the price, and there we go, right? Ready to go. You can even insert your logo. You can add some details about your business. So let's put Goldie Agency, client address, boom, look at that. Works perfectly. Let's try something else out now. I just want to give you a feel for all the cool stuff that we can build with this. So this is a typing game that we created. So you can create games, tools, websites, mini apps, etc. So you can see that works. It looks pretty nice, pretty cool, the way that it's created and everything else. And let's just try one more now. So for example, if we go to this one, this is a website for the AI Profit Boardroom that we coded out. An idea to code out is going to come up with the task, the implementation plan, the style CSS, and the index HTML. And so if we pull this up, you can just right click the index HTML, click on Reveal and Finder, drag and drop that into here. And now you can see that is the landing page that we've created as well. So just to recap here, we've created a to-do list app. We created an invoicing tool. We've created a game for typing and also a website using this process. And so Antigravity can basically vibe code anything out that you want to. It's free, it's easy to use, and it's super simple. So how do you get started? Let me show you exactly how I would do it. So if we go to Antigravity here, we would just type in what we want, right? So let me show you how this works. The workflow is you open up Antigravity, as you can see, then we're going to start up a new window, open up a folder. We're going to create a new folder here. And then you just begin vibe coding what you want. So let's say, for example, I want to create a website for my AI Profit Boardroom community website, right? Simple like that. We're going to click on create like so, open that up. And now we've got the AI Profit Boardroom community, right? And what we want to do is, depending on what you want to build in, you just need to give some context to Antigravity in terms of what it includes, etc. Right? So I'm going to take all the information from our existing website and then use that to train Antigravity on how to create this. So I'm going to say, okay, now build a beautiful website for this. And you can see here that we can easily vibe code out a new landing page or whatever we want in plain English. Now, for example, I was actually asked earlier today, like, what's my favorite coding language? I don't speak code. I don't write code. I don't understand code, right? But I'm pretty good at just using AI tools and telling it what I want. And so the great thing is you skip that process of learning the coding language and you can just vibe code out whatever you want in a few clicks just using plain English. And in fact, some ways I think it actually helps because I don't really care about the code. I don't get bothered about that, etc. The other cool thing that you'll find inside Antigravity when you're vibe coding is that you can actually generate images using Nano Banana that you can then later insert into your website project, right? So it's generated avatar picture and then also a logo for the AI Profit Boardroom. So we're going to click on accept over here. And now that's building out the assets for the project, right? So it'll build out the index HTML and everything else. Now you can see it's created the style CSS. It's added the assets, so the logos and the images that it's created. And also, if you want it to be like a bit neater in terms of how it creates a project, let me show you an example. So if we open up, for example, this one, you can see that if you use a planning mode, so you can switch between fast and planning. If you use planning over here, then you can actually create like a to-do list automatically inside this section, which will then launch an implementation plan, and then it will create all the other assets inside the project. So if you want to make it a bit neater, you want to get organized, you want it to tick off the boxes in terms of what it does step by step, then using that process probably a lot easier and better. So let's wait for this to get done. And now you can see it's created the website, it's vibe coded out. It looks pretty nice, right? Now, if there's something you don't like, for example, like the colors, or maybe you want to use your own logo, etc., then you can insert that into the project, which I'll show you in a second on how to do. Right now, you can see that with the project we've actually vibe coded here, it's actually got this gradient around the edges. Now that means that the AI agent is actually using the browser itself, right? It's controlling the browser and it's testing out. Now, the cool thing about that is inside Antigravity, it will actually iterate and improve based on what it needs to do, right? You can see, for example, here, it's actually telling you, okay, I've scrolled through the website, I've had a look at what it's doing, resized the browser to check for mobile optimization, and it's using that to vibe code out the rest of the page. All right, and then you can preview here. So it's actually just testing if it's optimized for mobile or not. And then it will tell you, okay, here's what I found, here's what I need to improve, etc. So it's actually opening up the mobile version now and just testing out. So that's pretty much good to go. Now, what we can also do over here is we can click on MCP Servers, right? And then if you wanted to host this, you could actually connect it with something called Vercel, right? You can also see you can connect it with PayPal and Stripe as an MCP as well. So let's say, for example, we wanted to host this. We can type in Vercel here. So you can use Netlify, and then you're going to install Netlify from here. So let's click on save. We should have a personal access token really, which is going to help us log in. So the way that we can do that is we can go to this website, and from here we're going to use Netlify to do this. So let's do that. We're just going to log in. Then we have to get a new access token, which I'm going to do here. Obviously, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So let me come back to you in a second. Now we've installed Netlify MCP, and you can configure it with your personal access token if you forget, or you can just uninstall it if you need to add your personal access token again. And now we're back in the game. All right. So what you can use this for is you can actually host and create, or you can edit existing websites, right? So for example, let's try this out. So we're going to go inside here and we'll say use Netlify MCP to deploy my project. And now it's going to begin calling on the MCP tool, as you can see. So it's using MCP tool Netlify to start working on deployment. One thing I will warn you of is, like with MCP, sometimes it doesn't work perfectly. So you've just got to be a bit careful there. Like for example, if you're using Claude, and you can use Claude code inside the terminal here, like you can open up the terminal and just type in Claude if you've already got it installed. But if you're using Gemini, sometimes it does struggle with the MCPs, but let's see how it goes. There we go. We've got it deployed. Let's test it out. I'm not 100% certain it's going to work. Wow, it actually works. That's what we like. So for example, you can see this is hosted on a subdomain. You could always buy a custom domain and then assign it to this project, but that's basically how it goes. And it did work perfectly, which is beautiful. We like that. So just to be clear here, we deployed the project that we just created to a subdomain, as you can see, and then it opened up automatically inside the chat. We've got the deploy ID, etc. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Pretty cool. And it gives you the deployment details, where it's hosted, etc. We can click on that. We're good to go. And that was super simple and easy. So that's how you can deploy your projects. And then also, if you want to actually add a login, for example, you want to add a login to the project that you've coded, then you can type in, for example, Superbase. Superbase is what you want, right? So we need to get an access token from Superbase, so let's do it. And then we need to generate a new token once we've logged in. So let me just do that in the background too. Once that's completed, it's going to be loaded into the Superbase MCP server. And now we've got Superbase and Netlify included. So for example, if we want to say, okay, connect this to Superbase 2 for a login, this will basically allow you to set up like a database with the project. So if you have like logins, if you want people to log in, etc., then you can see here we're using the free tier, plus add a login page to the website. So it's creating the project, setting this up, getting the keys. It's using the free plan, by the way. And bear in mind, like everything that we're doing today is free, right? So Antigravity, free. Superbase MCP, free. Nano Banana inside Antigravity, plus the API itself, free. You can also use Flash as well. So you can use Google Gemini Flash, or Pro, or Claude Sonnet, all for free as well. And then also using Netlify, we deployed that on a subdomain for free as well. So the hosting, the backend, the front end, the API, all free. You don't need to pay for any of this. So now it's going to open up the login page. Like you can see, it's going to create an account. And bear in mind, this is not editing the live version of the website that's hosted on the subdomain on Netlify. And now we're going to test this out. So we're going to click confirm. This is hosted locally, right? So this is a local version. So any edits you make to this won't be automatically deployed to Netlify. Just ask the agent when you're ready after you've made the changes. You see it's even testing out the code. So if it does have an error, it's just going to fix the code step by step, as you can see right here, and get the console logs. But I love the fact that it just works on it in the background and I don't have to interact with it. It just works its magic without me. What it actually does is it records the screen and then it creates a little video that you can watch back later if you want to. This is the AI agent, by the way, it's not me. Now what it's going to do is update that. So it's going to redeploy this to Netlify. And you can see here we've got Superbase Login integration. So it's set up the custom login page, integrated Superbase, set up the logins, and updated the subdomain directly to the website here. All right, so if we click join now, we can check this out. You can see here we can create an account or we can log in, and then that should be good to go. Then if we go back to Gmail, like you can see here, we've got the email from Superbase confirming our sign up for the website, and there we go, we're logged in, right? So today, just to recap on what we've done, we showed you how to vibe code anything that you want, whether that's websites, games, tools, mini apps, etc. I showed you how to deploy it using the Netlify MCP for free. I showed you how to log in with Superbase for free. And I showed you how to generate images, get the AI agent to iterate on that, and then also to host these projects locally and then redeploy it to a subdomain. And then finally, we've also talked about the free APIs you can get in as well. So that's basically how to vibe code anything that you want for free. Pretty amazing. What a great time to be a vibe coder. It's an amazing time. If you want to get my best training on this, you can get my free course inside the AI Success Lab, as you can see right here. If you go to the classroom, then you go to January 2026 automations, you will see that we have a free vibe coding course directly inside the AI Success Lab that runs you through everything that you need to know, including the anti-gravity vibing system and step-by-step 30-day plans of how to implement this. This is free, but it gives you all the prompts and templates and tools that you need to really get a vibe coded project out and to create it quickly and launch it like you've seen today. And then also what I've done is I've actually created 100 anti-gravity prompts so that, for example, if you want to build a lead generation tool for your website or a content creation tool, if you want to build out a business tool or an automation and productivity tool, you get that all inside the video notes from today, plus a 2-hour free course on how to use and vibe code with anti-gravity. So thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And also, if you want to join me and 2,100 amazing builders with AI who are all automating the business and growing and using AI to win, then check out the AI Profit Boardroom. We have a daily accountability group so that we hold each other accountable to the goals. I actually personally answer each of the questions inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You can post questions if you ever get stuck, share the projects that you're creating with Antigravity and be part of the community as well. Then you can also see all the wins of like people just getting amazing results with AI, as you can see right here. So if you want to join a tribe of winners, if you want to see what I'm building with this stuff, you can join the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description, or go to aiprofitboardroom.com. And then also you can see here, for example, we have a full course that takes you from complete beginner to expert for automating your business, plus how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, you get a full playbook on how to automate AI avatar videos, shorts, newsletters, X, Instagram, how to automate your emails, how to automate screen share videos, etc., Like, it's unbelievable what you can do with AI right now if you have the right processes, which is what we show you inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You also get a course on how to get more clients for your agency, or if you're a freelancer. You learn how to rank #1 with AI SEO, and get my full YouTube AI roadmap that shows you how to automate your YouTube channel with AI. And then also, if you ever get stuck, you can jump on 4 coaching calls a week where you can meet the community, ask questions, get help and support in real time. And also inside the community, there's unlimited tech support, right? So if you ever get stuck or you're struggling with something, you can post inside the community and get unlimited tech support whenever you need it, which I think is absolutely amazing. So hope to see you inside there. Appreciate you watching. Cheers. Bye-bye. Let's see what we got here. Flower Girl says, we're stuck like 40 minutes trying to get the unaltered version. Netlify, yeah, Netlify is awesome. Simon said, oh, so Netlify also have an MCP. That's great. Does it set everything up? Yeah, see today, it's actually amazing what you can do with this. Border says he was looking forward to me sharing my access token on a live stream. Yeah. Does it set up the environmental variable tab for you? Like you've seen today, it sets up everything for you. Right? Boom shakalaka, Sporter says. And Ruben says, good morning from the Pacific. Thank you for the value you provide for free. Always happy to help. Fire says, thank you for the frequent updates. And Crystal says, boom shakalaka. All right. Cheers for watching. See you on the next one. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to show you how to use Google Antigravity better than 99% of people. Now, this is an extremely powerful free IDE built by Google that you can install for free. So you can just download it here. Once you've installed it, you're going to see something like this, right? And today I'm going to show you, for example, how to basically use it better than everyone else. Like, most people don't know how to use this properly, right? So for example, here, if we open up a to-do list app, like you see, this is a previous project that we've built. What we can actually do over here is we can start loading our project. Now, if you've never built with Antigravity before, what you would do is you just open up a new window, and then you're going to go to open folder, set up a new folder. So let's say, for example, let's go with to-do list app, just to keep it simple, right? Create that project like so, open that up. That's going to open up a new project. And then inside the chat over here, you can build something basic, right? So you could say, okay, create a to-do list app, something like that. Really simple and basic. Now, that will basically allow the AI and the AI agent to go off and just build a project in the background automatically whilst we're doing other stuff, right? And I'm just going to allow that to run in the background. Now, whilst we're waiting for that to load, let me show you some other cool stuff you can do with this that's far more advanced, right? So that's the basics. That's how to create a project, how to automate basically any app that you want, how to build out websites, games, whatever. You just put in plain English what you want over here, and it will go off and do it as long as you click proceed. You also want to make sure that inside your settings, you've allowed the AI agent to automatically go off and start doing stuff automatically. So for example, we've enabled web tools, auto continue, etc. These things will just allow it to go off and do things in the background whilst I'm talking to you. So from here, what we can actually do is if we go to do app, so we've already got this project built, and you can see we can switch between APIs. So this is a little cheat code for getting free access to the API from Claude Opus 4.5, for example, which is normally a paid API, right? Opus 4.5, normally paid. Sonnet 4.5, normally paid, right? And so you can use any of these APIs. Now, what you can also do is if you go to extensions over here, there's a couple of cool extensions you can install. So number one is Climb, right? So you can install Climb. Once you've got Climb installed, right? Then what you can actually do is you can use Climb directly inside here, right? Let me show you how that works. You can see that once we've enabled it, we've got Client over here. And then inside Client, we've actually got free access to a bunch of other APIs that we can use, right? So for example, here, we can use browser use, we can use MCP servers, and also we can switch between these APIs. So for example, we have a bunch of free ones. Let me show you what we're dealing with here. So if you look in the bottom left, you will see, for example, that you've got Minimax for free, you've got DevStral for free, and a bunch of other APIs you can use for free, or you can use your own API directly inside Antigravity and then combine the two because it can check out your projects, right? Now, if you go inside the chat here, we can start operating this. So for example, we can say, okay, improve the UI on my project, and then it'll go off and start doing this. And it's basically taking a look at the project files that we've got. So for example, the index HTML, and then it's going to look at how we can improve that, right? So it's going to read through the JavaScript, the CSS, it's going to start editing and looking through all the code that we've got. And again, I can't really code, but I can easily ask an API to code for me, right? That's not a problem at all. And so it's going to go off and start building stuff out for us here. As you can see, it's now editing the CSS and everything else and just going off and improving everything, right? Now, what we can also do is if we go to the 3 dots in the top right of the AI agent of Antigravity, we can click on MCP servers, like you can see right here. And we can set up, for example, these MCP servers. So if you wanted to, for example, like publish anything that you create from Antigravity directly to a website, or you could set up the Netlify MCP server, right? So if we exit that, and then we're going to go to Netlify here, we can install this MCP that allows us to connect whatever we build and then deploy it directly to the MCP server. So it can create, manage, and deploy Netlify projects. It can modify and access controls, etc. Right? As you can see right here. If you go back to Antigravity, and we'll open up another window, the one that we're building out the to-do list in. So you can see it right here. We're going to click on Accept. We'll click on Open Up. And now you can see we've got the project that we just built out a second ago. Let's test if it works. Does it work? 100%. Great. All right, cool. So what we can also do here is if we go to Terminal, New Terminal, click on Claude. It will say, are you ready to code? I'm going to say yes. And then we can actually use Claude as well, and the power of Claude Code, which is a far better API for coding directly inside Antigravity. So we can create the base with Antigravity, and then inside this section, we can use Claude Code to improve the UI or add more features, right? So if we click on that, boom, we're good to go. So it's reading the files, and it can begin to improve and edit the UI and everything else. And you can see it says, I can see this is a nice dark themed to-do app with glass morphism effects. Let me implement several UI. Now, whilst we're waiting for that to load, if you go back inside the chat here, we say, okay, something like this, right? So if we say like, just create an image, just a totally random image, but I want to show you how you can use this as well, because 99% of people don't know you can do this, right? So inside Antigravity, what you can also use is you've got the APIs. So for example, Gemini Flash, Pro, you've got Claude Sonnet, Opus, etc. But you can also use one of the most powerful and best AI image generators in the world inside the chat here. So you can see we've actually used Nano Banana. So it's got the Nano Banana icon over here, which is Gemini's best image generator. And normally you would pay for the API, right? So if you wanted to generate images with Nano Banana, you have to get an API. It's a bit messy. It's a bit time consuming. It's actually built in and baked directly into Antigravity, and you don't have to pay for it within certain usage limits. So you can see here that we can generate images. And obviously, like, you're not just going to sit down and generate images of cats all day. But the point here is that you can take images, whether it's logos, whether it's icons, that sort of stuff, and then you can insert those into your project to make them more interesting. So we've now got Claude Code that has finished out the edits. We've generated images and automated the whole app inside the chat of Antigravity. We'll now open up the project that's been newly designed using Claude Code, as you can see. And now let's open it up, and we've got a much nicer version of our app. So this is a new version. This is a new version, as you can see, and this is the old version, right? And it's just a lot nicer, right? We could add far more animations and interesting stuff to this, but you can see here it's now tracking how many tasks we've done. We can complete anything completed. We've got active and completed down here, and we can add more tasks. Plus, we actually have a progress bar, as you can see, has this 0% complete section. If we add more stuff like this, click enter, you can see the progress bar now goes to 100%. Boom, with a nice little confetti animation. That's what we're talking about. And so just to be clear here in terms of what we've done so far. So we've generated images, we've automated apps. I've shown you how to create MCP servers. I've shown you how to use Klein with free APIs inside Antigravity. And on top of that, we've also used Claude Code to automate improving the project and the actual UI. Some really cool stuff here. Now, let's go back inside the chat. As you can see, we're going to try and install an MCP server. So we'll go to Antigravity here. We're going to say, okay, install these. So you can see I've asked it to install the MCP server. And then what I'm also going to do is grab the details of the GitHub for Notebook LM MCP. Let's grab that. And now we can install MCP servers directly inside Claude Code and operate that directly from Antigravity. Now you can see it's connected all the MCPs. Beautiful. And it's going to ask us to log in. It's connected to Notebook LM, as you can see. So it's authenticated Notebook LM inside Antigravity. And now you can see it's pulling in the information from our notebooks, right? So it's taking the two notebooks, and we can choose which one we want to generate an audio view with. So let's take that one. As you can see, the audio generation has now started for mastering Notebook LM. Let's click on process. And as you can see, it's beginning to generate this. Now, the cool thing about this is we've also got videos, audios, and infographics already created inside our notebook, right? And so what we can actually do is use those as well as any images that we generate. So we can, for example, take the audio, the video, the infographics that we generate from the Notebook LM MCP directly inside Claude Code, and then install those and embed those directly into our Antigravity project, right? So for example, if you were building out a web page, you could create a nice infographic with Notebook LM, download it, operate it with Claude Code MCP inside Antigravity, and then install it to the page as well. And just embed it inside the page so it looks 10 times nicer, right? Super simple and easy. So that is it. That is how to use Antigravity better than 99% of people. You can now use audio overviews. You can create videos, infographics, images. You can automate and build any app that you want. You can improve the UI. You can generate the terminal, and you can use these free APIs all inside Antigravity. Pretty insane. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get a free AI automation community with 44,900 people, link in the comments and description. It's completely free. And if you go to the January 2026 section here, and then you go to Antigravity beginner to expert, you can see all my video notes plus an extra free 2-hour course on exactly how to use this, right? Link in the comments and description to get that. It's completely free, or just ask ChatGPT for Julian Goldie's AI Success Lab. And you can get over 100 prompts, a 30-day plan for mastering this, plus the Goldie Gravity method, which is basically a 4-step framework for using all this cool stuff and building and automating whatever you want with Antigravity. Plus, we've got a 30-day plan. So if you really want to master this stuff like me, you can implement it day by day, as you can see right here. Plus, there's all these free courses inside the AI Success Lab you can get instant access to, along with a community. Now, if you want to join a community of serious AI builders, you can do that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an amazing community of people who are serious about using AI automation for their business to grow and scale. It's based on a lot of the playbooks that I've used personally, and you've got a community of 2,000 people who are really serious and deep into this to help you automate anything that you want in your business, right? So, for example, you can see inside the action takers section here, we have a daily check-in that makes sure and holds you accountable to achieving your goals so that you're more likely to achieve them. On top of that, you can post your wins and share your wins inside the win section here. So you can see all these amazing wins from people growing and building and creating amazing stuff with AI. On top of that, inside the classroom here, if you want to learn how to basically automate your business with AI, you can go from complete beginner to expert with AI automation, plus learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. Additionally, you will get my best playbooks. For example, you'll probably see me on YouTube or other platforms creating AI videos and avatar videos. If you want to learn how I do that, I've got a full playbook right here. So if you go to the AI avatar video section here, we've got a full playbook plus a step-by-step operating procedure that shows you how to create AI videos just like I do. You can also direct message me for help inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You can learn how to get clients with the agency course. You'll get my best AI SEO automations for ranking #1 on Google and AI search engines based on what's working for me. You can see our results with AI SEO right here. And then also you can learn how to grow and scale a YouTube channel based on what's working for me. We've actually got a 6-week roadmap, as you can see right here. And in the calendar, inside the AI Profit Boardroom, you get 4 coaching calls a week. So you can jump on 4 coaching calls a week, get help, get support live whenever you need it, and meet the community, which I think is great, right? So that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Hope to see you inside there. What have we got on the comments here? Rabulous, thanks for the impressive work. Always happy to help. Sporters says, go team. That's what we're talking about. Good to see you, Sporters. Ernesto says, nice to see you. Again, always good to see you, Ernesto. Sporter says, I'm late. Using Claude Code is more robust than using Opus inside Antigravity. Yeah, for sure. You can do a whole lot more with Claude Code than you can do with the API. Bear in mind, like if you're using the API inside Antigravity, the one that's built in, you will have limits. There will be token limits. And so you can't rinse it, right? You're going to hit limits and then it's going to restrict you on what you can do. Can you ask Claude Code to use Google design principles? I'm pretty sure you could, Gregory, if you wanted to. Antoine says a cheeky bit of notebook LM. That's what we're talking about. If you haven't seen Antoine's channel, check it out. He does a lot of cool stuff on AI automation too in his industry. It's super cool. Plus, he's a funny guy. And also, Stark DevOps says, this is the best setup I've seen so far. To be able to do the notebook LM deep research on Antigravity or a CLI is a game changer. So I really appreciate that. And yeah, awesome. Glad it helped. Google just made Antigravity 100x better. Today, I'm going to show you something that's going to blow your mind. Google just made their AI tool way better. And I'm not talking about small updates. I'm talking about huge changes that make your work 10 times easier. This thing is fast, it's smart, and you can use it right now. No waiting lists, no crazy prices, just pure power that helps you get more done in less time. So let me tell you what's happening. Google's been working on something big. It's called Google Antigravity, and they just released updates that changed the game completely. I've been testing this for weeks, and the results are crazy good. We're talking about a tool that can help you write better content, create better marketing, and grow your business faster than ever before. Most people don't know about Google Antigravity yet. They're still using the old tools. They're missing out on features that could save them hours every single day. And that's why I'm making this video. Because once you see what Google Antigravity can do, you'll never go back to the old way of doing things. Let me show you exactly what changed. First, the speed is insane. The old version was already fast. But this new one is like going from a bicycle to a rocket ship. You type something in and boom, instant results. No more waiting around. No more watching that little loading circle spin. Just fast answers that actually make sense. Second, the quality went way up. The responses are clearer, more detailed, more accurate. It's like having a super smart assistant who actually gets what you're trying to do. And that matters because when you're running a business, you don't have time for AI that gives you garbage responses. Third, and this is huge, it now understands context way better. You can have actual conversations with it. You can reference things you said earlier. You can build on ideas. It remembers what you're working on. And that means you can go deeper into topics without starting from scratch every single time. But here's where it gets really interesting. These updates aren't just about making the AI smarter. They're about making it more useful for real business problems. Let me give you some examples of how you can actually use this stuff. Let's talk about content creation first. Say you run the AI Profit Boardroom community. You need to create posts that get attention, posts that make people want to join, posts that show the real value of AI automation. With Google Antigravity, you can ask it to write content that speaks directly to your audience. You can say something like, write a post about how AI automation saved our members hundreds of hours this month, and it'll give you something that actually sounds human. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Google Antigravity. The link is in the comments and description. It's at school.com/AI Profit Lab. Or let's say you need to write emails. You've got a list of people interested in learning about AI. You want to send them something valuable, something that makes them excited to open your next email. You can use Google Antigravity to craft emails that feel personal, that speak to their exact problems, that show them solutions they can actually use. Now, I know what you're thinking. Julian, this sounds too good to be true. What's the catch? And honestly, there isn't one. Google made this free. They want people using it. They want it to be accessible. Because the more people who use it, the better it gets. It learns from interactions, it improves over time, and that means you're getting a tool that literally gets smarter the more you use it. Let me walk you through a real example. Say you're trying to grow your business with AI automation. You want to create a landing page that converts, a landing page that shows people why they need to join the AI Profit Boardroom, a landing page that explains all the benefits in a way that makes sense. You could spend hours writing copy, testing different headlines, trying to figure out what works, or you could use Google Antigravity to do it in minutes. You give it a simple prompt, something like create landing page copy for the AI Profit Boardroom that shows how our community helps businesses automate tasks, save time, and get better results. With AI tools, make it clear, compelling, and focused on real benefits. And the AI would give you copy that actually works, headlines that grab attention, body text that explains the value, call to action buttons that make people want to click, all in the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee. But it goes beyond just writing. You can use this for strategy too. Let's say you're planning your content for the month. You need ideas for videos, ideas for posts, ideas for emails. You could brainstorm for hours, or you could ask the AI to generate a content calendar based on what your audience cares about. You'd say something like, create a month of content ideas for a community focused on AI automation and business growth. Include topics that teach practical skills, showcase real results, and help people see how AI can transform their work. And boom, you've got 30 days of content mapped out, complete with titles, descriptions, and angles that actually make sense. Now, here's something most people miss. The real power isn't in using AI to replace you. It's in using AI to multiply what you can do. Think about it. If you can write emails 10 times faster, you can reach 10 times more people. If you can create content in half the time, you can publish twice as much. If you can plan your strategy in minutes instead of hours, you have more time to actually execute. That's what these updates enable. They turn AI from a cool toy into a real business tool, a tool that helps you scale without burning out, a tool that helps you compete with bigger companies that have way more resources, a tool that levels the playing field so that small businesses can punch above their weight. Let me show you another use case. Customer service. This is something every business deals with. People have questions, they need help, they want answers fast. And if you're a small team, responding to everyone can eat up your entire day. With the updated AI, you can create response templates that actually sound like you. Templates that address common questions. Templates that provide real value instead of generic nonsense. You can train Google Antigravity on your brand voice, on your products, on the specific problems your customers face, and then use it to draft responses that you just need to review and send. This isn't about ignoring your customers, it's about helping them faster, about giving them better answers, about freeing up your time so you can focus on the complex issues that actually need your personal attention, or think about research. Say you're trying to understand a new market, you want to know what people are struggling with, what solutions already exist, what gaps you could fill. You could spend days reading articles, watching videos, browsing forums, or you could use Google Antigravity to synthesize information from multiple sources in minutes. You'd ask it to summarize the main challenges businesses face when trying to implement AI automation. You'd ask it to identify common objections people have. You'd ask it to list the top tools in the space and what makes each one different, and you get a comprehensive overview that would take you weeks to compile on your own. Now, I want to address something important. Some people worry that using AI makes your content less authentic, less human, less real, and I get that concern. But here's the truth. AI is a tool, just like a calculator is a tool, or a spell checker is a tool. It doesn't make you less smart to use a calculator, it just makes you faster. The same goes for AI. Using it doesn't make you lazy. It doesn't make your content fake. It just gives you a starting point, a framework, a foundation you can build on. You still need to add your personality, your experience, your unique insights. The AI handles the heavy lifting so you can focus on making it yours. And that's exactly how I use it. I don't just copy and paste what the AI gives me. I take what it creates and I make it better. I add stories, I add examples, I add context that only I can provide. The AI gets me 80% of the way there. I bring it home. With the final 20% that makes it special, let me give you a specific example. From the AI Profit Boardroom, we were working on a new onboarding sequence for members. We needed emails that welcome people, that showed them around, that helped them get the most value from day one. Writing 7 emails from scratch would have taken me hours, maybe days, if I wanted to get them really right. Instead, I used Google Antigravity to draft the sequence. I gave it details about our community, about what new members need to know, about the journey we want to take them on, and it created 7 emails that were actually good. Not perfect, but good enough that I could edit them in a fraction of the time it would have taken to write them from zero. I added personal touches, I tweaked the tone, I included specific details about features and benefits, but the structure was there, the flow made sense, the progression felt natural, and I saved probably 6 hours of work, 6 hours I could spend helping members directly, or creating new resources, or planning the next phase of growth. That's the real value of these updates. They don't replace thinking, they augment it. They take care of the mechanical parts so you can focus on the creative parts, the strategic parts, the parts that actually move your business forward. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Google Antigravity. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 40,000 members who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. It's at school.com/AI Profit Lab. Antigravity plus Claude Code just changed everything. You can now automate entire coding projects with AI. I'm talking about full stack apps built in minutes, no coding skills needed. This is wild. I just spent the last week testing something insane, 2 AI tools that work together, and they can automate almost any coding project you throw at them. I'm talking about Antigravity and Claude Code. And no, this isn't another boring AI assistant. This is different. Let me show you why this matters. Most AI coding tools just give you code snippets, right? You paste them in. Half the time they don't work. You're stuck debugging. It's a mess. Antigravity is completely different. It's an agent-first IDE. What does that mean? It means the AI agent actually controls everything. The editor, the terminal, your browser, everything. It plans the project, executes the tasks, tests the results, all on its own. And Claude Code, that's Anthropic's coding assistant. It understands natural language. You tell it what you want in plain English, it writes the code, debugs it, modifies it, tests it, all without you touching a single line of code. Now here's where it gets crazy. When you combine these two tools together, you get a full automation stack. Think of it like this. Antigravity is the project manager. Claude Code is the developer. Antigravity plans everything out, creates a task list, organizes the workflow, then Claude Code executes each task, writes all the code, makes it work, and you just sit back and watch. I know what you're thinking. Does this actually work in real life, or is this just hype? Let me show you. I tested this on a real project. I wanted to build a landing page automation tool for AI, Profit Boardroom, something that could generate high converting landing pages, show the value of AI automation, explain all the benefits of our community, get more leads and customers. Normally, this would take days, maybe weeks if you're not a developer. With Antigravity and Claude Code, I had a working prototype in under 2 hours. Here's exactly what happened. First, I opened Antigravity. It's free right now in public preview. You can download it for Windows, Mac, or Linux. I gave it a simple prompt. Build a landing page tool that generates high converting pages for AI automation communities. That's it. Antigravity immediately created a task list, set up the project structure, defined the architecture, planned out the features all automatically. Then it connected to Claude Code, and Claude Code started building. It wrote the HTML structure, added the CS styling, built the form capture system, created the conversion optimization features, added social proof sections, everything. And here's the cool part. Antigravity has something called artifacts. These are screenshots and recordings of what the agents are doing. So you can actually see the progress in real time. You're not just hoping it works, you can verify every step. So I'm watching Antigravity and Claude Code work together. And I'm honestly shocked at how fast this is moving. The landing page is taking shape, but then I wanted to add something specific. I wanted an email capture system that integrates with our CRM. So I just typed that into the chat. Add email capture with CRM integration. Claude Code immediately understood. It wrote the integration code, connected to the API, added the validation, set up the database connection, all in about 3 minutes. No debugging needed. It just worked. Now, here's where most people mess this up. They think AI automation means you can just set it and forget it. That's not how it works. You still need to validate the outputs, especially with powerful tools like this. Antigravity makes this easy. Every task it completes shows up in the artifacts panel. You can review the code, check the screenshots, watch the browser recordings, make sure everything looks right. If something's wrong, you just tell it. This button needs to be bigger. Change this color to match our brand. Add a testimonial section here. It makes the changes instantly. This is the workflow I've been using. High-level planning in Antigravity, detailed execution in Claude Code, constant validation through artifacts. It's honestly the most efficient development process I've ever used. And I'm not even a developer. Let me talk about some practical tips because this isn't perfect yet. First, Antigravity is still in public preview. That means it's free right now, but there are rate limits. The quota resets every 5 hours or so. So if you're doing heavy development, you might hit those limits. Just plan your work accordingly. Second, there are some bugs. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Sometimes the agents make errors. Sometimes files get corrupted. It's still early days, but here's the thing. Even with the bugs, this is still faster than coding manually. You just need to use version control. Always use Git. Commit your changes frequently. That way, if something breaks, you can roll back. Third, security. This is important. When you're automating powerful tasks like this, you need to be careful. Always validate outputs before you execute them, especially if you're running terminal commands or connecting to production databases. Don't just blindly trust the AI. Review everything. Now, let me show you what else you can do with this stack. I built that landing page tool, but I've also used it for other projects. I built a lead magnet generator for the AI Profit Boardroom that creates downloadable guides and checklists, created an email sequence automation tool that writes and schedules follow-up campaigns, even built a simple CRM integration that tracks member engagement and activity, all in a few hours each. The key is giving clear instructions. Don't just say, build me a website. Say, build a 3-page website with a hero section, benefits list, testimonials, and contact form that captures leads for an AI automation community. The more specific you are, the better the results. And another thing, you can use multiple AI models in Antigravity. Google, Gemini, Claude Sonnet, GPT models. You can switch between them depending on the task. I usually stick with Claude Sonnet because it's the smartest right now. But sometimes Gemini is faster for simple tasks. You can experiment and see what works best for your workflow. Here's what I think is happening. We're moving from AI helps you code to AI codes for you. That's a huge shift, and it's happening right now. Tools like Antigravity and Claude Code are just the beginning. In 6 months, this is going to be even better, more stable, faster, more powerful. Companies are already using this in enterprise environments. Cognizant is using Claude Code to accelerate their AI adoption. That tells you this isn't just a toy, this is real professional grade automation, and you can access it right now for free. So here's what I recommend. Download Antigravity today. The link is in the description. Sign up for Claude Code. Start with a simple project, maybe a landing page or a simple automation tool, something practical for your business, see how it works, get comfortable with the workflow, then scale up from there. This is honestly one of the most exciting AI developments I've seen in a while, because it's not just about writing code faster, it's about automating entire development workflows. That changes everything. Okay, quick recap. Antigravity is an agent-first IDE. It plans and orchestrates your projects. Claude Code is the execution engine. It writes and tests the actual code. Together, they automate full development workflows. You give them high-level instructions. They handle the rest. It's fast, it's powerful, and it's available right now. If you want to learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Antigravity and Claude Code, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. We're showing people exactly how to use these cutting-edge AI automation tools to build real systems that get results. No fluff, just practical strategies that work. Check the link in the description. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100+ AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. It's our free AI community. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 40,000 members who are crushing it with AI. All right, that's it for today. Go download Antigravity, start automating, and let me know in the comments what you build. I'll see you in the next one. Google Antigravity. From beginner to expert in 10 minutes. Today I'm going to show you something wild. Google has a hidden feature that nobody talks about. It's called Google Antigravity, and it's going to blow your mind. This thing is free, easy to use, and most people have no idea it exists. By the end of this video, you'll be an expert. Alright, let's dive into Google Antigravity. Now I need to be real with you here. Google Antigravity is actually an Easter egg. It's a fun hidden feature that Google created years ago. When you search for it or type in the right URL, all the elements on the Google homepage start floating around. You can click and drag them, they bounce off each other. It's like physics but on your screen. But here's why I'm making this video. Most people think it's just a toy, just something to waste time with, but there's actually a bigger lesson here about how Google works, how web pages are built, and how you can use these concepts to understand the internet better. And when you understand the internet better, you can use AI tools to automate your business in ways most people never think about. Let me show you exactly how this works. First, you go to your browser, type in Google Antigravity or search for Mr. Doob at Google. Mr. Doob is the developer who created a lot of these Google experiments. When you land on the page, everything looks normal for about 1 second, then boom. The Google logo starts falling, the search bar drops, the buttons float away, everything on the page becomes interactive. You can grab the logo and throw it around. You can stack the buttons on top of each other. It's using JavaScript and HTML5 to make everything move. The physics engine makes it feel real. When something hits the edge of your screen, it bounces back. When two items collide, they react like real objects would. Now here's where it gets interesting for business owners and marketers. This same technology that makes Google Antigravity work is what powers interactive websites. Think about landing pages that have animations. Think about websites where things move when you scroll. Think about interactive demos that let people play with your product. All of that uses similar code to what you're seeing in Google Antigravity. So when I'm building landing pages for the AI Profit Boardroom, I think about engagement. How do I keep people on the page? How do I make them interact with the content? How do I show them the value of AI automation in a way that's not boring? Interactive elements are a huge part of that. And understanding how these elements work helps you communicate better with developers, with AI tools, and with website builders. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Google Antigravity. The link is in the comments and description. It's at school.com/AI Profit Lab. Let me give you a practical example. Let's say you want to create a landing page for the AI Profit Boardroom that explains how AI automation can transform your business. So you could just put text on a page. That's what most people do. But what if you made it interactive? What if when someone scrolls, different AI tools pop up on the screen? What if they can click and drag examples of automation workflows? What if the page itself shows them what automation feels like? That's the power of understanding web technology. And here's the crazy part. You don't need to code anymore. With AI tools like ChatGPT, Claude, and new website builders, you can describe what you want and the AI creates it for you. You can say, I want a landing page with floating elements that show different AI automation tools, make them interactive, let users click on them to see examples, and the AI builds it. But you can only ask for this stuff if you know it exists. That's why learning about things like Google Antigravity matters. It opens your mind to what's possible. It shows you that websites don't have to be static and boring. They can be alive, they can move, they can engage people in ways that make them stay longer and take action. Now let me show you some other Google Easter eggs that teach you useful concepts. There's Google Gravity. You learn same idea as anti-gravity, but everything falls down instead of floating. There's Google Underwater, where everything moves like it's in water. There's Google Sphere, where all the search results spin around you in 3 dimensions. Each one of these teaches you something about web design, user experience, and engagement. Google Gravity shows you how elements can respond to physics. This is useful when you're thinking about animations on your website. Should things slide in from the top? Should they fall into place? Understanding gravity effects helps you make better design choices. Google Underwater shows you how to create immersive experiences. When someone visits your site, do you want them to feel like they're entering a different world? That's what good branding does. Google Sphere shows you how to present information in 3 dimensions. This is huge for product showcases and portfolios. Here's what I want you to understand. Every single one of these Easter eggs was created by developers who understand code. But now with AI, you don't need to be a developer. You just need to know what's possible. You need to see examples. You need to understand the concepts. Then you can tell an AI what you want and it builds it for you. This is exactly what we teach in the AI Profit Boardroom, how to use AI tools to automate your business without needing to code, how to create websites, landing pages, and marketing materials that look professional and convert visitors into customers, how to save hundreds of hours by letting AI do the heavy lifting while you focus on strategy and growth. Let me give you another practical example. Let's say you're creating a demo page for a new service. You want to show potential customers exactly how your service works. Most people would create a video or write out a bunch of text. But what if you made it interactive? What if you use the same technology behind Google Antigravity to let people actually play with a demo version of your product right on the page? Here's how you do it with AI. You'd go to ChatGPT or Claude. You'd say, I need an interactive demo page for my AI automation service. When someone lands on the page, show them a visual representation of a workflow. Let them drag and drop different automation tools into the workflow. When they connect 2 tools, show an animation of data flowing between them. Make it feel like they're actually building something. The AI would generate the code for you, you'd copy and paste it into your website builder, and boom. You have an interactive demo that engages people way more than a static page ever could. This is the power of combining web technology knowledge with AI tools. You become unstoppable. Now let's talk about why engagement matters so much. When someone lands on your website, you have about 3 seconds to grab their attention. 3 seconds. If your page is boring, they're gone, they hit the back button, and you never hear from them again. But if your page is interesting, if it moves, if it does something unexpected, they stick around, they explore, they engage, and engaged visitors are way more likely to become customers. But here's the secret. With AI tools, you can create that same level of polish for almost nothing. You can use AI to generate animations. You can use AI to write code for interactive elements. You can use AI to design layouts that convert. You just need to know what to ask for. And that's where studying things like Google Antigravity comes in. It shows you what's possible. It gives you ideas. It helps you understand the building blocks of great web design. Then you take those ideas and you use AI to bring them to life for your business. Let me give you one more example before we move on. Let's say you're creating an email campaign for the AI Profit Boardroom. You want to show people all the different ways they can use AI automation in their business. Most people would send a plain text email with a list. Boring, nobody reads those anymore. But what if you embedded an interactive element in the email? What if when someone opens the email, they see a mini version of Google Antigravity, but with AI tool logos instead of Google logos? So they can click and drag the tools around. Each tool has a label. When they click on a tool, it expands to show a quick example of how that tool saves time and grows businesses. That email gets opened, that email gets clicked, that email drives people to sign up. And you can build something like that using AI. You describe what you want, the AI writes the code, you test it, you tweak it, you send it out. That's the future of marketing. That's how you stand out in a world where everyone is doing the same boring stuff. Now, here's something most people don't know about Google Antigravity and these other Easter eggs. Google created them to test technology. They weren't just making fun toys, they were experimenting with JavaScript libraries, HTML5 features, and physics engines. These experiments helped Google engineers learn what worked and what didn't. Some of that technology ended up in Google's actual products. Here's another cool thing about Google Antigravity. It works on mobile too. If you open it on your phone, you can tilt your device and the elements respond to gravity. Tilt left and everything slides left. Tilt right and everything slides right. It's using your phone's accelerometer. This is the same technology that powers mobile games and apps. Why does this matter for business? Because more than half of web traffic comes from mobile now. If your website doesn't work well on mobile, you're losing customers. Understanding how mobile interactions work helps you create better mobile experiences, and better mobile experiences mean more sales. When I'm building landing pages for the AI Profit Boardroom, I always test on mobile first. I make sure buttons are easy to tap, I make sure text is easy to read, I make sure any interactive elements work smoothly on a small screen. This attention to detail is what separates amateur websites from professional ones, and with AI tools, you can get professional results without hiring expensive developers. Let me talk about the technology behind Google Antigravity for a minute. It uses a JavaScript library called Box2D. This is a physics engine that simulates real-world physics in 2 dimensions. Game developers use it, web developers use it, app developers use it. It calculates collisions, gravity, friction, and momentum. That's why when you throw the Google logo in Antigravity, it moves realistically. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Google Antigravity. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 40,000 members who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. It's at school.com/AI Profit Lab. Today, I'm going to show you how to build anything with Claude Code and Google Antigravity. It's actually pretty easy to integrate the two, and you can use Google Antigravity for free. You can also get Claude for free directly inside there if you want access to the free API for this. This is a really powerful coder. So once you've downloaded it, which you can do over here, you can then go over to Antigravity, and inside Antigravity, what you want to make sure if you're using Claude Code is that you download the extensions. So on the left-hand side here, you're going to select extensions, then you're going to type in Claude. From here, Claude should pop up. Let's wait for it to load. Here we go. So you got Claude Code for VS Code, right? So we're going to click install on that, trust publisher and install. And this will actually allow you to install MCPs as well, which is pretty cool. But also it can run in your terminal whilst you're coding a project, right? So I'll show you an example of this in a second. If we go over to, as you can see, we've got Claude Code inside Antigravity now. What you're going to do from here is you go over to the Explorer, and then you're going to start typing and coding whatever you want, right? So for example, here you can see we've already got this project ready to go. And this is for creating a project system, right? So for example, here you can see the page that we've created. And if you go to, for example, just run this page, it'll actually load up the page that we've previously created inside Antigravity, right? So this was for a to-do list or a typing list, I think last time I checked. It's just going to load and open that up. And you can see we're using Gemini Flash for this just because it's the fastest, but you can switch between Claude, Sonnet, 4.5 Thinking, Opus 4.5, etc. And you can use those for free within limits inside Google Antigravity. So this is going to run the project, and then I'm going to show you how to integrate Claude Code in a second, all right? So if you check here, for example, it's loading up the browser and it's going to open up a typing test app that we've built, right? And so with this typing test app, we've built it with Antigravity, we've coded it out, etc. But we can actually use Claude Code in a second to improve that a lot, right? It's just going to use this agent now to control the browser. You can see and tell that's being used by the agent by the blue background on the side, which is now gone. So that's finished. And you can see here that it's finished running the page, right? Now, how can you use Claude Code, and why would you use Claude Code inside Antigravity? The thing is, if we actually go to, let's go to view, and then we're just going to open up the terminal here. So if we go to terminal at the top, and then we click on new terminal, we're just going to open up Claude Code. So if we type in Claude there, It's going to open up. Yes, continue. And now we can actually use Claude Code in the terminal inside our project on Antigravity. Now, why would you want to do that? Number one, obviously, from everything that I've tested, and I've spent thousands of hours testing this stuff, Claude is by far a superior model when it comes to coding. Now, you could use Claude Opus within the chat here, but the problem with that is, number one, there's limits. And number two, it's gonna run out of limits. But then also, if you're already paying for Claude, you don't want to pay for Antigravity to get more limits inside Claude. And also, it's quite easy just to give it commands inside this section, and then it will edit the project for you. The other thing that I would say is, like, some people say, why don't you use Gemini Flash or Gemini Pro, etc., inside the drop down here? The thing is that Claude is a better coder, right? And Claude Code especially is just insanely powerful, right? So for example, if we take the of the project we just loaded, which is this one, it's okay, but it's average, right? It's not that great. So what we can actually do here is we can go into Claude Code and say, okay, make the design plus you of this app 10 times better, more modern, beautiful, interesting, dopamine inducing, bright colors, crazy effects, etc., right? Just to make it a bit more interesting, just to make it more visual for you watching at home as well, right? And so now it's going to use Claude Code, and it's going to start editing the files that we have inside this project so that we can combine it with the power of Antigravity. And I think when you combine both, you're going to get the best possible outputs. You don't have to use this, to get good outputs from Antigravity. But if you want the creme de la creme of coding, then we're going to go ahead with this. Now, the other thing that I would say here is I'm not a coder. I don't understand HTML. I don't understand CSS. So you don't need to be a coder. Literally all you're typing in is plain English into the terminal here, and then it's going to go off and do its magic. Some people say, why is Antigravity better than something like, for example, Visual Studio Code? Honestly, I've found that Visual Studio Code is a little bit techy to use, a little bit more technical if you're not a coder. The other thing that I'd say is, like, Antigravity is actually free, and it comes with everything pre-installed, right? So it comes with, for example, Gemini 3 Pro, Free Flash, Claude Sonnet 4.5, Claude Opus 4.5, right? And these are paid APIs normally, but you can use them for free within limits inside Antigravity. The other thing that I like with Antigravity is it has a built-in computer use agent so that it can test and self-iterate the project inside the chat here. And previously, when I've tested stuff out, like, for example, Klein, Visual Studio Code, I don't really use them anymore just because I find them, like, super buggy, and also, like, the UI is pretty bad when you test them out normally. Maybe that's changed, but for me, I think the Antigravity, even the first time I used it, was really much better. And so you can see here, we've now got the CSS being edited with animation and effects. And the other thing I like here is, like, it gives you a plain English breakdown of everything that's doing in the meantime, right? You could also code out multiple projects if you wanted to, just open up new windows and then start coding other stuff out. But that's basically how this works. Now, if we go to the video notes from today, let me show you this. I actually included some video notes and an extra video tutorial inside the AI Success Lab that just breaks down what we're doing, what we're building, etc. And you could build all sorts of stuff. So, for example, for me, what would be useful? For example, I could build out a lead magnet for the AI Profit Boardroom, and I could use this prompt inside Antigravity with Claude Code. I could also, for example, generate an SEO content idea generator for Goldie agency, which is perfect for my SEO agency. I could create a daily accountability tracker, right? Because I track a lot. I like to hold myself accountable, and I could do that. Even for personal stuff, like a Muay Thai training log would be pretty good as well, right? And what I've also included here, if you really want to learn Antigravity, if you want to understand it step by step, I've built out a 30-day plan, as you can see right here. This is completely free inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments and description, but it shows you step by step how to use this stuff and how to get results with this stuff. All right, so we'll come back to Antigravity in a second, but I just want to show you that there's a full framework and a full 30-day plan inside the AI Success Lab from today. Now, we'll come up onto the old way and the new way. I just want to see where Antigravity is up to with Claude Code. And you can see sometimes it will ask me to allow edits and that sort of thing. So I'm going to say, yes, allow all edits during the session. So sometimes it is going to ask you for permission to edit files, to edit certain things, etc., which is totally normal because it doesn't want to go off and do some crazy stuff without your permission. Okay? So now it's editing the files inside a project, and this is all getting done whilst I'm talking to you, right? Now, if we go back to the notes from today, let's talk about the old way versus the new way, because everything's pretty much changed here, right? So the old way was like, you have an old idea for a business tool, you write a specification document, you find a developer to build it, you wait weeks and months for delivery, it gets expensive, then every change gets more expensive, and then half of what gets built isn't actually what you wanted, and you eventually end up giving up on custom tools and using generic software, right? That was the old way before Antigravity. The new way is you have an idea for a business tool, You open Antigravity with Claude Code, you describe what you want in plain English, you watch AI agents build it in real time. It takes minutes or hours instead of weeks. It's free to use. Antigravity, bear in mind Claude Code is not free, but you can use Claude APIs inside Antigravity. The changes happen instantly by just describing what you want. You iterate until it's exactly how you imagined, and then you have custom tools that fit your exact preferences, right? That's the difference here. So if we go back to Antigravity now, it's now editing the scripts. It's already updated the HTML and the CSS. Perfect. I can see inside the code there, it was talking about confetti and that sort of thing. So it's definitely adding some more animations inside there. Rick said he's having dinner. If you're having dinner, mate, you can play it in the background. No, I'm just kidding. If you can't catch it, just watch the replay back inside the live section of YouTube, and then you can watch the replays back. So it's adding effects and celebrations. In the meantime, whilst we're waiting for that, let's come back to some of the limiting beliefs that might be holding you back from doing this stuff. Some people say, I need to learn coding to build apps. The truth is, you look at, for example, people like Richard Branson. He built Virgin without knowing how to fly planes, right? He hired pilots. He described where he wanted to go. The planes got there. And it's the same with this. You don't need to know how to code to get this to work. You just need to know what you want the code to do. And that's a completely different skill. And you already have it, right? So every time you've explained to someone what you need done, every time you've given instructions to a team member, every time you've described a problem clearly, you are coding in plain English. And now AI agents understand plain English. So really the new empowering belief here is your ability to describe what you want is more valuable than technical coding skills in the age of AI, right? People say AI coding skills are too buggy and unreliable, right? But the truth is, like, early cars broke down constantly, and people said horses were more reliable, and they were right at that moment, but they were wrong about the trend. Okay, so like AI coding tools were buggy last year, but they're dramatically better this year. And Antigravity plus Claude Code represents a leap. So multiple agents check each other's work, they fix errors automatically, there's real-time testing, and the reliability compounds with each update. So we're past the early adoption phase, and I would say this is getting more and more mainstream ready. So really the new empowering belief that you want here is like AI coding tools have crossed the reliability threshold and improved faster than any technology in history. Bear in mind, what's it going to be like in 6 months, 3 months, etc. So it's finished coding this out now, as you can see, and then it says you can just open it up in your browser to experience the new design. So let's open it up. I'm going to click on open, and that should launch the page for us. And just to be clear here, we've built the base with Antigravity on the right-hand side, and then we've coded it out with Claude Code here. So we're going to open that up, and boom, look at that. How much nicer does that look? So if we have a look, this was the old way with Antigravity, right? So let's compare these side by side. Right? This is the old version with Antigravity. It's okay, like it does the job, it does the bare minimum, right? But if you want something that's a bit more fun, that's a bit more interesting, look at the background and the animations, the dopamine-inducing colors, the way that it's designed, etc. This is 10 times more better, right? And so look at that. When we actually do the actual typing, it looks 10 times better, right? So it's just a much nicer UI. It looks more interesting. It's made me realize I need to improve my typing skills. But you get the point. And so that's why I recommend using Claude Code inside Antigravity instead of Antigravity itself for everything, right? Do the base with Antigravity, get the code, get most of the base done and the functionality done, and then you can use Claude Code later. The other cool thing that you can do here, if you go to additional options, is you can install MCP servers. So for example, you could install Firebase if you need the backend or Superbase, right? And you can connect those. You can always use stuff like Perplexity Ask, which will link it to Perplexity's MCP. But you can see a list of all the MCPs that you can connect right there, and then you can just click on that and start installing it, right? Pretty easy. So thanks so much for watching. That is exactly how to use Antigravity. I've given you the custom framework for today. I've given you the breakdown of all the prompts that you can use, the 30-day plan. What I've also done is included inside the notes from today all the limiting beliefs that might hold you back, plus the old way versus the new way, so that you can really adapt to using this. And then finally, what I've actually done is include 100 prompts for Antigravity and Claude Code. So if you need stuff, for example, for lead generation tools, for generating, for example, content creation tools, whatever tools you want to build, we've got prompts for it inside the AI Success Lab. And this is a completely free community that connects you with 43,000 AI builders. All right. So just to recap everything that we've covered today, we've covered Antigravity, Claude Code, the MCPs, and the whole framework that you can use with a 30-day plan, the old way, and the key beliefs that we've really transformed, right? So for example, some people say I need to learn coding, but really you just need to describe what you want clearly. Some people say AI tools are too boggy, but you can see here how they actually worked. Others will say it's too complicated for AI, but complexity is accumulated simplicity, my friends. You might say you're not technical enough, but knowing what you need is enough. You don't need to be technical. Other people will say free can't be good, but you saw the first version of Antigravity's response. If free means companies are competing for your attention, right? It takes time from business, some people say, but actually you get a lot of time saved, right? So if you're worried that you're too busy to implement this, actually it's going to save you a lot of time in the long run, right? Other people say I should wait until this is better, but starting now beats waiting for perfect. So you can see all the limiting beliefs that we've transformed, all the prompts, everything else, and that's inside the AI Success Lab. You can just ask ChatGPT if you can't find it inside the link in the comments description. And then if you want to get help, support, personally connect with me, etc., you can do that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments in the description. 2,000 serious AI builders. We have a daily accountability group in there in case you watch a lot of videos but don't implement everything. That will hold you accountable, right? You can also post inside the community, ask any questions you have. On top of that, you can post your wins and your goals here. So you can see, for example, Justin was posting about this amazing AI avatar that he built. You can see here, Vladimir built a backlog checker prototype. And you can see here, Sandra is feeling very accomplished, right? So these are people winning with AI. If you want to join a group of winners and a tribe of winners, join the AI Profit Boardroom. On top of that, you can ask questions. I answer these personally. Plus, we all help and support you along the way. On top of that, what we can actually do is inside the goals section here, you can post your goals and that sort of thing. Now, you'll also be able to get on 4 coaching calls per week. So you can jump on the live coaching calls, join a PhD trained scientist who can help you live in person, answer all your questions. If you struggle with business automation, you want to learn how to use AI for business automation, you can get the 6-week AI masterclass here and go from complete beginner to expert to implement inside your business. If you struggle with overwhelm, we actually have a focus protocol to save you time and keep you focused, which is what I personally use to stay focused. If you want to learn how to build AI avatar videos, you'll get our full process right here. If you want to get more clients for your agency, then you can check out this section. And if you want help on AI SEO, well, you can check out this section right here on AI SEO, right? So everything you need is inside the AI Profit. Google Antigravity, how to go from complete beginner to expert by coding with Google Antigravity. Let me show you exactly how to use this. If you've never used Antigravity, you can download it for free at antigravity.google, and you can get all the video notes from today, plus the resource links inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. I'm going to show you exactly how to go from beginner to expert using this process. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to go over to Antigravity, like you can see once you've installed it. And then from here, you're going to open up a new folder, right? So we're going to open up a new window, and then I'm going to build a new project to show you how to start on this from scratch. So what we're going to do over here is we're going to click on open folder, and then we're just going to create a new folder and start building out an example project, right? So let's say, for example, we want to build out to-do list. We can open that up like you can see right here. And then on the right-hand side, you're going to see a example of the chat, right? And inside the chat, you can ask questions, you can ask it to build stuff. And I actually got a list of 100 prompts inside the video notes from today, all right? So if you go inside this section, you can choose which API you want to use. If you want to move really fast, you can use Flash. If you want probably the best API for coding, I would use Opus 4.5 Thinking, but obviously there are limited credits if you're on the free plan. So if you want to stick on the free plan and you don't want to run over your usage limits, you can use Gemini 3 Flash, right? Now, what you're going to see over here is you have 2 options. You have fast and you have planning, right, on the drop down. Now, the other thing to note here whilst we're waiting is that you can actually insert images or workflows inside this section. I rarely do that, but if you have an image or a screenshot of a website that you want to recreate, then you can plug that in as well, right? And so from here, it's going to start building it out, and you can see it's created a full to-do list as a checklist to start coding out our project. Perfect. And then you can see it's now created an implementation plan. So if you look at the tabs at the top, you don't need to be able to code or to be technical to use this. You've just got a task list over here of all the tasks it's going to do for the project. And then you've got an implementation plan of exactly how it's going to implement those tasks, right? And so from here, we can actually click on proceed and start to use the implementation plan to build out our project. Now, whilst I'm talking to you, this will actually go off and build out your project in the background, right? And the great thing about this is it has different coding agents that can edit, create files, create the project, plan out the projects, etc. And all you really need to do is give it the idea that you have in your head. If you're not sure how to come up with ideas that you can build, well, bear in mind you can use Google Antigravity to build apps, tools, mini apps, websites, landing pages, right? And so if you go inside Claude here and you're like, okay, I have no idea what to build, but I want to test this out. I want to learn how to use it, right? So you can say, okay, based on what you know about me, give me 10 powerful ideas for apps, websites, tools, even games that I could build plus the prompts, right? An order by which one will help me the most, right? Something like that. And so you can actually get Claude to come up with the ideas for you. And the cool thing about Claude or whatever AI you use day to day, it could be ChatGPT, for example, then it will actually understand, okay, this is what you do day to day. So this is how you can automate it, right? It actually gives you the prompt plus the description of what the tool does and why it's important. And it orders it in terms of which one is going to be the most powerful for you. Perfect. All right. So if we go back to Antigravity now, we could always just paste in those prompts that we got from Claude. If we go back to Antigravity, you can see it's beginning to start building this out. And if we click on accept here, what you can see now is it's written the JavaScript, the style CSS, and the index HTML, which is basically the project files. Now, what you can see here is the AI agent is actually testing out this tool and using my computer whilst I'm talking to you, right? And for example, here, we can click on confirm, and then the AI agent is going to start creating test tasks and just testing this out, right? Now, you can see here, the UI is pretty basic, okay? So the UI is pretty basic when you're testing this, but you can see that the tool works. It's created the to-do list, and that was super simple. It's even named it Stellar Tasks. And then if you click over here, sometimes it's going to ask you to confirm that it does the right action. You can see how easy that was, right? And so it's completed the mission. It's tested out the tool. You can see it, the AI agent just clicking in buttons and testing things out. If you want to know if the AI agent is actually using it, well, you see a blue line around the background of Antigravity. And then, you can see, for example, it's testing how to delete stuff. Basically, what it's trying to do at this point is figure out what are the errors that it's got inside this, and does it need to fix anything? But so far, this has been coded out perfectly. And how easy was that, right? Now, if we go back to stop over here, what I can show you is a way to really take this to a whole new level, right? So if you're a fan of Claude, for example, you can actually go to the extension section over here. You can install Claude Code, right, for VS Code, and it'll actually install Claude Code's extension inside Antigravity, right? So if we go back to our projects over here, and by the way, there's a menu here. So you've got like Explorer, which is your project files. You've got search and replace. You have the source control, right? So you can actually, for example, publish to GitHub or take a repository, and then you can run and debug, and you can also use the remote explorer. I honestly don't use these four. I just use the extensions, and I use the file explorer, right? If you want to keep things simple. And then from here, what you can do is if we go back to our project, so we click on the file at the top, which is the index HTML, what we're actually going to do from here is we are going to click on terminal, new terminal, and we can actually now open up Claude Code inside Antigravity to just give it the final touches. So for example, here, if we type in Claude, right, we'll type in Claude there. It's got Claude Code installed. We're going to click yes, continue. If you don't have Claude Code installed, no problem. You can check out my other videos on how to install it. And then from here, we can improve this, right? So we can actually just type in plain English what we want to do, and the coder from Claude will improve the project files inside here. Now, why would you use Claude Code instead of Antigravity and the default APIs here? Number one, there's Linux, and number two, Claude Code is superior UI, and it can do almost anything, right? Also, Claude Code understands you and it's customized to you, right? And so, for example, here, if we go inside this section, we're going to say, okay, make this app more beautiful, interesting, modern, engaging, fun, dopamine inducing, bright, etc. Just try and create something really fun with animations. And what it will actually do is it will look at the app. It's going to ask you for a few permissions and that sort of thing, but it's basically going to start coding out the project for us and just improving it and taking it to a whole new level. Now, whilst we're doing, if you're a fan of MCP Servers, which basically just connects your project to other tools externally. So for example, that could be PayPal or Stripe. It could be, for example, Firebase if you want to add backend, or Superbase. Then what you can do is you can click on the three dots at the top, additional options, and then you can click through these and connect it to whatever you want, right? And you just set up the MCP that way. As you can see, you can connect it to, for example, like Atlassian or Prisma or Superbase, whatever you want, right? Even Google Maps. Now, if we go back to the agent, that will get you back to where you were, right? So if you click on the three dots, that takes you to MCP servers. You can click on these and download and install them. If you don't want to do that, or you just want to go back, then you click on back to agent, right? I wish people had told me this stuff and explained it as simply as this, but that's basically how this works, right? And then from here, what you can see inside the terminal is it's asking you questions. So pay attention down here, and it will say, do you want me to make these edits? I'm going to click on yes, allow all edits, and then it will start coding out and testing this for me, right? And so now Claude Code is actually improving the existing code that we have to make those changes that are specified about improving the UI, right? Some people ask, like, how do you have multiple agents modifying the code and that sort of thing? So number one, you've got the agent on the right-hand side, and you can switch between like fast and planning to have these agents that test things out. Also, it really runs automatically. Like, you don't even have to manage these agents, right? So the agent that can control the browser just automatically runs in the background. And that was what was testing this out previously, right? The planner, the builder, etc., it runs automatically over here. And then if you want the Claude coding agent to help you as well, then you just go to terminal, new terminal, run Claude, boom, you're good to go. Right? And now it's editing the CSS as well. It actually shows you edits and where it's up to in terms of progress here. You just wait for it to finish up right there. Okay. So if we go back to the video notes from today, and we're going to go back here, right? Really, my 4-step framework for building AI apps without code, and I call this the Goldie gravity method, is really about letting AI do the heavy lifting, right? You've got ground, you set your foundation and tell it exactly what you want in terms of the app, right? How do you get the app ideas? You can go to Claude and you can automate that, right? And then, for example, Rise is where you really let your AI agents plan, which is how, for example, we came up with the task and the implementation plan over here, right? And then, for example, the next step, Orbit, Watch It Build, is what we did when we saw the AI agent testing this out and just clicking buttons. And then the final step is Verify, right? Trust but check. So you really want to just check this stuff out yourself before you host it anywhere. Now, I actually have a 30-day plan for implementing Antigravity and really mastering it inside the video notes from today. And then also what we have is a list of 100 prompts that you can use, for example, for building like productivity tools or dashboards, or for example, landing pages using Antigravity as well. Other people say building apps takes too long. And I would say the wrong story that some people tell themselves is even with AI, it will take weeks to build something useful. As I've shown you today, I've built apps in 4 minutes, right? And these aren't toys, these are functional apps. And the only thing that takes your time is the clarity, but you can actually get that from Claude nowadays as well. It's really easy and simple to use this stuff. And if you know what you want, AI just builds it fast, right? If you're vague, then you get vague results. So you really want to be just focused on being very specific in terms of what you want, right? And you can see how easy it was to use today. So if we go back to Claude, it's now finished up. We're going to click on open, right? So it said open index HTML in your browser to see the transformation. I'm going to click on open over here and we'll see what we get back. Could have created anything, but we'll see what we've got. So it's now going to just run the file and then it's going to open up inside our browser, as you can see, and boom, how much better does that look with Claude Code versus the original? So this is the original from Gemini Flash. It looks all right, like that's usable. If you just want to use something free and easy, go with Gemini Free Flash, right? But if you want to build something that's like next level and just way more interesting as an app, then you can use Claude Code and look at the outputs, right? The old version versus the new version. The new version is 10 times better, right? And that is basically how to master Antigravity, to build anything you want, to go from beginner to expert in just a few minutes. And you can see how simple it is once you get your head around it. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all the video notes from today, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments and the description. It connects you with 43,500 members. It's got a community, and also inside the classroom here, you can learn AI automation and you can get the video notes inside this section, plus a bonus course that's completely free that shows you how to use Antigravity. Plus, you get the 30-day plan, you get the framework, you get 100 prompts on how to use this stuff. Everything that you need to win with AI. Now, if you want to get an amazing community, if you want to connect with people learning and growing, if you want to connect with me personally, be able to direct message me, then you can get my help and support and the community's help and support inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This comes with 2,000 members. Now, there's a few reasons people join. Number one, people want to master AI business automation, right? And if you want to master that, you can check out a 6-week master course here that takes you from complete beginner to expert in 5 weeks. If you want to learn how to create AI avatar videos, like you've probably seen me do on social media, then you can check out my full tutorial right here, plus step-by-step instructions, and learn this stuff in just 10 minutes, right? If you want to learn, for example, how to avoid overwhelm with AI, shiny object syndrome, new tools coming out every day, probably feels a bit overwhelming and crazy and hard to keep up, and maybe you feel like you're behind with AI, right? What you can actually do is you can get my weekly updates, and I only post them inside the AI Profit Boardroom, and basically every 7 days, I post a weekly update that breaks down what's worth your time and what's not. And so, for example, here, you can see this old update. We break down the most useful stuff, the decent stuff, and the stuff you can completely ignore so that you use to save time, right? And it condenses 80 hours of my research per week, plus all my videos into one quick 1-minute wonder update that you can read in a minute or two. We also have a focus protocol inside the AI Profit Boardroom that shows you exactly how to focus and stop the overwhelm that comes with AI. On top of that, inside the classroom, if you want to get more clients, you can check out the agency course. We have an AI SEO automation section here if you want to learn how to rank #1 inside Google and AI search engines, just like we do. And everything there is for you to succeed, right? The other final thing that I would say is you can jump on coaching calls 4 times a week, ask any questions you have, and connect with the community. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Google Antigravity plus Claude Code. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this combo is absolutely insane. Let me show you why everyone's freaking out about this. So first, what even are these tools? Let's start with Google Antigravity. This thing launched in November 2025, and it's not your typical coding tool, but it's an agent-first IDE. What does that mean? It means AI agents actually do the work for you. They plan, they code, they test, they verify. You just tell them what you want. Think of it like having a whole team of developers working for you, except they're AI and they never sleep. Now, here's what makes Antigravity different from something like Copilot. Copilot just auto-completes your code. That's useful, sure. But Antigravity, it builds entire features from scratch. You give it high-level instructions and it handles everything. The planning, the implementation, the testing, all of it. And get this, it creates something called artifacts. These are verifiable outputs that show you exactly what the AI is doing, right? Task lists, plans, screenshots. So you're not just hoping it works, you can actually see the process. Now, Antigravity uses Google's Gemini 3 Pro model by default. But here's the cool part. It also supports Claude Sonnet, Claude Opus, and even GPT models. So you're not locked into one AI. You can switch based on what works best for your project. The interface has two views. There's the editor view, which looks like a normal IDE. And there's the manager view, which is like mission control for multiple AI agents. You can have different agents working on different parts of your project at the same time. It's wild. And right now it's in public preview, which means it's free to use, though they did adjust the rate limits recently because so many people are using it. All right, now let's talk about Claude Code. This is Anthropic's agentic coding tool, but instead of an IDE, it lives in your terminal. You use it through command line, and it's powered by Claude Sonnet 4.5 and Claude Opus 4.5. Claude Opus 4.5 is their most powerful model for reasoning and coding. It came out late 2025, and it's incredibly good. Now, what makes Claude Code special? It's absolutely excellent at front-end work, building user interfaces, debugging, precision coding. It's also amazing at architectural planning. Like if you need to think through how your whole project should be structured, Claude Code crushes it. And because it's terminal native, it works with any editor you're already using. You don't have to switch your whole setup. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. People figured out you can run Claude Code inside Antigravity's terminal. Wait, what? Yeah, you can combine both tools in the same workflow. And this is why everyone's saying the combo is insane. So here's the workflow that people are using. You use Antigravity for the big picture stuff, the backend, the database, the infrastructure. Antigravity's agents handle all the heavy lifting and automation. They plan out the whole project, they execute tasks, they run tests, all autonomous. Then you bring in Claude Code for the front-end precision work, the user interface, the design components, the debugging. Claude Code is just better at this stuff. It's more precise. It thinks through the details better. So the combo looks like this. Antigravity handles the back-end autopilot work. Claude Code handles the front-end craftsmanship. And you get the best of both worlds, speed plus precision, autonomy plus quality. It's like having two specialized teams working together perfectly. Let me give you a real example. Let's say you want to build a new landing page for the AI Profit Boardroom, something that converts, shows the value of AI automation, explains all the benefits of our community. Here's what you'd do. You'd open Antigravity and give it a high-level instruction. Build a landing page system with a contact form, email integration, and analytics tracking. Antigravity's agents would plan out the backend, set up the database, configure the email service, hook up the analytics, all automatic. Then you'd open Claude Code in Antigravity's terminal, and you'd say, create a modern landing page design that highlights these three benefits and includes social proof. Claude Code would generate the front end, clean code, beautiful design, optimized components, and because you're using both together, they work in harmony. The back end from Antigravity talks to the front end from Claude Code. Everything just connects. No friction, no manual integration work. It's seamless. Now let me show you why this is actually insane. First, the speed. You can build things that would normally take days or weeks in hours because the AI agents are doing all the grunt work. You're just directing them. Second, the quality, because you're using specialized tools for what they're best at. Antigravity for autonomous execution, Claude Code for precision work. Third, the learning curve is actually not that bad. Yeah, there's some setup involved, but once you understand how to give good instructions, it's incredibly powerful. Before I go deeper into this, let me tell you about something quick. If you want to learn how to save hours every week and automate your business with AI tools like Antigravity and Claude Code, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. We're teaching people how to use these cutting-edge AI tools to build systems that actually work. Whether you're building landing pages, automating content, or creating full applications, we've got you covered. Links in the description. Definitely check it out. Now, are there downsides? Of course, the rate limits can be annoying if you're doing heavy work. Google adjusted them recently because demand was so high, and you do need to verify what the AI builds It's not perfect, no AI is, but the artifacts in Antigravity help with this. You can see exactly what's being built at each step. Also, there's definitely a learning curve with the terminal for Claude Code. If you're not comfortable with command line, it might feel intimidating at first, but honestly, it's worth learning, right? Because the power you get is incredible. This is why people are calling this combo insane. It's not hype, it's real capability. Now, what does this mean for the future? We're seeing a massive shift in how coding works. It's moving from I write every line of code to I direct AI agents to build what I need. And tools like Antigravity and Claude Code are leading this shift. By 2026, this is going to be normal. Everyone will be using AI agents to code. The people who learn these tools now, they're going to have a massive advantage because they'll be able to build things faster, better, and more efficiently than everyone else. So here's what I recommend. Go try Antigravity. It's free in public preview. Get comfortable with how the agents work. Then add Claude Code to your workflow. Start small, build something simple, maybe a landing page for your business or a tool to automate one of your processes. Just get your hands dirty and experiment because this technology is only going to get better. And the sooner you learn it, the more you'll benefit. The combination of these two tools gives you superpowers. You can build professional applications without being a professional developer. You can automate complex workflows without spending weeks learning to code. You can test ideas quickly and iterate fast. And that's a real game changer here. Speed of execution. When you can build something in hours instead of weeks, you can try more things, test more ideas, find what works faster. That's incredibly valuable, right? If you want to learn more about using AI tools like this to save time and automate your business, join the AI Profit Boardroom. We're teaching people exactly how to implement these tools in real business scenarios. Links in the description. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. It's our free AI community. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 40,000 members who are crushing it with AI. Trust me, you don't want to miss this. Try Antigravity and Claude Code together. See what you can build and let me know in the comments what you create. I read every single one. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Today, I'm going to show you how to use Google Antigravity, which is a free, powerful local IDE you can install on your laptop. And you can basically code apps and tools and websites and games using Google Antigravity. It's a really powerful tool. I'm going to show you exactly how to use it today, plus give you a 30-day plan and 100 prompts on exactly how to use it. You can install it from Antigravity Google, as you can see right here. And the other cool thing about this is you can actually use normally paid APIs for free. So you can use, for example, like Claude Sonnet, you can use Gemini Pro, and you can build stuff out for free using this free IDE with free APIs, and you can even plan or build your projects. On top of that, it actually has a computer use agent, like you can see right here, that can actually open up your websites, anything that you build using Antigravity, and I'm going to guide you through it and show you exactly how to use it today. So let's get straight into it. Here's what you're going to learn: how to install Antigravity in under 2 minutes, how to build your first app without writing a single line of code, the mission control feature that lets you run multiple AI agents at the same time, how to get AI to test your websites automatically. It literally clicks buttons, fills out forms for you, the exact prompts I use to build lead capture pages, client dashboards, and automation tools. And this works like even if you've never coded before, you know, even if you weren't good at maths at school, even if you think tech is confusing, you know, maybe you've tried AI tools before and got frustrated. I'm going to take you from complete beginner to confidently building apps, tools, websites, games, etc. in one session. Let's get straight into it. So we're going to be using the Goldie Gravity method, all right? The 4-step framework for AI app building without code. I call this the Goldie Gravity method because it's about letting AI do the heavy lifting whilst you stay focused on what matters, your business, right? This is the same way I approach Muay Thai, for example. I stay relaxed and let the technique do the work. We don't overthink it. Here's how it works, all right? So step number 1 is ground, right? You're going to set your foundation. So before you even touch your tool, get crystal clear on what you want to build, right? Not I want to build an app. That's not a good place to start. Instead, what you want to think is like, I want a lead capture page that collects names and emails, shows a thank you page, and saves everything to a spreadsheet, right? That sort of thing. That's way better. It's like counting macros before you're eating. You need to know exactly what's going in before you can expect good results, right? And then what you're going to do after that is the rise. Now, this is step number 2. So you're going to let the agents plan. And the gravity is different from everything else, right? So you tell the AI what you want. It creates a complete plan before it writes any code. You see the task list. You see the implementation plan. You can say no changes before anything happens. And it's like having a project manager who shows you the blueprint before building your house, right? Step number 3, or now you're going to sit back, The AI writes the code, creates files, installs what it needs to launch apps, opens the browser, and clicks through to test it. You're not coding, you're supervising. And, I have a team of 50 people in my SEO agency. I don't do every task yourself, right? You direct the work and review the results later. And then finally, the final step is verify, trust, but check. Right? Antigravity creates artifacts, so screenshots, recordings, walkthroughs. So you can see exactly what the AI built. You can see it clicking through your app. You can see the test passing. This is how you build trust with AI. The same way I track every minute of my day, right? The date, the tasks, the minutes work. You verify the outputs. That's what you want to do, right? So we're going to get straight into this, and I'm going to show you an example of how you can build with this, right? I've actually got a 30-day plan if you really want to commit to learning and mastering this tool, but we're going to get straight into this now. So we were talking before about the first step of the process, the Goldie Gravity framework. So we're going to say create a simple landing page for an AI automation community called AI Profit Boardroom with a headline, 3 benefit bullets, and an email sign-up form. Use modern colors and clean design, right? And the way that we're going to do this is open up a new folder. So I'm going to replace what was previously in my project. We're going to click on new folder here. We're going to put AI Profit Boardroom website, right? Hit create like so, open that folder up. That's going to open up a new window. And then from here, we're actually going to switch to planning mode, right? Why are we going to use planning mode? The reason that we use planning mode is because we want to plan our project before we build it, right? And again, this applies to games, websites, apps, etc. So, if we just hit enter now, what that's going to do is start planning the project and building out a to-do list with Google Antigravity and talking to you, right? And if we go back through the steps, well, this is step number 1, right? Ground, set your foundation, get really clear on what you want. And then this is step number 2 as well, which is rise. So let the agents plan. Now, if you're stuck on coming up with good ideas for this sort of stuff, let me show you how I can help you. So what I've actually done is for free inside the AI Success Lab today, which is a completely free community, connects you with 42,900 members like you see. If you go to the classroom here, and then you're going to go to January, you can see all the video notes from today, plus a 2-hour course on how to use Antigravity if you need more training. And if you go down to the bottom of the page, you'll see 100 anti-gravity prompts for lead generation, for business dashboards, for productivity tools, for creative content tools, interactive and fun stuff, games and that sort of thing, client project management, right? Whatever you want to learn and build. If you have no inspiration, just start there and, you can start learning from there and copy and paste the prompts, right? So if we go back now, that's beginning to build out the implementation plan, as you can see. And if you're wondering what the implementation plan is, here we go, right? Just going to X off that. So let's dismiss this. And then you can see the implementation plan with the AI Profit Boardroom landing page, right? Pretty nice. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to switch to fast, right? And I'm going to say, go ahead, right? And you can see at the top here that we've got the to-do list of all the tasks for our project. We have the implementation plan of how it's actually going to build out this website. So it's going to, for example, create index HTML, a style CSS, and then it's actually going to verify it with automated test and manual verification, right? Basically, the AI agent is going to test it for us. We're going to click Accept All on the right-hand side here, and we can review the changes and that sort of thing. But inside this section and the style CSS, it's basically going to start coding out the website, right? And again, I told you didn't need to code. You don't need to code. The AI agent does everything for you. Now, this is a simple project, but it gives you a feel for how simple, building anything with Antigravity can be. Now, if we actually go through after the 30-day plan, one thing that I actually want to show you, and this is super useful, is I'm going to show you some ways to sort of change your mindset, learn what you need to win with AI. Right? I'm going to break some of the old beliefs and replace them with new ones, because your beliefs determine your actions and your actions determine your results with this stuff, right? So whilst we're waiting for Google Antigravity to code over here, as you can see, it's actually going to open up index HTML in a second, as you can see. So this is the AI agent opening up Google Chrome and testing out the website itself. And, some people are going to say, well, I need to learn to code first. And the wrong story that some people tell themselves is like, once I learn Python, JavaScript, React, then I'll be able to build things. But the truth is, that's like saying you need to learn Mandarin before you can order Chinese food, right? I speak 5 languages, but I didn't learn Chinese before eating at restaurants, right? I pointed at the menu, used pictures, found ways to use it. It's the same with AI coding, right? The best AI developers that I know are already using AI to write most of their code. So why would you learn the old way, right? Also, some people, the new empowering belief really is like, AI is my coding skill. I direct it, it builds, right? You don't need to be a developer. You don't need to be a director. Just like a film director doesn't operate the camera. They tell the camera what to shoot. Well, that's your new job, right? You tell the AI what to build, review the output, give feedback, ship, right? If we have a look, for example, here, it's now checking out the page on mobile as well, testing out the email form. And if we go back to Antigravity here, we've now built the full web page, as you can see, and it's talked about the key features implemented, the file's created, and the whole page is ready to go. Boom, shakalaka. Now, if you want to open this up or host it somewhere, what you can actually do is you can navigate to a website like Netlify, and inside Netlify, you can actually host this stuff, right? You can host it directly online. And that's actually how we built the AR Profit Boardroom website. We used a tool called Malice to build this out, but you can see how we built the page. This page was automated with AI. I don't code, as I've already said. And, if we go onto Google, for example, and we type in AR Profit Boardroom, you can see that website ranking #1 for its keyword, right? So the page wasn't just automated with AI, it actually ranks on Google and everything else. All right, so let's try another one. We'll try something fun now. So what I'm actually going to do just for fun is we'll create a fun game. Let's see what we got. Maybe we can go with build a to-do list with gamification, points, levels, and achievements, or create a focus time with ambient sounds and break reminders. All right, let's go with this one, right? So we're going to go with create a typing speed test with sentences, WPM calculation, and accuracy scoring, right? So we're going to go to Antigravity. Again, just to show you how simple this is, we're going to go to open folder, new folder, quiz, or typing test, for example, right? Hit enter, open that up. That's going to replace the existing project. So normally what you want to do is actually click on new window, but I just want to get straight to it. Again, we're going to switch to planning. I'm going to use Gemini Flash because it's the fastest, which is great for videos when I'm demonstrating how to use it. But I would say the best that you can use is probably Gemini 3 Pro or Claude Sonnet Thinking, right? Those are the two best ways to code. So we'll click on planning. That's going to start creating the game. It's going to plan out how it's going to build it, right? I'd always recommend doing the planning first because you get better outputs when it actually creates it. As you can see before, it actually worked perfectly when we did that. And yeah, that's basically how it goes. Now, some people are also going to say building apps takes too long. And the wrong story that some people tell themselves is even with AI, it's going to take weeks to build something useful. But the truth is, we built that landing page that is useful and can capture leads, as we've shown you today, in 4 or 5 minutes. You can build a client dashboard in 12 minutes. You can build a habit tracker in 8 minutes. And these aren't toys. These are functional apps. So the only thing that takes your time is your clarity, right? If you know what you want, AI builds it faster. If you're vague, you get vague results. And it's the same principle as my business. Impatient with inputs, patient with outputs. The clearer your prompt, the faster your app. So the new belief that's going to empower you really is thinking, right, speed comes from clarity, not coding skill, because your bottleneck isn't knowing what you want. If you get clear, you get fast. That's what we're talking about. All right. And, the old way really was learning to program for months, installing complex development environments, debugging errors you don't understand, copying and pasting from Stack Overflow and hoping it works, right? I remember those days. Hiring developers and waiting for delivery, getting frustrated when changes take weeks, giving up on building the tools you actually need, and staying with generic software that doesn't fit your business. That was the old way before Antigravity. The new way with Antigravity is you describe what you want in plain English, you watch AI create a plan and show you before building, see the app in real time, AI tests it automatically and shows you proof, you make changes by just asking, build multiple things at the same time. You can open up multiple windows if you want to over there. You get exactly what you need for your business, and you go from idea to working app in minutes, not months. That is a new way, my friends, and that's what we're talking about today. So if we go back to Antigravity now, it's got the implementation plan, as you can see, and we've got the task over here. So we're going to click on proceed, and by proceeding, we can start building this out. Again, I need to just quickly switch that back to fast mode, as you can see. Go ahead, and that's basically how it works. In the meantime, let's answer some of your questions. Let's see what we got here. Ernesto says, great, happy to help. It says, Antigravity works on Windows as well as Mac. Ooh, that's a good question. Let me double check here. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you can get it for Windows, Mac, and Linux. Scottsdale, Arizona treadmill team has arrived. Click the like button. Oh, it's good to see you here, man. Yo, yo, yo. I'm late to the party, but have you guys used it at all? Yeah, I mean, it can build anything. It can test anything as well. Eric says, I'm in the Netherlands. Thanks for sharing useful information. Happy New Year 2026. All happy New Year to you too. Eric, thanks so much for joining. Bree says, yes, Windows. This says, yes, I have Windows. And Blue Wheel says, yes, it does. All right, cool. So let's get back into this, and we'll go back to Antigravity and seeing what it's built. All right, so if we go back to Antigravity here we go. And then we're going to click on confirm over here, and then we have Antigravity being tested, right? So this is the typing tool. This is the agent testing the typing tool. And so it can self-integrate, right? It can improve, and you can see typing flow, the name of the app that we've just automated, is counting the words per minute, it's counting the accuracy, it's counting the time, right? And so this actually works, which is pretty insane. And then it's testing it out, it's self-iterating. If it sees any bugs over here, it's going to fix them over here. right? And so it's got its own sort of Chrome that runs in the background, tests this stuff out whilst I'm working with you, right? And it says, right, I've completed the type and flow application. It's a high performance type and speed test with a premium dark mode aesthetic, featuring real-time WPM calculation, accuracy tracking, and smooth animations. So boom, there you go. That's how to do it. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all the video notes from today, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. This is completely free, connects you with 42,900 members, very active community, as you can see right here. Also, if we go to the classroom and then we go to January 2026, you can see all the video notes. I've included an extra 2-hour training on how to learn anti-gravity. I've given you all the resources with clickable links to everything. And I've also broken down, as we've talked about today, the Goldie gravity method. We've talked about the 30-day plan, and you've got copy and pastable prompts so you can really master this stuff if you're dedicated to learning it. You've also got a breakdown of the old way and the new way, the new empowering beliefs that will help you win with AI based on anti-gravity. And also what I'm showing you here is we've got 100 anti-gravity prompts. I think there's actually 110, as you can see, but there's over 100 there, which is there to help you. All right. Now, if you haven't already, check out the Profit Boardroom. This is an amazing community where I connect with the members. You can DM me. I get DMs every single day from members, and I'm always happy and grateful to work with the community members. You can see we've got a daily accountability group. So if you're stuck with accountability, you can learn from there. If you struggle with overwhelm, maybe there's too much noise out there about AI, maybe you struggle with focus, shiny object syndrome, or overwhelm, which I see all the time with people in the AI industry. What I actually do is I break down every 7 days with a weekly update, the only AI update you need, right? You can switch off all your notifications. You don't need to worry about anything. I condense 80 hours of my weekly work into a 5-minute update so that you can learn AI, right? And basically inside the community here, we break that down every week. You basically get a breakdown of what's worth your time, what's not, and that just solves the problem, right? So you've got daily accountability groups, you've got weekly action updates that save you a lot of time and avoid overwhelm. You've got a community where you can ask questions and get help and support whenever you need it. And this is super active, by the way. Like, for example, you can see when people post, they get help, they get support whenever they need it. So for example, Sebastian asked about AI website link building, and you can see here 17 people got back to him, right? You can also see inside the classroom we have all my best playbooks. So for example, if you want to learn this stuff, you can go from complete beginner to expert in just 5 weeks. Plus we have a lesson on how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. If you want to know how I create the scripts, the AI avatar clones of me, how I automate videos, etc. We've got all the training inside this section with step-by-step tutorials and videos. And also you can learn, for example, my best NA10 templates, how to get clients to your agency. We have 4 coaching calls per week inside the calendar. And if you miss any of them, you can watch back the coaching call recordings inside this section. And then also, if you want to learn, for example, AI SEO, how to rank #1 inside Google and AI search engines, you get my best AI SEO automations here. And if you want to learn, for example, how to grow a YouTube channel in 6 weeks, then I break down my process right there and what works for me. So feel free to get that link in the description to the AI Profit Boardroom. Jimin, I know you've asked, is the AI Profit Boardroom subscription community, right? And then if you want to get the video notes and everything like that, you can get it for free inside the AI Success Lab, right? So if you go to the AI Success Lab, this is completely free, right? And it comes with, again, 42,900 members. You get all of these free trainings, so you can see, for example, some free trainings here, all my January automations, so all the latest stuff that's come out this month, and all the video notes. Plus you can post inside the community there, as you can see. So yeah, you get all of that for free, which is pretty insane. It's better than most people's paid stuff, honestly. So yeah, hope that helps you. Jesse Cunningham, legend, good to see you here, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope the school's going well as well. Good to see you. Thanks for commenting. Blue Whale says, how do we ship these products? So, it's just a case of like marketing, right? Like you create something that people are ready to buy, and then if people are ready to buy it, then you sell it. Simple as that, right? You can use, for example, Stripe, or you can accept payments with PayPal, whatever you want there, right? Again, listing on Product Hunt is pretty good. Promoting it on Twitter. I have a lot of friends who run SaaS companies, and they just promote it on Twitter, YouTube, and then, it's all about the marketing once you've actually created it.